Transcribers note: original spelling and grammar has mostly been retained. Many inconsistencies in the use of hyphens and character accents have been retained. Some of these were probably intentional. Footnotes were moved to the ends of chapters. The original pagination of this 1919 edition is shown in square brackets, e.g., there are an awful lot of italics in this book. In this simple text version, italics are marked with the solidest text that was originally small caps is shown in uppercase. Further details are provided in the transcriber endnote. The American language. Of the first edition of this book, 1,500 copies have been printed, and the type distributed this is number 1434. The American language. A preliminary inquiry into the development of English in the United States. By H. L. Mencken. New York, Alfred, A. Knopf, 1919. Copyright 1919 by Alfred A. Knopf, Inc. Printed in the United States of America. Preface. The aim of this book is best exhibited by describing its origin. I am, and have been since early manhood, an editor of newspapers, magazines, and books, and a critic of the last named. These occupations have forced me into a pretty wide familiarity with current literature, both periodical and within covers, and in particular into a familiarity with the current literature of England and America. It was part of my daily work for a good many years to read the principal English newspapers and reviews. It has been part of my work all the time to read the more important English novels, essays, poetry, and criticism. An American born and bred, I early noted, as everyone else in like case must note, certain salient differences between the English of England and the English of America as practically spoken and written differences in vocabulary, in syntax, in the shades and habits of idiom, and even, coming to the common speech, in grammar. And I noted too, of course, partly during visits to England, but more largely by a somewhat wide and intimate intercourse with English people in the United States, the obvious differences between English and American pronunciation and intonation. Greatly interested in these differences, some of them, so great that they led me to seek exchanges of light with Englishmen. I looked for some work that would describe and account for them with a show of completeness, and perhaps depict the process of their origin. I soon found that no such work existed, either in England or in America, that the whole literature of the subject was astonishingly meager and unsatisfactory. There were several dictionaries of Americanisms, true enough, but only one of them made any pretension to scientific method, and even that one was woefully narrow and incomplete. The one more general treatise, the work of a man foreign to both England and America in race and education, was more than 40 years old and full of palpable errors. For the rest, there was only a fugitive and inconsequential literature, an almost useless mass of notes and essays, chiefly by the minor sort of pedagogues, seldom illuminating, save in small details, and often incredibly ignorant and inaccurate. On the large and important subject of American pronunciation, for example, I could find nothing save a few casual essays. On American spelling, with its wide and constantly visible divergences from English usages, there was little more. On American grammar, there was nothing whatever. Worse, an important part of the poor literature that I unearthed was devoted to absurd efforts to prove that no such thing as an American variety of English existed, that the differences I constantly encountered in English, and that my English friends encountered in American, were chiefly imaginary, and to be explained away by denying them. Still intrigued by the subject, and in despair of getting any illumination from such theoretical masters of it, I began a collection of materials for my own information, and gradually it took on a rather formidable bulk. My interest in it being made known by various articles in the newspapers and magazines, I began also to receive contributions from other persons of the same fancy, both English and American, and gradually my collection fell into a certain order, and I saw the workings of general laws in what, at first, had appeared to be mere chaos. The present book then began to take form, its preparation, a sort of recreation from other and far different labor. It is anything but an exhaustive treatise upon the subject. It is not even an exhaustive examination of the materials. All it pretends to do is to articulate some of those materials, to get some approach to order and coherence into them, and so pave the way for a better work by some more competent man. That work calls for the equipment of a first-rate philologist, which I am surely not. All I have done here is to stake out the field, sometimes borrowing suggestions from other inquirers and sometimes, as in the case of American grammar, attempting to run the lines myself. That it should be regarded as an antisocial act to examine and exhibit the constantly growing differences between English and American, as certain American pedants argue sharply this doctrine, is quite beyond my understanding. All it indicates, stripped of sophistry, is a somewhat childish effort to gain the approval of Englishmen, a belated efflorescence of the colonial spirit, often commingled with fashionable aspiration. The plain fact is that the English themselves are not deceived, nor do they grant the approval so ardently sought for. On the contrary, they are keenly aware of the differences between the two dialects, and often discuss them, as the following pages show. Perhaps one dialect in the long run will defeat and absorb the other. If the two nations continue to be partners in great adventures, it may very well happen. But even in that case, something may be accomplished by examining the differences which exist today. In some ways, as an intonation, English usage is plainly better than American. In others, as in spelling, American usage is as plainly better than English. But in order to develop usages that the people of both nations will accept, it is obviously necessary to study the differences now visible. This study thus shows a certain utility, but its chief excuse is its human interest, for it prods deeply into national idiosyncrasies and ways of mind, and that sort of prodding is always entertaining. I am thus neither teacher, nor prophet, nor reformer, but merely inquirer. The exigencies of my vocation make me almost completely bilingual. I can write English, as in this clause, quite as readily as American, as in this here one. Moreover, I have a hand for a compromised dialect which embodies the common materials of both, and is thus free from offense on both sides of the water as befits the editor of a magazine published in both countries. But that compromised dialect is the living speech of neither. What I have tried to do here is to make a first sketch of the living speech of these states. The work is confessedly incomplete, and in places very painfully so, but in such enterprises a man must put an arbitrary term to his labors, lest some mischance, after years of diligence, take him from them too suddenly for them to be closed, and his laborious accumulations, as Ernest Walker says in his book on English surnames, be doomed to the waste-basket by harassed executors. If the opportunity offers in future, I shall undoubtedly return to the subject. For one thing, I am eager to attempt a more scientific examination of the grammar of the American vulgar speech, here discussed briefly in Chapter 6. For another thing, I hope to make further inquiries into the subject of American surnames of non-English origin. Various other fields invite. No historical study of American pronunciation exists. The influence of German, Irish English, Yiddish, and other such immigrant dialects upon American has never been investigated. There is no adequate treatise on American geographical names. Contributions of materials and suggestions for a possible revised edition of the present book will reach me if addressed to me in care of the publisher at 220 West 42nd Street, New York. I shall also be very grateful for the correction of errors, some perhaps typographical, but others due to faulty information or mistaken judgment. In conclusion, I borrow a plea in confession and avoidance from Ben Jonson's Pioneer Grammar of English, published in incomplete form after his death. We have set down, he said, that in our judgment agreeth best with reason and good order. Which notwithstanding, if it seem to any to be too rough-hewed, let him plane it out more smoothly, and I shall not only not envy it, but in the behalf of my country most heartily thank him for so great a benefit. Hoping that I shall be thought sufficiently to have done my part, if in tolling this bell I may draw others to a deeper consideration of the matter. For touching myself, I must needs confess that after much painful churning this only would come which here we have devised. Mencken, Baltimore, January 1, 1919. Contents. I by way of introduction 1. The diverging streams 1. The academic attitude 4. The view of writing men 12. Foreign observers 18. The characters of American 19. The materials of American 29. Roman 2. The beginnings of American 36. In colonial days 36. Sources of early Americanisms 40. New words of English material 44. Changed meanings 51, archaic English words 54, colonial pronunciation 58. Roman 3, the period of growth 63, the new nation 63, the language in the making 72, the expanding vocabulary 76, loanwords 86, pronunciation 94. Roman 4, American and English today 97, the two vocabularies 97, differences in usage 102, honorifics 117, euphemisms and forbidden words 124. V tendencies in American 131, international exchanges 131, points of difference 138, lost distinctions 143, foreign influences today 149, processes of word formation 159, pronunciation 166. Roman 6, the common speech 177, grammarians and their ways 177, spoken American as it is 184, the verb 192, the pronoun 212, the adverb 226, the noun and adjective 229, the double negative 231, pronunciation 234. Roman 7, differences in spelling 242, typical forms 242, general tendencies 245, the influence of Webster 247, exchanges 255, simplified spelling 261, minor differences 264. Roman 8, proper names in America 268, surnames 268, given names 283, geographical names 286, street names 298. Roman 9, miscellanea 301, proverb and platitude 301, American slang 304, the future of the language 312, bibliography 323, list of words and phrases 340, general index 368. 1. By way of introduction. Section 1. The diverging streams. Thomas Jefferson, with his usual prevision, saw clearly more than a century ago that the American people, as they increased in numbers and in the diversity of their national interests and racial strains, would make changes in their mother tongue, as they had already made changes in the political institutions of their inheritance. The new circumstances under which we are placed, he wrote to John Waldo from Monticello on August 16, 1813, call for new words, new phrases, and for the transfer of old words to new objects. An American dialect will therefore be formed. Nearly a quarter of a century before this, another great American, and one with an expertness in the matter that the too versatile Jefferson could not muster, had ventured upon a prophecy even more bold and specific. He was Noah Webster, then at the beginning of his stormy career as a lexicographer. In his little volume of dissertations on the English language, printed in 1789 and dedicated to His Excellency Benjamin Franklin, Esquire, LL.D. FRS, late President of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, Webster argued that the time for regarding English usage and submitting to English authority had already passed, and that a future separation of the American tongue from the English was necessary and unavoidable. Numerous local causes, he continued, such as a new country, new associations of people, new combinations of ideas in arts and sciences, and some intercourse with tribes wholly unknown in Europe, will introduce new words into the American tongue. These causes will produce, in a course of time, a language in North America as different from the future language of England as the modern Dutch, Danish, and Swedish are from the German, or from one another. Neither Jefferson nor Webster put a term upon his prophecy. They may have been thinking, one or both, of a remote era, not yet come to dawn, or they may have been thinking, with the facile imagination of those days, of a period even earlier than our own. In the latter case, they allowed far too little, and particularly Webster, for factors that have worked powerfully against the influences they saw so clearly in operation about them. One of these factors, obviously, has been the vast improvement in communications across the ocean, a change scarcely envisioned a century ago. It has brought New York relatively nearer to London today than it was to Boston or even to Philadelphia during Jefferson's presidency, and that greater proximity has produced a steady interchange of ideas, opinions, news, and mere gossip. We latter-day Americans know a great deal more about the everyday affairs of England than the early Americans, for we read more English books, and have more about the English in our newspapers, and meet more Englishmen, and go to England much oftener. The effects of this ceaseless traffic in ideas and impressions, so plainly visible in politics, in ethics and aesthetics, and even in the minutiae of social intercourse, are also to be seen in the language. On the one hand, there is a swift exchange of new inventions on both sides, so that much of our American slang quickly passes to London, and the latest English fashions in pronunciation are almost instantaneously imitated, at least by a minority, in New York. And on the other hand, the English, by so constantly having the floor force upon us, out of their firmer resolution and certitude, a somewhat sneaking respect for their own greater conservatism of speech, so that our professors of the language, in the overwhelming main, combat all signs of differentiation with the utmost diligence, and safeguard the doctrine that the standards of English are the only reputable standards of American. This doctrine, of course, is not supported by the known laws of language, nor has it prevented the large divergences that we shall presently examine, but all the same it has worked steadily toward a highly artificial formalism, and as steadily against the investigation of the actual national speech. Such grammar, so-called, as is taught in our schools and colleges, is a grammar standing four-legged upon the theorizings and false inferences of English Latinists, eager only to break the wild tongue of Shakespeare to a rule. And its frank aim is to create in us a high respect for a book language which few of us ever actually speak, and not many of us even learn to write. That language, heavily artificial though it may be, undoubtedly has notable merits. It shows a sonority and a stateliness that you must go to the Latin of the Golden Age to match. Its highly charged and heavy-shotted periods, in Matthew Arnold's phrase, serve admirably the obscurantist purposes of American pedagogy and of English parliamentary oratory and leader writing. It is something for the literary artists of both countries to prove their skill upon by flouting it. But to the average American, bent upon expressing his ideas, not stupendously but merely clearly, it must always remain something vague and remote, like Greek history or the properties of the parabola, for he never speaks it or hears it spoken, and seldom encounters it in his everyday reading. If he learns to write it, which is not often, it is with a rather depressing sense of its artificiality. He may master it as a Korean, bred in the colloquial onmun, may master the literary Korean Chinese, but he never thinks in it or quite feels it. This fact, I dare say, is largely responsible for the notorious failure of our schools to turn out students who can put their ideas into words with simplicity and intelligibility. What their professors try to teach is not their mother tongue at all, but a dialect that stands quite outside their common experience, and into which they have to translate their thoughts, consciously and painfully. Bad writing consists in making the attempt and failing through lack of practice. Good writing consists, as in the case of Howells, in deliberately throwing overboard the principles so elaborately inculcated, or, as in the case of Lincoln, in standing unaware of them. Thus the study of the language he is supposed to use, to the average American takes on a sort of bilingual character. On the one hand, he is grounded abominably in a grammar and syntax that have always been largely artificial, even in the country where they are supposed to prevail, and on the other hand, he has to pick up the essentials of his actual speech as best he may. Literary English, says Van Wyck Brooks, with us is a tradition, just as Anglo-Saxon law with us is a tradition. They persist, not as the normal expressions of a race, but through prestige and precedent, and the will and habit of a dominating class largely out of touch with a national fabric unconsciously taking form out of school. What thus goes on out of school does not interest the guardians of our linguistic morals. No attempt to deduce the principles of American grammar, or even of American syntax, from the everyday speech of decently spoken Americans has ever been made. There is no scientific study, general and comprehensive in scope, of the American vocabulary, or of the influences lying at the root of American word formation. No American philologist, so far as I know, has ever deigned to give the same sober attention to the sermo plebeius slash of his country that he habitually gives to the mythical objective case in theoretical English, or to the pronunciation of Latin, or to the irregular verbs in French. Section 2. The academic attitude this neglect of the Vulgate by those professionally trained to investigate it, and its disdainful dismissal when it is considered at all, are among the strangest phenomena of American scholarship. In all other countries, the everyday speech of the people, and even the speech of the illiterate, have the constant attention of philologists, and the laws of their growth and variation are elaborately studied. In France, to name but one agency, there is the Société des Parleurs de France, with its diligent inquiries into changing forms. Moreover, the Academy itself is endlessly concerned with the subject, and is at great pains to observe and note every fluctuation in usage. In Germany, amid many other such works, there are the admirable grammars of the spoken speech by Dr. Otto Bremer. In Sweden, there are several journals devoted to the study of the Vulgate, and the government has recently granted a subvention of 7,500 kronen a year to an organization of scholars called the Undersökningen av Svenska Folkmål, formed to investigate it systematically. In Norway, there is a widespread movement to overthrow the official Dano-Norwegian and substitute a national language based upon the speech of the peasants. In Spain, the academia is constantly at work upon its great Diccionario, Ortographia, and Grammatica, and revises them at frequent intervals, the last time in 1914, taking in all new words as they appear and all new forms of old ones. And in Latin America, to come nearer to our own case, the native philologists have produced a copious literature on the matter closest at hand, and one finds in it very excellent works upon the Portuguese dialect of Brazil and the variations of Spanish in Mexico, the Argentine, Chile, Peru, Ecuador, Uruguay, and even Honduras and Costa Rica. But in the United States, the business has attracted little attention and less talent. The only existing formal treatise upon the subject was written by a Swede trained in Germany and is heavy with errors and omissions. And the only usable dictionary of Americanisms was written in England and is the work of an expatriated lawyer. Not a single volume by a native philologist, familiar with the language by daily contact and professionally equipped for the business, is to be found in the meager bibliography. I am not forgetting, of course, the early explorations of Noah Webster, of which much more anon, nor the labors of our later dictionary makers, nor the inquiries of the American Dialect Society, nor even the occasional illuminations of such writers as Richard Grant White, Thomas S. Lounsbury, and Brander Matthews. But all this preliminary work has left the main field almost uncharted. Webster, as we shall see, was far more a reformer of the American dialect than a student of it. He introduced radical changes into its spelling and pronunciation, but he showed little understanding of its direction and genius. One always sees in him, indeed, the teacher rather than the scientific inquirer. The ardor of his desire to expound and instruct was only matched by his infinite capacity for observing inaccurately, and his profound ignorance of elementary philological principles. In the preface to the first edition of his American Dictionary, published in 1828, the first in which he added the qualifying adjective to the title, he argued eloquently for the right of Americans to shape their own speech without regard to English precedents. But only a year before this, he had told Captain Basil Hall that he knew of but 50 genuine Americanisms, truly staggering proof of his defective observation. Webster was the first American professional scholar, and despite his frequent engrossment in public concerns and his endless public controversies, there was always something sequestered and almost medieval about him. The American language that he described and argued for was seldom the actual tongue of the folks about him, but often a sort of volapük made up of 1 part faulty reporting and 9 parts academic theorizing. In only one department did he exert any lasting influence, and that was in the department of orthography. The fact that our spelling is simpler and usually more logical than the English we chiefly owe to him. But it is not to be forgotten that the majority of his innovations, even here, were not adopted, but rejected, nor is it to be forgotten that spelling is the least of all the factors that shape and condition a language. The same caveat lies against the work of the later makers of dictionaries. They have gone ahead of common usage in the matter of orthography, but they have hung back in the far more important matter of vocabulary and have neglected the most important matter of idiom altogether. The defect in the work of the Dialect Society lies in a somewhat similar circumscription of activity. Its constitution, adopted in 1889, says that its object is the investigation of the spoken English of the United States and Canada. But that investigation, so far, has got little beyond the accumulation of vocabularies of local dialects, such as they are. Even in this department, its work is very far from finished, and the dialect dictionary announced years ago has not yet appeared. Until its collections are completed and synchronized, it will be impossible for its members to make any profitable inquiry into the general laws underlying the development of American, or even to attempt a classification of the materials common to the whole speech. The meagerness of the materials accumulated in the 5 slow-moving volumes of dialect notes shows clearly, indeed, how little the American philologist is interested in the language that falls upon his ears every hour of the day. And in modern language notes, that impression is reinforced, for its bulky volumes contain exhaustive studies of all the other living languages and dialects, but only an occasional essay upon American. Now add to this general indifference a persistent and often violent effort to oppose any formal differentiation of English and American, initiated by English purists, but heartily supported by various Americans. And you come, perhaps, to some understanding of the unsatisfactory state of the literature of the subject. The Pioneer Dictionary of Americanisms, published in 1816 by John Pickering, a Massachusetts lawyer, was not only criticized unkindly. It was roundly denounced as something subtly impertinent and corrupting, and even Noah Webster took a formidable fling at it. Most of the American philologists of the early days Witherspoon, Worcester, Fowler, Cobb, and their like were uncompromising advocates of conformity, and combated every indication of a national independence in speech with the utmost vigilance. One of their company, true enough, stood out against the rest. He was George Perkins Marsh, and in his Lectures on the English Language, he argued that, in point of naked syntactical accuracy, the English of America is not at all inferior to that of England. But even Marsh expressed the hope that Americans would not, with malice prepense, go about to republicanize our orthography and our syntax, our grammars and our dictionaries, our nursery hymns, and our Bibles, to the point of actual separation. Moreover, he was a philologist only by courtesy. The regularly ordained schoolmasters were all against him. The fear voiced by William C. Fowler, professor of rhetoric at Amherst, that Americans might break loose from the laws of the English language altogether was echoed by the whole fraternity, and so the corrective bastinado was laid on. It remained, however, for 2 professors of a later day to launch the doctrine that the independent growth of American was not only immoral, but a sheer illusion. They were Richard Grant White, for long the leading American writer upon language questions, at least in popular esteem, and Thomas S. Lounsbury, for 35 years professor of the English language and literature in the Sheffield Scientific School at Yale, and an indefatigable controversialist. Both men were of the utmost industry and research, and both had wide audiences. White's Words and Their Uses, published in 1872, was a mine of erudition, and his Everyday English, following 8 years later, was another. True enough, Fitzedward Hall, the Anglo-Indian American philologist, disposed of many of his etymologies and otherwise did execution upon him, but in the main his contentions held water. Lounsbury was also an adept and favorite expositor. His attacks upon certain familiar pedantries of the grammarians were penetrating and effective, and his 2 books, The Standard of Usage in English and The Standard of Pronunciation in English, not to mention his excellent History of the English Language and his numerous magazine articles, showed a profound knowledge of the early development of the language and an admirable spirit of free inquiry. But both of these laborious scholars, when they turned from English proper to American English, displayed an unaccountable desire to deny its existence altogether. And to the support of that denial, they brought a critical method that was anything but unprejudiced. White devoted not less than 8 long articles in the Atlantic Monthly to a review of the 4th edition of John Russell Bartlett's American Glossary, and when he came to the end, he had disposed of 9/10 of Bartlett's specimens and called into question the authenticity of at least half of what remained. And no wonder, for his method was simply that of erecting tests so difficult and so arbitrary that only the exceptional word or phrase could pass them, and then only by a sort of chance. To stamp a word or a phrase as an Americanism, he said, it is necessary to show that, 1. It is of so-called American origin, that is, that it first came into use in the United States of North America, or that, 2. It has been adopted in those states from some language other than English, or has been kept in use there while it has wholly passed out of use in England. Going further, he argued that unless the simple words in compound names were used in America in a sense different from that in which they are used in England, the compound itself could not be regarded as an Americanism. The absurdity of all this is apparent when it is remembered that one of his rules would bar out such obvious Americanisms as the use of sick in place of ill, of molasses for treacle, and of fall for autumn, for all of these words, while archaic in England, are by no means wholly extinct. And that another would dispose of that vast category of compounds which include such unmistakably characteristic Americanisms as slash, joyride, slash, rake, off, show down, up, lift, outhouse, rubber neck, chair warmer, fire eater, and back talk. Lounsbury went even further. In the course of a series of articles in Harper's Magazine in 1913, he laid down the dogma that cultivated speech affords the only legitimate basis of comparison between the language as used in England and in America, and then went on. In the only really proper sense of the term, an Americanism is a word or phrase naturally used by an educated American, which under similar conditions would not be used by an educated Englishman. The emphasis, it will be seen, lies in the word educated. This curious criterion, fantastic as it must have seemed to European philologists, was presently reinforced, for in his fourth article Lounsbury announced that his discussion was restricted to the written speech of educated men. The result, of course, was a wholesale slaughter of Americanisms. If it was not impossible to reject a word, like white, on the ground that some stray English poet or other had once used it, it was almost always possible to reject it on the ground that it was not admitted into the vocabulary of a college professor when he sat down to compose formal book English. What remained was a small company, indeed and almost the whole field of American idiom and American grammar, so full of interest for the less austere explorer, was closed without even a peek into it. White and Lounsbury dominated the arena and fixed the fashion. The later national experts upon the national language, with a few somewhat timorous exceptions, pass over its peculiarities without noticing them. So far as I can discover, there is not a single treatise in type upon one of its most salient characters, the wide departure of some of its vowel sounds from those of orthodox English. Marsh, C.H., Grangent and Robert J. Menner have printed a number of valuable essays upon the subject, but there is no work that coordinates their inquiries or that attempts otherwise to cover the field. When, in preparing materials for the following chapters, I sought to determine the history of the A sound in America, I found it necessary to plow through scores of ancient spelling books, and to make deductions, perhaps sometimes rather rash, from the works of Franklin, Webster, and Cobb. Of late, the National Council of Teachers of English has appointed a committee on American speech and sought to let some light into the matter, but as yet its labors are barely begun and the publications of its members get little beyond preliminaries. Such an inquiry involves a laboriousness which should have intrigued Lounsbury. He once counted the number of times the word /female/ appears in Vanity Fair. But you will find only a feeble dealing with the question in his book on pronunciation. Nor is there any adequate work, for Shield de Vere's is full of errors and omissions, upon the influences felt by American through contact with the languages of our millions of immigrants, nor upon our peculiarly rich and characteristic slang. There are several excellent dictionaries of English slang, and many more of French slang, but I have been able to find but one devoted exclusively to American slang, and that one is a very bad one. Section 3. The view of writing men but though the native /Gelliot and thus neglect the vernacular, or even oppose its study, it has been the object of earnest lay attention since an early day, and that attention has borne fruit in a considerable accumulation of materials, if not in any very accurate working out of its origins and principles. The English, too, have given attention to it often, alas, satirically, or even indignantly. For a long while, as we shall see, they sought to stem its differentiation by heavy denunciations of its vagaries, and so late as the period of the Civil War they attached to it that quality of abhorrent barbarism, which they saw as the chief mark of the American people. But in later years they have viewed it with a greater showing of scientific calm, and its definite separation from correct English, at least as a spoken tongue, is now quite frankly admitted. The Cambridge History of English Literature, for example, says that English and American are now notably dissimilar in vocabulary, and that the latter is splitting off into a distinct dialect. The 11th edition of the Encyclopaedia Britannica, going further, says that the two languages are already so far apart that it is not uncommon to meet with newspaper articles of which an untraveled Englishman would hardly be able to understand a sentence. A great many other academic authorities, including A. H. Sayce and H. W. and F. G. Fowler, bear testimony to the same effect. On turning to the men actually engaged in writing English, and particularly to those aspiring to an American audience, one finds nearly all of them adverting, at some time or other, to the growing difficulties of intercommunication. William Archer, Arnold Bennett, H. G. Wells, Sidney Lowe, the Chestertons and Kipling are some of those who have dealt with the matter at length. Lowe, in an article in the Westminster Gazette ironically headed, "Ought American to be Taught in Our Schools?" has described how the latter-day British businessman is puzzled by his ignorance of colloquial American and painfully hampered, thereby, in his handling of American trade. He continues, "In the United States of North America, the study of the English tongue forms part of the educational scheme. I gather this because I find that they have professors of the English language and literature in the universities there, and I note that in the schools there are certain hours allotted for English, under instructors who specialize in that subject. This is quite right. English is still far from being a dead language, and our American kinsfolk are good enough to appreciate the fact. But I think we should return the compliment. We ought to learn the American language in our schools and colleges. At present, it is strangely neglected by the educational authorities. They pay attention to linguistic attainments of many other kinds, but not to this. How many thousands of youths are at this moment engaged in puzzling their brains over Latin and Greek grammar only Whitehall knows. Every well-conducted seminary has some instructor who is under the delusion that he is teaching English boys and girls to speak French with a good Parisian accent. We teach German, Italian, even Spanish, Russian, modern Greek, Arabic, Hindustani. For a moderate fee, you can acquire a passing acquaintance with any of these tongues at the Berlitz Institute and the Gouen schools. But even in these polyglot establishments, there is nobody to teach you American. I have never seen a grammar of it or a dictionary. I have searched in vain at the booksellers for How to Learn American in 3 Weeks or some similar compendium. Nothing of the sort exists. The native speech of 100 millions of civilized people is as grossly neglected by the publishers as it is by the schoolmasters. You can find means to learn Hausa or Swahili or Cape Dutch in London more easily than the expressive, if difficult, tongue which is spoken in the office, the bar-room, the tramcar, from the snows of Alaska to the mouths of the Mississippi, and is enshrined in a literature that is growing in volume and favor every day. Lowe then quotes an extract from an American novel appearing serially in an English magazine and extract, including such Americanisms as sidestepper, saltwater, taffy, Prince Albert coat, boob, bartender and kidding, and many characteristically American extravagances of metaphor. It might be well argued, he goes on, that this strange dialect is as near to the tongue that Shakespeare spoke as the dialect of Bayswater or Brixton. But that philological fact does not help to its understanding. You might almost as well expect him to converse freely with a Portuguese railway porter, because he tried to stumble through Caesar when he was in the upper fourth at school. In the London Daily Mail, W. G. Faulkner lately launched this proposed campaign of education by undertaking to explain various terms appearing in American moving pictures to English spectators. Mr. Faulkner assumed that most of his readers would understand sombrero, sidewalk, candy store, freight car, boost, elevator, boss, crook, and fall for autumn without help, but he found it necessary to define such commonplace Americanisms as hoodlum, hobo, bunco steerer, rubber, neck, drummer, sucker, dive, in the sense of a thieves' resort, clean up, graft, and to feature . Curiously enough, He proved the reality of the difficulties he essayed to level by falling into error as to the meanings of some of the terms he listed. Among them dead beat, flume, dub and stag. Another English expositor, apparently following him, thought it necessary to add definitions of hold-up, quitter, rube slash shack slash, road, agent slash, cinch, live wire and scab, but he, too, mistook the meaning of deadbeat, and in addition he misdefined band wagon and substituted get out, seemingly an invention of his own, for get away Faulkner, somewhat belated in his animosity, seized the opportunity to read a homily upon the vulgarity and extravagance of the American language, and argued that the introduction of its coinages through the moving picture theater, /anglais, cinema, cannot be regarded without serious misgivings, if only because it generates and encourages mental indiscipline so far as the choice of expressions is concerned. In other words, the greater pliability and resourcefulness of American is a fault to be corrected by the English tendency to hold to that which is established. Cecil Chesterton, in The New Witness, recently called attention to the increasing difficulty of intercommunication, not only verbally, but in writing. The American newspapers, he said, even the best of them, admit more and more locutions that puzzle and dismay an English reader. After quoting a characteristic headline, he went on, "I defy any ordinary Englishman to say that that is the English language, or that he can find any intelligible meaning in it. Even a dictionary will be of no use to him. He must know the language colloquially or not at all. No doubt it is easier for an Englishman to understand American than it would be for a Frenchman to do the same, just as it is easier for a German to understand Dutch than it would be for a Spaniard. But it does not make the American language identical with the English." Chesterton, however, refrained from denouncing this lack of identity. On the contrary, he allowed certain merits to American. "I do not want anybody to suppose," he said, "that the American language is in any way inferior to ours. In some ways it has improved upon it in vigor and raciness. In other ways it adheres more closely to the English of the best period." Testimony to the same end was furnished before this by William Archer. "New words," he said, "are begotten by new conditions of life, and as American life is far more fertile of new conditions than ours, the tendency toward neologism cannot but be stronger in America than in England. America has enormously enriched the language, not only with new words, but since the American mind is, on the whole, quicker and wittier than the English, with apt and luminous colloquial metaphors." The list of such quotations might be indefinitely prolonged. There is scarcely an English book upon the United States which does not offer some discussion, more or less profound, of American peculiarities of speech, both as they are revealed in spoken discourse, particularly pronunciation and intonation, and as they show themselves in popular literature and in the newspapers, and to this discussion protest is often added, as it very often is by the reviews and newspapers. "The Americans," says a typical critic, "have so far progressed with their self-appointed task of creating an American language that much of their conversation is now incomprehensible to English people." On our own side, there is almost equal evidence of a sense of difference, despite the fact that the educated American is presumably trained in orthodox English and can at least read it without much feeling of strangeness. "The American," says George Ade, in his book of travel, In Pastures New, "must go to England in order to learn for a dead certainty that he does not speak the English language. This pitiful fact comes home to every American when he arrives in London that there are two languages, the English and the American. One is correct, the other is incorrect. One is a pure and limpid stream, the other is a stagnant pool, swarming with bacilli." This was written in 1906. 25 years earlier, Mark Twain had made the same observation. "When I speak my native tongue in its utmost purity in England," he said, "an Englishman can't understand me at all." The languages, continued Mark, were identical several generations ago, but our changed conditions and the spread of our people far to the south and far to the west have made many alterations in our pronunciation, and have introduced new words among us and changed the meanings of old ones. Even before this, the great humorist had marked and hailed these differences. Already in Roughing It, he was celebrating the vigorous new vernacular of the Occidental plains and mountains. And in all his writings, even the most serious, he deliberately engrafted its greater liberty and more fluent idiom upon the stem of English, and so lent the dignity of his high achievement to a dialect that was as unmistakably American as the point of view underlying it. The same tendency is plainly visible in William Dean Howells. His novels are mines of American idiom, and his style shows an undeniable revolt against the trammels of English grammarians. In 1886, he made a plea in Harper's for a concerted effort to put American on its own legs. "If we bother ourselves," he said, "to write what the critics imagine to be English, we shall be priggish and artificial, and still more so if we make our Americans talk English. On our lips, our continental English will differ more and more from the insular English, and we believe that this is not deplorable but desirable." Howells then proceeded to discuss the nature of the difference, and described it accurately as determined by the greater rigidity and formality of the English of modern England. In American, he said, there was to be seen that easy looseness of phrase and gait which characterized the English of the Elizabethan era, and particularly the Elizabethan hospitality to changed meanings and bold metaphors. American, he argued, made new words much faster than English, and they were, in the main, words of much greater daring and savor. The difference between the two tongues, thus noted by the writers of both, was made disconcertingly apparent to the American troops when they first got to France and came into contact with the English. Fraternizing was made difficult by the wide divergence in vocabulary and pronunciation of divergence interpreted by each side as a sign of uncouthness. The YMCA made a characteristic effort to turn the resultant feeling of strangeness and homesickness among the Americans to account. In the Chicago Tribune's Paris edition of July 7, 1917, I find a large advertisement inviting them to make use of the YMCA clubhouse in the Avenue Montaigne, where American is spoken. Earlier in the war, the Illinoiser Staatszeitung no doubt seeking to keep the sense of difference alive, advertised that it would publish articles daily in the American language. Section 4. Foreign observers, what English and American laymen have thus observed, has not escaped the notice of continental philologists. The first edition of Bartlett, published in 1848, brought forth a long and critical review in the Archive für des Studium der neueren Sprachen und Literaturen by Prof. Felix Flügel. And in the successive volumes of the Archive down to our own day, there have been many valuable essays upon Americanisms by such men as Herrig, Kohler, and Coppel. Various Dutch philologists, among them Barents, Keizer, and van der Voort, have also discussed the subject, and a work in French has been published by G. A. Beringer. That, even to the lay continental, American and English now differ considerably, is demonstrated by the fact that many of the popular German Sprachführer appear in separate editions, /Amerikanisch/ and /English/. This is true of the Medulla Sprachführer, published by Prof. F. Lanenscheidt, and of the Polyglot Kuntz books. The American edition of the latter starts off with the doctrine that /Jetter, der nach Nordamerika oder Australien will, muss English /. But a great many of the words and phrases that appear in its examples would be unintelligible to many Englishmen, e.g., free lunch, real estate agent / buckwheat, corn for maize, /conductor / popcorn and drugstore, and a number of others would suggest false meanings or otherwise puzzle g/ napkin / saloon / washstand, water pitcher, and apple pie. To these pedagogical examples must be added that of Baedeker, of guidebook celebrity. In his guidebook to the United States, prepared for Englishmen, he is at pains to explain the meaning of various American words and phrases. A philologist of Scandinavian extraction, Elias Moley, has gone so far as to argue that the acquisition of correct English, to a people grown so mongrel in blood as the Americans, has become a useless burden. In place of it, he proposes a mixed tongue, based on English, but admitting various elements from the other Germanic languages. His grammar, however, is so much more complex than that of English that most Americans would probably find his artificial, American, very difficult of acquirement. At all events, it has made no progress. Section 5. The characters of American. The characters chiefly noted in American speech by all who have discussed it are, first, its general uniformity throughout the country, so that dialects, properly speaking, are confined to recent immigrants, to the native whites of a few isolated areas, and to the Negroes of the South. And secondly, its impatient disdain of rule and precedent, and hence its large capacity, distinctly greater than that of the English of England, for taking in new words and phrases, and for manufacturing new locutions out of its own materials. The first of these characters has struck every observer, native and foreign. In place of the local dialects of other countries, we have a general /Volksprach/ for the whole nation, and if it is conditioned at all, it is only by minor differences in pronunciation and by the linguistic struggles of various groups of newcomers. The speech of the United States, said Gilbert M. Tucker, is quite unlike that of Great Britain in the important particular that here we have no dialects. We all, said Mr. Taft during his presidency, speak the same language and have the same ideas. Manners, morals, and political views, said the New York World, commenting upon this dictum, have all undergone a standardization which is one of the remarkable aspects of American evolution. Perhaps it is in the uniformity of language that this development has been most noteworthy. Outside of the Tennessee mountains and the back country of New England, there is no true dialect. While we have or have had single counties as large as Great Britain, says another American observer, and in some of our states England could be lost, there is practically no difference between the American spoken in our 4,039,000 square miles of territory, except as spoken by foreigners. We, assembled here, would be perfectly understood by delegates from Texas, Maine, Minnesota, Louisiana, or Alaska, or from whatever walk of life they might come. We can go to any of the 75,000 post offices in this country and be entirely sure we will be understood, whether we want to buy a stamp or borrow a match. From Portland, Maine, to Portland, Oregon, agrees an English critic, no trace of a distinct dialect is to be found. The man from Maine, even though he may be of inferior education and limited capacity, can completely understand the man from Oregon. No other country can show such linguistic solidarity, nor any approach to it, not even Canada, for there a large part of the population resists learning English altogether. The Little Russian of the Ukraine is unintelligible to the citizen of Petrograd. The Northern Italian can scarcely follow a conversation in Sicilian. The Low German from Hamburg is a foreigner in Munich. The Breton flounders in Gascony. Even in the United Kingdom, there are wide divergences. When we remember, says the New International Encyclopedia, that the dialects of the countries, in England have marked differences so marked, indeed that it may be doubted whether a Lancashire miner and a Lincolnshire farmer could understand each other, we may well be proud that our vast country has, strictly speaking, only one language. This uniformity was noted by the earliest observers. Pickering called attention to it in the preface to his Vocabulary and ascribed it, no doubt accurately, to the restlessness of the Americans, their inheritance of the immigrant spirit, the frequent removals of people from one part of our country to another. It is especially marked in vocabulary and grammatical forms, the foundation stones of a living speech. There may be slight differences in pronunciation and intonation, a Southern softness, a Yankee drawl, a Western burr, but in the words they use and the way they use them, all Americans, even the least tutored, follow the same line. One observes, of course, a polite speech and a common speech, but the common speech is everywhere the same, and its uniform vagaries take the place of the dialectic variations of other lands. A Boston streetcar conductor could go to work in Chicago, San Francisco, or New Orleans without running the slightest risk of misunderstanding his new fares. Once he had picked up half a dozen localisms, he would be, to all linguistic intents and purposes, fully naturalized. Of the intrinsic differences that separate American from English, the chief have their roots in the obvious disparity between the environment and traditions of the American people since the 17th century and those of the English. The latter have lived under a stable social order, and it has impressed upon their souls their characteristic respect for what is customary and of good report. Until the war brought chaos to their institutions, their whole lives were regulated, perhaps more than those of any other people save the Spaniards, by a regard for precedent. The Americans, though largely of the same blood, have felt no such restraint and acquired no such habit of conformity. On the contrary, they have plunged to the other extreme, for the conditions of life in their new country have put a high value upon the precisely opposite qualities of curiosity and daring, and so they have acquired that character of restlessness, that impatience of forms, that disdain of the dead hand, which now broadly marks them. From the first, says a recent literary historian, they have been less phlegmatic, less conservative than the English. There were climatic influences, it may be, there was surely a spirit of intensity everywhere that made for short effort. Thus, in the arts, and thus in business, in politics, in daily intercourse, in habits of mind and speech, the American is not, in truth, lacking in a capacity for discipline. He has it highly developed. He submits to leadership readily, and even to tyranny. But by a curious twist, it is not the leadership that is old and decorous that fetches him, but the leadership that is new and extravagant. He will resist dictation out of the past, but he will follow a new Messiah with almost Russian willingness, and into the wildest vagaries of economics, religion, morals, and speech. A new fallacy in politics spreads faster in the United States than anywhere else on earth, and so does a new fashion in hats, or a new revelation of God, or a new means of killing time, or a new metaphor or piece of slang. Thus the American, on his linguistic side, likes to make his language as he goes along, and not all the hard work of his grammar teachers can hold the business back. A novelty loses nothing by the fact that it is a novelty. It rather gains something, and particularly if it meet the national fancy for the terse, the vivid, and, above all, the bold and imaginative. The characteristic American habit of reducing complex concepts to the starkest abbreviations was already noticeable in colonial times, and such highly typical Americanisms as O, K, N, G, and P, DQ have been traced back to the first days of the Republic. Nor are the influences that shape these early tendencies invisible today, for the country is still in process of growth, and no settled social order has yet descended upon it. Institution making is still going on, and so is language making. In so modest an operation as that which has evolved bunco from slash bunkum slash and bunk from bunco, there is evidence of a phenomenon which the philologist recognizes as belonging to the most primitive and lusty stages of speech. The American vulgate is not only constantly making new words, it is also deducing roots from them, and so giving proof, as Prof. Say says that the creative powers of language are even now not extinct. But of more importance than its sheer inventions, if only because much more numerous, are its extensions of the vocabulary, both absolutely and in ready workableness, by the devices of rhetoric. The American from the beginning has been the most ardent of recorded rhetoricians. His politics bristles with pungent epithets. His whole history has been bedizened with tall talk. His fundamental institutions rest as much upon brilliant phrases as upon logical ideas. And in small things as in large, he exercises continually an incomparable capacity for projecting hidden and often fantastic relationships into arresting parts of speech. Such a term as rubber neck is almost a complete treatise on American psychology. It reveals the national habit of mind more clearly than any labored inquiry could ever reveal it. It has in it precisely the boldness and disdain of ordered forms that are so characteristically American, and it has too the grotesque humor of the country, and the delight in devastating opprobriums, and the acute feeling for the succinct and savory. The same qualities are in rough house, water wagon, near, silk, has been, lame duck, and 1,000 other such racy substantives, and in all the great stock of native verbs and adjectives. There is, indeed, but a shadowy boundary in these new coinages between the various parts of speech. Corral, borrowed from the Spanish, immediately becomes a verb and the father of an adjective. Bust, carved out of burst, erects itself into a noun. Bum, coming by way of an earlier bummer from the German /bummler/ becomes noun, adjective, verb, and adverb. Verbs are fashioned out of substantives by the simple process of prefixing the preposition. To engineer, to chink, to stump, to hog others grow out of an intermediate adjective, as to boom others are made by torturing nouns with harsh affixes, as to burglarize and slash to itemize /, or by groping for the root, as to resurrect yet others are changed from intransitive to transitive. A sleeping car /sleeps /30 passengers. So with the adjectives. They are made of substantives unchanged. Codfish, jitney, or by bold combinations, /down and out /, upstate, flat, footed, or by shading down suffixes to a barbaric simplicity. Scary, classy, tasty. or by working over adverbs until they tremble on the brink between adverb and adjective. Right and near are examples. All of these processes, of course, are also to be observed in the English of England. In the days of its great Elizabethan growth, they were in the lustiest possible being. They are, indeed, common to all languages. They keep language alive. But if you will put the English of today beside the American of today, you will see at once how much more forcibly they are in operation in the latter than in the former. English has been arrested in its growth by its purists and grammarians. It shows no living change in structure and syntax since the days of Anne, and very little modification in either pronunciation or vocabulary. Its tendency is to conserve that which is established, to say the new thing, as nearly as possible, in the old way, to combat all that expansive gusto which made for its pliancy and resilience in the days of Shakespeare. In place of the old loose-footedness, there is set up a preciosity which, in one direction, takes the form of unyielding affectations in the spoken language, and in another form shows itself in the heavy Johnsonese of current English writing, the jargon denounced by Sir Arthur Quillercouch in his Cambridge lectures. This infirmity of speech Quillercouch finds in parliamentary debates and in the newspapers. It has become the medium through which boards of government, county councils, syndicates, committees, commercial firms express the processes as well as the conclusions of their thought, and so voice the reason of their being. Distinct from journalese, the two yet overlap, and have a knack of assimilating each other's vices. American, despite the gallant efforts of the professors, has so far escaped any such suffocating formalization. We, too, of course, have our occasional practitioners of the authentic English jargon. In the late Grover Cleveland, we produced an acknowledged master of it. But in the main, our faults in writing lie in precisely the opposite direction. That is to say, we incline toward a directness of statement which, at its greatest, lacks restraint and urbanity altogether, and toward a hospitality which often admits novelties for the mere sake of their novelty, and is quite uncritical of the difference between a genuine improvement in succinctness and clarity and mere extravagant raciness. The tendency, says one English observer, is to consider the speech of any man himself as good as any other. All beauty and distinction, says another, are ruthlessly sacrificed to force. Moreover, this strong revolt against conventional bonds is by no means confined to the folk speech, nor even to the loose conversational English of the upper classes. It also gets into more studied discourse, both spoken and written. I glance through the speeches of Dr. Woodrow Wilson, surely a purist if we have one at all, and find in a few moments half a dozen locutions that an Englishman in like position would never dream of using. Among them we must get a move on, hog as a verb, gum. Shoe as an adjective with verbal overtones, slash onery slash in place of slash ordinary slash. And that is going some from the earliest days. Indeed, English critics have found this gypsy tendency in our most careful writing. They denounced it in Marshall, Cooper, Mark Twain, Poe, Lossing, Lowell, and Holmes, and even in Hawthorne and Thoreau, and it was no less academic a work than W.C. Brownell's French Traits, which brought forth, in a London literary journal, the dictum that the language most depressing to the cultured Englishman is the language of the cultured American. Even educated American English, agrees the chief of modern English grammarians, is now almost entirely independent of British influence, and differs from it considerably, though as yet not enough to make the two dialects American English and British English mutually unintelligible. American thus shows its character in a constant experimentation, a wide hospitality to novelty, a steady reaching out for new and vivid forms. No other tongue of modern times admits foreign words and phrases more readily. None is more careless of precedents. None shows a greater fecundity and originality of fancy. It is producing new words every day, by trope, by agglutination, by the shedding of inflections, by the merging of parts of speech, and by sheer brilliance of imagination. It is full of what Bret Harte called the saber-cuts of Saxon. It meets Montaigne's ideal of a succulent and nervous speech, short and compact, not as much delicated and combed out as vehement and brusque, rather arbitrary than monotonous, not pedantic but soldierly, as Suetonius called Caesar's Latin. One pictures the common materials of English dumped into a pot, exotic flavorings added, and the bubblings assiduously and expectantly skimmed. What is old and respected is already in decay the moment it comes into contact with what is new and vivid. Let American confront a novel problem alongside English, and immediately its superior imaginativeness and resourcefulness become obvious. Movie is better than cinema. It is not only better American, it is better English. Billboard is better than hoarding. Office holder is more honest, more picturesque, more thoroughly Anglo-Saxon that public servant STEM. Winder somehow has more life in it, more fancy and vividness, than the literal keyless watch turned to the terminology of railroading itself, by the way, an Americanism. Its creation fell upon the two peoples equally, but they tackled the job independently. The English, seeking a figure to denominate the wedge-shaped fender in front of a locomotive, called it a plow. The Americans, characteristically, gave it the far more pungent name of cow-catcher, so with the casting where two rails join. The English called it a crossing plate. The Americans, more responsive to the suggestion in its shape, called it a frog. This boldness of conceit, of course, makes for vulgarity. Unrestrained by any critical sense, and the critical sense of the professors counts for little, for they cry wolf too often at flowers in such barbaric inventions as tasty, all right, no, account, pants, go ahitativeness Tony, semi-occasional to fellowship and to doxologize Let it be admitted, American is not infrequently vulgar. The Americans, too, are vulgar. Bayard Taylor called them. Anglo-Saxons relapsed into semi-barbarism. America itself is unutterably vulgar. But vulgarity, after all, means no more than a yielding to natural impulses in the face of conventional inhibitions, and that yielding to natural impulses is at the heart of all healthy language-making. The history of English, like the history of American and every other living tongue, is a history of vulgarisms that, by their accurate meeting of real needs, have forced their way into sound usage and even into the lifeless catalogues of the grammarians. The colonial pedants denounced to advocate as bitterly as they ever denounced to compromit or to happify and all the English authorities gave them aid, but it forced itself into the American language despite them. And today it is even accepted as English and has got into the Oxford Dictionary. To donate, so late as 1870, was dismissed by Richard Grant White as ignorant and abominable, and to this day the English will have none of it, but there is not an American dictionary that doesn't accept it, and surely no American writer would hesitate to use it. Reliable, gubernatorial standpoint and scientist have survived opposition of equal ferocity. The last named was coined by William Whewell, an Englishman in 1840, but was first adopted in America. Despite the fact that Fitzedward Hall and other eminent philologists used it and defended it, it aroused almost incredible opposition in England. So recently as 1890, it was denounced by the London Daily News as an ignoble Americanism. And according to William Archer, it was finally accepted by the English only at the point of the bayonet. The purist performs a useful office in enforcing a certain logical regularity upon the process. And in our own case, the omnipresent example of the greater conservatism of the English corrects our native tendency to go too fast. But the process itself is as inexorable in its workings as the precession of the equinoxes. And if we yield to it more eagerly than the English, it is only a proof, perhaps, that the future of what was once the Anglo-Saxon tongue lies on this side of the water. The story of English grammar, says Murison, is a story of simplification, of dispensing with grammatical forms, and of the most copious and persistent enlargement of vocabulary and mutation of idiom ever recorded, perhaps, by descriptive philology. English now has the brakes on, but American continues to leap in the dark, and the prodigality of its movement is all the indication that is needed of its intrinsic health, its capacity to meet the ever-changing needs of a restless and iconoclastic people, constantly fluent in racial composition and disdainful of hampering traditions. Language, says Sayce, is no artificial product, contained in books and dictionaries and governed by the strict rules of impersonal grammarians. It is the living expression of the mind and spirit of a people, ever-changing and shifting, whose sole standard of correctness is custom and the common usage of the community. The first lesson to be learned is that there is no intrinsic right or wrong in the use of language, no fixed rules such as are the delight of the teacher of Latin prose. What is right now will be wrong hereafter. What language rejected yesterday she accepts today. Section 6. The materials of American one familiar with the habits of pedagogues need not be told that, in their grudging discussions of American, they have spent most of their energies upon vain attempts to classify its materials. White and Lounsbury, as I have shown, carried the business to the limits of the preposterous. When they had finished identifying and cataloging Americanisms, there were no more Americanisms left to study. The ladies and gentlemen of the American Dialect Society, though praiseworthy for their somewhat deliberate industry, fall into a similar fault, for they are so eager to establish minute dialectic variations that they forget the general language almost altogether. Among investigators of less learning, there is a more spacious view of the problem, and the labored categories of White and Lounsbury are much extended. Pickering, the first to attempt a list of Americanisms, rehearsed their origin under the following headings. We have formed some new words. To some old ones that are still in use in England, we have affixed new significations. Others, which have long been obsolete in England, are still retained in common use among us. Bartlett, in the second edition of his dictionary, dated 1859, increased these classes to 9. Archaisms, i.e., Old English words, obsolete or nearly so in England, but retained in use in this country. English words used in a different sense from what they are in England. These include many names of natural objects differently applied. Words which have retained their original meaning in the United States, though not in England. English provincialisms adopted into general use in America. Newly coined words which owe their origin to the productions or to the circumstances of the country. Words borrowed from European languages, especially the French, Spanish, Dutch, and German. Indian words, Negroisms, peculiarities of pronunciation. Some time before this, but after the publication of Bartlett's first edition in 1848, William C. Fowler, professor of rhetoric at Amherst, devoted a brief chapter to American dialects in his well-known work on English, and in it one finds the following formidable classification of Americanisms. Words borrowed from other languages. A Indian as /Kennebec /Ohio /Tombigbee Sagamore /Quahog /Succotash. B Dutch as boss /Cruller /Stoop. C German as spuke, sauerkraut. D French as bio cache shoot, crevasse levee. E Spanish as calaboose /chaparral hacienda rancho ranchero. F Negro as bacra. Words introduced from the necessity of our situation in order to express new ideas. A words connected with and flowing from our political institutions, as selectmen, presidential, congressional, /caucus /mass meeting lynch law, help for servants. B words connected with our ecclesiastical institutions, as /associational consociational to fellowship / to missionate /. C words connected with a new country, as lot, diggings /betterment /squatter. Miscellaneous Americanisms. A words and phrases become obsolete in England, as talented /offset for set off, back and forth, for backward and forward /. B old words and phrases which are now merely provincial in England, as hub /wap to wilt. C nouns formed from verbs by adding the French suffix ment, as publishment /releasement requirement. D forms of words which fill the gap or vacancy between two words which are approved, as obligate between oblige and /obligation and variate between vary and variation. E certain compound terms for which the English have different compounds, as bankbill, banknote, /bookstore /bookseller's shop, bottom land, interval land, /clapboard /pail, seaboard, seashore, /side hill hillside. F certain colloquial phrases, apparently idiomatic and very expressive, as to cave in, to flare up, to flunk out, to fork over to hold on, to let on, to stave off, to take on /. G intensives, often a matter of mere temporary fashion, as dreadful mighty, plaguey, powerful. H certain verbs expressing one's state of mind, but partially or timidly, as to allot upon, for to count upon, to calculate to expect to think or believe, to guess, to reckon. I certain adjectives expressing not only quality but one's subjective feelings in regard to it, as clever, grand, slash green slash, likely, smart, ugly. J. Abridgments as stage for stagecoach, turnpike for slash turnpike road slash, spry for sprightly, to conduct for slash to conduct oneself. K. Quaint or burlesque terms, as to tote, to yank slash humbug slash loafer muss plunder for baggage, slash rock slash for stone. L. Low expressions mostly political, as slash slangwanger slash loco foco slash hunker, to get the hang of. M. Ungrammatical expressions disapproved by all, as slash do don't slash used to could, can't come it, universal preacher slash, for universalist, there's no two ways about it slash dot. Elwin, in 1859, attempted no classification. He confined his glossary to archaic English words surviving in America and sought only to prove that they had come down from our remotest ancestry and were thus undeserving of the reviling lavished upon them by English critics. Shiel de Vere, in 1872, followed Bartlett and devoted himself largely to words borrowed from the Indian dialects and from the French, Spanish, and Dutch. But Farmer, in 1889, ventured upon a new classification, prefacing it with the following definition. An Americanism may be defined as a word or phrase, old or new, employed by general or respectable usage in America in a way not sanctioned by the best standards of the English language. As a matter of fact, however, the term has come to possess a wider meaning, and it is now applied not only to words and phrases which can be so described, but also to the new and legitimately born words adapted to the general needs and usages, to the survivals of an older form of English than that now current in the mother country, and to the racy, pungent vernacular of Western life. He then proceeded to classify his materials thus: words and phrases of purely American derivation, embracing words originating in A. Indian and Aboriginal life, B. Pioneer and frontier life, C. The church, D. Politics, E. Trades of all kinds, F. Travel afloat and ashore, words brought by colonists including A. The German element, B. The French, C. The Spanish, D. The Dutch, E. The Negro, F. The Chinese, names of American things embracing A. Natural products, B. Manufactured articles, perverted English words, obsolete English words still in good use in America, English words, American by inflection and modification, odd and ignorant popular phrases, proverbs, vulgarisms, and colloquialisms, cant and slang, individualisms, doubtful and miscellaneous. Clappin, in 1902, reduced these categories to 4. Genuine English words, obsolete or provincial in England and universally used in the United States. English words conveying in the United States a different meaning from that attached to them in England. Words introduced from other languages than the English, French, Dutch, Spanish, German, Indian, etc. Americanisms proper, i.e., words coined in the country, either representing some new idea or peculiar product. Thornton, in 1912, substituted the following: forms of speech now obsolete or provincial in England, which survive in the United States, such as allow, bureau, fall, slash, gotten, slash, guess, likely, professor, shote. Words and phrases of distinctly American origin, such as slash belittle slash, lengthy lightning rod, to darken one's doors, slash to bark up the wrong tree, to come out at the little end of the horn slash, blind tiger, cold snap, gay Quaker, gone coon, slash long saw slash, pay dirt, small potatoes, some pumpkins. Nouns which indicate quadrupeds, birds, trees, articles of food, etc. that are distinctively American, such as groundhog slash hangbird slash, hominy, live oak, locust, opossum, persimmon slash pone slash, succotash, wampum, wigwam. Names of persons and classes of persons and of places, such as slash Buckeye slash, cracker, greaser, Hoosier, old bullion slash old hickory slash, the little giant, Dixie, Gotham, the Bay State, the monumental city. Words which have assumed a new meaning, such as card, clever slash fork slash, help, penny, plunder, raise, rock, sack, slash ticket slash, windfall. In addition, Thornton added a provisional class of words and phrases of which I have found earlier examples in American than in English writers, with the caveat that further research may reverse the claim A class offering specimens in alarmist, capitalize, slash eruptiveness slash, horse of another color, slash sick, slash, the jig's up, slash nameable slash omnibus bill, propaganda, and whitewash. No more than a brief glance at these classifications is needed to show that they hamper the inquiry by limiting its scope not so much, to be sure, as the ridiculous limitations of White and Lounsbury, but still very seriously. They meet the ends of purely descriptive lexicography, but largely leave out of account some of the most salient characters of a living language, for example, pronunciation and idiom. Only Bartlett and Farmer establish a separate category of Americanisms produced by changes in pronunciation, though even Thornton, of course, is obliged to take notice of such forms as slash, bust, slash, and bile. None of them, however, goes into the matter at any length, nor even into the matter of etymology. Bartlett's etymologies are scanty and often inaccurate. Shield de Vere's are sometimes quite fanciful. Thornton offers scarcely any at all. The best of these collections of Americanisms, and by long odds, is Thornton's. It presents an enormous mass of quotations, and they are all very carefully dated, and it corrects most of the more obvious errors in the work of earlier inquirers. But its very dependence upon quotations limits it chiefly to the written language, and so the enormously richer materials of the spoken language are passed over, and particularly the materials evolved during the past 20 years. One searches the two fat volumes in vain for such highly characteristic forms as would've, near, accident, and slash butinsky slash, the use of slash sure slash as an adverb, and the employment of well as a sort of general equivalent of the German also. These grammatical and syntactical tendencies are beyond the scope of Thornton's investigation, but it is plain that they must be prime concerns of any future student who essays to get at the inner spirit of the language. Its difference from Standard English is not merely a difference in vocabulary, to be disposed of in an alphabetical list. It is, above all, a difference in pronunciation, in intonation, in conjugation and declension, in metaphor and idiom, in the whole fashion of using words. A page from one of Ring W. Lardner's baseball stories contains few words that are not in the English vocabulary, and yet the thoroughly American color of it cannot fail to escape anyone who actually listens to the tongue spoken around him. Some of the elements which enter into that color will be considered in the following pages. The American vocabulary, of course, must be given first attention, for in it the earliest American divergences are embalmed, and it tends to grow richer and freer year after year. But attention will also be paid to materials and ways of speech that are less obvious, and in particular to certain definite tendencies of the grammar of spoken American, hitherto wholly neglected. Footnotes: pp. 22-23. America's Coming of Age, New York, 1915, p. 15. See also the preface to Everyday English by Richard Grant White, Boston, 1881, p. 18. The common notion that the Academy combats changes is quite erroneous. In the preface to the first edition of its dictionary, 1694, it disclaimed any purpose to make new words and to reject others at its pleasure. In the preface to the second edition, 1718, it confessed that ignorance and corruption often introduce manners of writing, and that convenience establishes them. In the preface to the third edition, 1740, it admitted that it was forced to admit changes which the public has made. And so on. Says D. M. Robertson, in A History of the French Academy, London, 1910, the Academy repudiates any assumption of authority over the language with which the public in its own practice has not first clothed it. So much, indeed, does it confine itself to an interpretation merely of the laws of language, that its decisions are sometimes contrary to its own judgment of what is either desirable or expedient. Cf. Scandinavian Studies and Notes, Volume Roman 4, No. 3, Aug. 1917, p. 258. This movement won official recognition so long ago as 1885, when the Storting passed the first of a series of acts designed to put the two languages on equal footing. 4 years later, after a campaign going back to 1874, provision was made for teaching the slash land small slash in the schools for the training of primary teachers. In 1899, a professorship of the slash land small slash was established in the University of Christiania. The school boards in the case of primary schools, and the pupils in the case of middle and high schools are now permitted to choose between the two languages, and the slash land small slash has been given official status by the state church. The chief impediment to its wider acceptance lies in the fact that it is not, as it stands, a natural language, but an artificial amalgamation of peasant dialects. It was devised in 1848-50 by Ivar Aasen. Vide the Language Question, /London Times /Norwegian Supplement, May 18, 1914. A few such works are listed in the bibliography. More of them are mentioned in Americanismos by Miguel de Toro Weigisbert, Paris, N.D. Maximilien Scheel de Vere, Americanisms, The English of the New World, New York, 1872. Richard H. Thornton, An American Glossary, 2 vols, Philat and London, 1912. Organized Feb. 1889, with Dr. J. J. Child of Harvard as its first president. Author of Travels in North America, London, 1829. A vocabulary or collection of words and phrases which have been supposed to be peculiar to the United States of America. Boston, 1816. A Letter to the Hun, John Pickering on the subject of his vocabulary, Boston, 1817. 4th ed., New York, 1870, p. 669. Op. Cit. /p. 676. The English Language, New York, 1850, Reverend ed., 1855. This was the first American textbook of English for use in colleges. Before its publication, according to Fowler himself, Reverend ed. P.Z., the language was studied only superficially and in the primary schools. He goes on, afterward, when older in the academy during their preparation for college, our pupils perhaps despised it, in comparison with the Latin and the Greek. And in the college, they do not systematically study the language after they come to maturity. In recent exemplifications of false philology, London, 1872. Americanisms, Parts I Roman 8, April, May, July, Sept. Nov. 1878 Jan. March, May, 1879. A glossary of words and phrases usually regarded as peculiar to the United States, 4th ed. Boston, 1877. Feb, March, June, July, Sept. Volume Roman 14, pp. 484-5, Cambridge, 1917. Volume Roman 25, p. 209. July 18, 1913. Of the words cited as still unfamiliar in England, Thornton has traced hobo to 1891, hold up and bunco to 1887, dive to 1882, deadbeat to 1877, hoodlum to 1872, road agent to 1866, stag to 1856, drummer to 1836, and flume to 1792. All of them are probably older than these references indicate. Summarized in Literary Digest, June 19, 1915. America Today, /Scribners /Feb. 1899, p. 218. London Court Journal, Aug. 28, 1892. In Pastures New, New York, 1906, p. 6. Concerning the American Language, in The Stolen White Elephant, Boston, 1882. A footnote says that the essay is part of a chapter crowded out of A Tramp Abroad. Hartford, 1880. Hartford, 1872, p. 45. The Editor's Study, Harper's Magazine, Jan. 1886. Die English Sprake in Nordamerika, Band Roman 4, Heft I Braunschweig, 1848. Études sur l'anglais parlé aux États Unis, la langue américaine. /Actes de la Société Philologique de Paris, March, 1874. Metallisprachführer, English von Karl Blattner, Ausgabe für Amerika, Berlin Schönberg, 1912. Polyglot Kunzi, Schnellst Erlernung jetter Sprachen Lehre Amerikanisch, Bonn ARH, ND. Like the English expositors of American slang, this German falls into several errors. For example, he gives cock for rooster, /boots/ for shoes, braces for suspenders, and postman for letter carrier, and lists /ironmonger/ joiner and /linen draper/ as American terms. He also spells wagon in the English manner, with 2 G's, and translates /schweinefuss/ as pork feet, but he spells such words as color in the American manner and gives the pronunciation of clerk as the American /clerk/, not as the English clerk. Moley's notions are set forth in Plea for an American Language, Chicago, 1888, and Teutonisch, Chicago, 1902. He announced the preparation of a dictionary of the American language in 1888, but so far as I know, it has not been published. He was born in Wisconsin, of Norwegian parents, in 1845 and pursued linguistic studies at the University of Wisconsin, where he seems to have taken a Ph.B. American English, North American Review, Jan. 1883. Oct. 1, 1909. J. F. Healy, General Manager of the Davis Colliery Co. at Elkins, W. Va. in a speech before the West Virginia Coal Mining Institute at Wheeling, Dec. 1910, reprinted as The American Language, Pittsburgh, 1911. Westminster Review, July, 1888, p. 35. W. W. Skeat distinguishes no less than 9 dialects in Scotland, 3 in Ireland, and 30 in England and Wales. Vide English dialects from the 8th century to the present day. Cambridge, 1911, p. 107/et sec. Art Americanisms, 2nd ed. F. L. Patty, A History of American Literature Since 1870, New York, 1916. A. H. Sayce, Introduction to the Science of Language, 2 vols, London, 1900. See especially Volume Roman II, ch. Roman 6. /cf/ the chapter, Interlude, On Jargon, in Quiller Couches on the Art of Writing, New York, 1916. Curiously enough, large parts of the learned critic's book are written in the very jargon he attacks. Alexander Francis, Americans, An Impression, New York, 1900. G. Lowes Dickinson in the English Review, quoted by /Current Literature / April, 1910. Speech before the Chamber of Commerce Convention, Washington, Feb. 1916. Speech at Workingman's Dinner, New York, Sept. 4, 1912. Wit and Wisdom of Woodrow Wilson, Comp. By Richard Linthicum, New York, 1916, p. 54. Speech at Ridgewood, N.J., April 22, 1910. Wit and Wisdom, p. 56. Henry Sweet, A New English Grammar, Logical and Historical, 2 parts, Oxford, 1903, Part 1, p. 224. Despite this fact, an academic and ineffective opposition to it still goes on. On the style sheet of the Century magazine, it is listed among the words and phrases to be avoided. It was prohibited by the famous Index Expurgatorius / prepared by William Cullen Bryant for the New York Evening Post, and his prohibition is still theoretically in force, but the word is now actually permitted by the Post. The Chicago Daily News Style Book, dated July 1, 1908, also bans it. Scientist is now in the Oxford Dictionary, so are reliable /standpoint / and gubernatorial, but the Century magazine still bans Standpoint, and the Evening Post, at least in theory, bans both Standpoint and reliable. The Chicago Daily News accepts /standpoint / but bans reliable and gubernatorial. All of these words, of course, are now quite as good as ox or end. Art, Changes in the Language Since Shakespeare's Time, Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume Roman 14, p. 491. Introduction to the Science of Language, Volume Roman II, pp. 333-4. Op. Cit. /pp. 119-28. Alfred L. Elwin, M.D., Glossary of Supposed Americanisms, Phila, 1859. John S. Farmer, Americanisms Old and New, London, 1889. Silva Clappin, A New Dictionary of Americanisms, being a glossary of words supposed to be peculiar to the United States and the Dominion of Canada. New York, 1902. 2. The Beginnings of American. Section 1. In colonial days, William Gifford, the first editor of the Quarterly Review, is authority for the tale that some of the Puritan clergy of New England, during the Revolution, proposed that English be formally abandoned as the national language of America, and Hebrew adopted in its place. An American chronicler, Charles Astor Bristed, makes the proposed tongue Greek and reports that the change was rejected on the ground that it would be more convenient for us to keep the language as it is and make the English speak Greek. The story, though it has the support of the editors of the Cambridge History of American Literature, has an apocryphal smack. One suspects that the savagely anti-American Gifford invented it. But true or false, it well indicates the temper of those times. The passion for complete political independence of England bred a general hostility to all English authority, whatever its character, and that hostility, in the direction of present concern to us, culminated in the revolutionary attitude of Noah Webster's Dissertations on the English Language, printed in 1789. Webster harbored no fantastic notion of abandoning English altogether, but he was eager to set up American as a distinct and independent dialect. Let us, he said, seize the present moment and establish a national language as well as a national government. As an independent nation, our honor requires us to have a system of our own in language as well as government. Long before this, the challenge had been flung. Scarcely 2 years after the Declaration of Independence, Franklin was instructed by Congress, on his appointment as minister to France, to employ the language of the United States, not simply English, in all his replies or answers to the communications of the ministry of Louis Roman XVI. And 8 years before the Declaration, Franklin himself had drawn up a characteristically American scheme of spelling reform, and had offered plenty of proof in it, perhaps unconsciously, that the standards of spelling and pronunciation in the New World had already diverged noticeably from those accepted on the other side of the ocean. In acknowledging the dedication of Webster's Dissertations, Franklin endorsed both his revolt against English domination and his forecast of widening differences in future, though protesting at the same time against certain Americanisms that have since come into good usage and even migrated to England. This protest was marked by Franklin's habitual mildness, but in other quarters dissent was voiced with far less urbanity. The growing independence of the colonial dialect, not only in its spoken form, but also in its most dignified written form, had begun, indeed, to attract the attention of purists in both England and America, and they sought to dispose of it in its infancy by force majeure slash. One of the first and most vigorous of the attacks upon it was delivered by John Witherspoon, a Scotch clergyman who came out in 1769 to be president of Princeton in partibus infidelium slash. This Witherspoon brought a Scotch hatred of the English with him, and at once became a leader of the party of independence. He signed the Declaration to the tune of much rhetoric, and was the only clergyman to sit in the Continental Congress. But in matters of learning, he was orthodox to the point of hunkerousness, and the strange locutions that he encountered on all sides aroused his pedagogic ire. "I have heard in this country," he wrote in 1781, "in the Senate, at the bar, and from the pulpit, and see daily in dissertations from the press, errors in grammar, improprieties and vulgarisms which hardly any person of the same class in point of rank and literature would have fallen into in Great Britain." It was Witherspoon who coined the word Americanism, and at once the English guardians of the sacred vessels began employing it as a general synonym for vulgarism and barbarism. Another learned immigrant, the Reverend Jonathan Boucher, soon joined him. This Boucher was a friend of Washington, but was driven back to England by his loyalist sentiments. He took revenge by printing various charges against the Americans, among them that of making all the haste they can to rid themselves of the language. After the opening of the new century, all the British reviews maintained an eager watchfulness for these abhorrent inventions, and denounced them, when found, with the utmost vehemence. The Edinburgh / which led the charge, opened its attack in October 1804, and the appearance of the 5 volumes of Chief Justice Marshall's Life of George Washington, during the 3 years following, gave the signal for corrective articles in the British Critic, the Critical Review, the Annual, the Monthly, and the Eclectic, the British Critic, in April 1808. Admitted somewhat despairingly that the damage was already done, that the common speech of the United States has departed very considerably from the standard adopted in England. The others, however, sought to stay the flood by invective against Marshall, and later against his rival biographer, the Reverend Aaron Bancroft. The Annual in 1808 pronounced its high curse and anathema upon that torrent of barbarous phraseology which was pouring across the Atlantic, and which threatened to destroy the purity of the English language. In Bancroft's Life of George Washington, 1808, according to the British Critic, there were gross Americanisms, inordinately offensive to Englishmen, at almost every page. The Reverend Jeremy Belknap, long anticipating Elwyn, White, and Lounsbury, tried to obtain a respite from this abuse by pointing out the obvious fact that many of the Americanisms under fire were merely survivors of an English that had become archaic in England. But this effort counted for little. For on the one hand, the British purists enjoyed the chase too much to give it up. And on the other hand, there began to dawn in America a new spirit of nationality, at first very faint, which viewed the differences objected to, not with shame, but with a fierce sort of pride. In the first volume of the North American Review, William Ellery Channing spoke out boldly for the American language and literature, and a year later Pickering published his defiant dictionary of words and phrases which have been supposed to be peculiar to the United States. This thin collection of 500 specimens set off a dispute which yet rages on both sides of the Atlantic. Pickering, however, was undismayed. He had begun to notice the growing difference between the English and American vocabulary and pronunciation. He said, while living in London from 1799 to 1801, and he had made his collections with the utmost care, and after taking counsel with various prudent authorities, both English and American. Already in the first year of the century, he continued, the English had accused the people of the new republic of a deliberate design to effect an entire change in the language. And while no such design was actually harbored, the facts were the facts, and he cited the current newspapers, the speeches from pulpit and rostrum, and Webster himself in support of them. This debate over Pickering's list, as I say, still continues. Lounsbury, entrenched behind his grotesque categories, once charged that 4/5 of the words in it had no business to be there. And Gilbert M. Tucker has argued that only 70 of them were genuine Americanisms. But a careful study of the list, in comparison with the early quotations recently collected by Thornton, seems to indicate that both of these judgments, and many others no less, have done injustice to Pickering. He made the usual errors of the pioneer, but his sound contributions to the subject were anything but inconsiderable, and it is impossible to forget his diligence and his constant shrewdness. He established firmly the native origin of a number of words now in universal use in America e.g. breadstuffs, caucus, clapboard, sleigh and squatter and of such familiar derivatives as gubernatorial and doucheable . And he worked out the genesis of not a few loanwords, including prairie, scow, rapids, hominy, and barbecue. It was not until 1848, when the first edition of Bartlett appeared, that his work was supplanted. Section 2. Sources of early Americanisms. The first genuine Americanisms were undoubtedly words borrowed bodily from the Indian dialects words, in the main, indicating natural objects that had no counterparts in England. We find opossum, for example, in the form of /opossum/ in Captain John Smith's Map of Virginia, 1612, and in the form of /opossum/ in a Virginia document 2 years older. Moose is almost as old. The word is borrowed from the Algonquin/Musa/ and must have become familiar to the Pilgrim Fathers soon after their landing in 1620. For the woods of Massachusetts then swarmed with the huge quadrupeds, and there was no English name to designate them. Again, there are skunk from the Abenaki Indian/Seganku/, hickory/squash/, pawpaw, raccoon, chinkapin, porgy, chipmunk, /pemmican/, terrapin, menhaden, catalpa, persimmon, and /cougar/. Of these, hickory and terrapin are to be found in Robert Beverley's History and Present State of Virginia, 1705, and /squash/, chinkapin, and persimmon are in documents of the preceding century. Many of these words, of course, were shortened or otherwise modified on being taken into colonial English. Thus, chinkapin was originally /checkingquimmin/, and squash appears in early documents as /isquinnersquash/, /ascutasquash/, /isquinkersquash/ and /squannersquash/. But William Penn, in a letter dated August 16, 1683, used the latter in its present form. Its variations show a familiar effort to bring a new and strange word into harmony with the languagean effort arising from what philologists call the law of Hobson-Jobson. This name was given to it by Carl Henry Yule and A.C. Burnell, compilers of a standard dictionary of Anglo-Indian terms. They found that the British soldiers in India, hearing strange words from the lips of the natives, often converted them into English words of similar sound, though of widely different meaning. Thus the words /Hassan/ and /Hossein/, frequently used by the Mohammedans of the country in their devotions, were turned into /Hobson-Jobson/. The same process is constantly in operation elsewhere. By it, the French root de roi/ has become rotten row in English, /a crevice/ has become crayfish, and the English /bowsprit/ has become beau pré/ beautiful meadow in French. The word /pigeon/ in Pidgin English offers another example. It has no connection with the bird, but merely represents a Chinaman's attempt to pronounce the word business. No doubt squash originated in the same way. That woodchuck did so is practically certain. Its origin is to be sought, not in wood and chuck, but in the Cree word /achak/, used by the Indians to designate the animal. In addition to the names of natural objects, the early colonists, of course, took over a great many Indian place names, and a number of words to designate Indian relations and artificial objects in Indian use. To the last division belong hominy, pone, toboggan, /canoe/ tapioca, moccasin, pow, wow, papoose, tomahawk /wigwam/ succotash, and squaw, all of which were in common circulation by the beginning of the 18th century. Finally, new words were made during the period by translating Indian terms. For example, war, path, war, paint, pale face, medicine man, /pipe of peace/ and fire. Water. The total number of such borrowings, direct and indirect, was a good deal larger than now appears, for with the disappearance of the red man, the use of loanwords from his dialects has decreased. In our own time, such words as papoose, /sasham/, teepee, wigwam, and wampum have begun to drop out of everyday use. At an earlier period, the language slewed off /ocelot/, /manatee/, calumet, /supon/, samp, and /quahog/, or began to degrade them to the estate of provincialisms. A curious phenomenon is presented by the case of maize, which came into the colonial speech from some West Indian dialect, went over into Orthodox English, and from English into French, German, and other continental languages, and was then abandoned by the colonists. We shall see other examples of that process later on. Whether or not Yankee comes from an Indian dialect is still disputed. An early authority, John G. E. Heckwelder, argued that it was derived from an Indian mispronunciation of the word English. Certain later etymologists hold that it originated more probably in an Indian mishandling of the French word anglais. Yet others derive it from the Scotch /Yankee/, meaning a gigantic falsehood. A fourth party derive it from the Dutch and cite an alleged Dutch model for Yankee Doodle, beginning Yanker Diddy Doodle down. Of these theories, that of Heckwelder is the most plausible. But here, as in other directions, the investigation of American etymology remains sadly incomplete. An elaborate dictionary of words derived from the Indian languages, compiled by the late W.R. Gerard, is in the possession of the Smithsonian Institution, but on account of a shortage of funds, it remains in manuscript. From the very earliest days of English colonization, the language of the colonists also received accretions from the languages of the other colonizing nations. The French word portage, for example, was already in common use before the end of the 17th century, and soon after came chowder, cache, caribou, voyageur, and various words that, like the last named, have since become localisms or disappeared altogether. Before 1750, bureau, gopher, /batto/, bogus/ and prairie were added, and caboose, a word of Dutch origin, seems to have come in through the French. Carry-all is also French in origin, despite its English quality. It comes, by the law of Hobson-Jobson, from the French carriole. The contributions of the Dutch during the half-century of their conflicts with the English included cruller, cold, slaw, dominie, for parson, cookie/stoop/, span of horses, pit as in peach pit, waffle/hook/, a point of land, scow, boss, smearcase, and /Santa Claus/. Shiel de Vere credits them with hay barrack, a corruption of /Huiberg/. That they established the use of bush as a designation for back country is very probable. The word has also got into South African English. In American, it has produced a number of familiar derivatives, e.g., bushwhacker and /bushleague/. Bearer and Leland also credit the Dutch with dander, which is commonly assumed to be an American corruption of dandruff. They say that it is from the Dutch word /donder/ equals /thunder/. /op donderen/ in Dutch means to burst into a sudden rage. The chief Spanish contributions to American were to come after the War of 1812, with the opening of the West, but Creole, calaboose, palmetto, peewee, key, a small island, quadroon, octoroon, barbecue, pickaninny, and stampede had already entered the language in colonial days. Jerked beef came from the Spanish charqui by the law of Hobson-Jobson. The Germans who arrived in Pennsylvania in 1682 also undoubtedly gave a few words to the language, though it is often difficult to distinguish their contributions from those of the Dutch. It seems very likely, however, that sauerkraut and noodle are to be credited to them. Finally, the Negro slaves brought in gumbo, goober, juba, and voodoo, usually corrupted to hoodoo and probably helped to corrupt a number of other loanwords, for example, banjo and breakdown. Banjo seems to be derived from bandor or banduria modern French and Spanish forms of tambour, respectively. It may, however, be an actual Negro word. There is a term of like meaning, bania in Senegambian. Where says that breakdown, designating a riotous Negro dance, is a corruption of the French rigadan . The word is not in the Oxford Dictionary. Bartlett listed it as an Americanism, but Thornton rejected it, apparently because, in the sense of a collapse, it has come into colloquial use in England. Its etymology is not given in the American dictionaries. Section 3. New words of English material, but of far more importance than these borrowings, was the great stock of new words that the colonists coined in English metal words primarily demanded by the new circumstances under which they were placed, but also indicative, in more than one case, of a delight in the business for its own sake. The American, even in the early 18th century, already showed many of the characteristics that were to set him off from the Englishman later on: his bold and somewhat grotesque imagination, his contempt for authority, his lack of aesthetic sensitiveness, his extravagant humor. Among the first colonists there were many men of education, culture, and gentle birth, but they were soon swamped by hordes of the ignorant and illiterate, and the latter, cut off from the corrective influence of books, soon laid their hands upon the language. It is impossible to imagine the austere Puritan divines of Massachusetts inventing such verbs as to cowhide and to log roll /, or such adjectives as no account / and stumped, or such adverbs as no how and lickety-split, or such substantives as bull, frog, hog wallow, and /ho, cake. But under their eyes there arose a contumacious proletariat which was quite capable of the business, and very eager for it. In Boston, so early as 1628, there was a definite class of blackguard roisterers, chiefly made up of sailors and artisans. In Virginia, nearly a decade earlier, John Pory, secretary to Governor Yeardley, lamented that, "In these 5 months of my continuance here there have come at one time or another 11 sails of ships into this river, but freighted more with ignorance than with any other marchandise." In particular, the generation born in the New World was uncouth and iconoclastic. The only world it knew was a rough world, and the virtues that environment engendered were not those of niceness, but those of enterprise and resourcefulness. Upon men of this sort fell the task of bringing the wilderness to the axe and the plow, and with it went the task of inventing a vocabulary for the special needs of the great adventure. Out of their loutish ingenuity came a great number of picturesque names for natural objects, chiefly boldly descriptive compounds: bull, frog, canvasback, lightning bug, mud, hen, cat, bird, razor back / garter snake / ground, hog, and so on. And out of an inventiveness somewhat more urbane came such coinages as live, oak, potato bug / turkey gobbler / poke, weed, copperhead, eelgrass / reed bird, eggplant, bluegrass, peanut, pitch pine / clingstone / peach, moccasin, snake, June, bug, and / butternut / live oak / appears in a document of 1610. Bullfrog was familiar to Beverly in 1705. So was James Town weed, later reduced to Jimson weed / as the English hurtleberry or whortleberry was reduced to huckleberry /. These early Americans were not botanists. They were often ignorant of the names of the plants they encountered, even when those plants already had English names, and so they exercised their fancy upon new ones. So arose Johnny Jump-up for the Viola tricolor / and basswood for the common European linden or lime tree / tilia, and locust for the Robinia pseudacacia / and its allies. The /Jimson weed / itself was anything but a novelty, but the pioneers apparently did not recognize it, and so we find them ascribing all sorts of absurd medicinal powers to it, and even Beverly solemnly reporting that some soldiers, eating it in a salad, turned natural fools upon it for several days. The grosser features of the landscape got a lavish renaming, partly to distinguish new forms and partly out of an obvious desire to attain a more literal descriptiveness. I have mentioned key and hook, the one borrowed from the Spanish and the other from the Dutch. With them came run, /branch / fork, bluff, noun, neck, barrens, bottoms / underbrush / bottom land, clearing, notch, divide, knob / riffle / gap, rolling country and rapids, and the extension of pond from artificial pools to small natural lakes, and of /creek / from small arms of the sea to shallow feeders of rivers. Such common English geographical terms as downs, weald, wold, fen, bog / fell / chase, coombe, dell, heath and moor disappeared from the colonial tongue, save as fossilized in a few proper names. So did bracken. With the new landscape came an entirely new mode of life, new foods, new forms of habitation, new methods of agriculture, new kinds of hunting. A great swarm of neologisms thus arose, and, as in the previous case, they were chiefly compounds. Backcountry / backwoods / backwoodsmen, back settlers, back settlements, all these were in common use early in the 18th century. Backlog was used by Increase Mather in 1684. Loghouse appears in the Maryland archives for 1669. Hoe, cake, Johnny cake / panfish / corn dodger, roasting ear, corn crib, corn cob and /popcorn / were all familiar before the Revolution. So were pine knot, snow, plow, cold snap, landslide, salt lick / prickly heat / shell road and cane break shingle was a novelty in 1705. But one S. Simmons wrote to John Winthrop of Ipswich about a clapboarded house in 1637. Frame house seems to have come in with shingle trail, half-breed, Indian summer and / Indian file / were obviously suggested by the red men. State house / was borrowed, perhaps, from the Dutch. Selectman is first heard of in 1685, displacing the English alderman. Mush had displaced / porridge / by 1671. Soon afterward haystack took the place of the English haycock, and such common English terms as byre, mews, /weir / and wain began to disappear. Hired man is to be found in the Plymouth Town records of 1737, and hired girl followed soon after. So early as 1758, as we find by the diary of Nathaniel Ames, the second-year students at Harvard were already called sophomores, though for a while the spelling was often made sophomores. /camp meeting / was later. It did not appear until 1799. But land office was familiar before 1700, and sidewalk / spelling bee / beeline, mossback, crazy, quilt, mud, scow / stamping, ground and 101 other such compounds were in daily use before the Revolution. After that great upheaval, the new money of the Confederation brought in a number of new words. In 1782, Gouverneur Morris proposed to the Continental Congress that the coins of the Republic be called, in ascending order, unit, penny bill / dollar / and crown. Later, Morris invented the word cent, substituting it for the English penny. In 1785, Jefferson proposed mill, cent, dime, dollar, and eagle, and this nomenclature was adopted. Various nautical terms peculiar to America, or taken into English from American sources, came in during the 18th century, among them /schooner / cat boat and pungy, not to recall /batteau / and /canoe /. According to a recent historian of the American Merchant Marine, the first schooner ever seen was launched at Gloucester, Mass., in 1713. The word, it appears, was originally spelled schooner. To schoon was a verb borrowed by the New Englanders from some Scotch dialect, and meant to skim or skip across the water like a flat stone. As the first schooner left the ways and glided out into Gloucester Harbor, an enraptured spectator shouted, "Oh, see how she scoons!" "A /schooner / let her be," replied Captain Andrew Robinson. Her builder and all boats of her peculiar and novel fore and aft rig took the name thereafter. The Dutch mariners borrowed the term and changed the spelling, and this change was soon accepted in America. The Scotch root came from the Norse /scunna/ to hasten, and there are analogues in Icelandic, Anglo-Saxon, and Old High German. The origin of catboat and pungy eye have been unable to determine. Perhaps the latter is related in some way to slash pung slash, a one-horse sled or wagon. Slash pung slash was once widely used in the United States, but of late it has sunk to the estate of a New England provincialism. Longfellow used it, and in 1857, a writer in the Slash Knickerbocker magazine Slash reported that slash pungs slash filled Broadway in New York after a snowstorm. Most of these new words, of course, produce derivatives, for example, slash to stack hay, to shingle, to shuck, corn, to trail slash and to caucus backwoods immediately begat backwoodsman and was itself turned into a common adjective. The colonists, indeed, showed a beautiful disregard of linguistic nicety. At an early date, they shortened the English law phrase, to convey by deed, to the simple verb, to deed. Pickering protested against this as a barbarism, and argued that no self-respecting law writer would employ it. But all the same, it was firmly entrenched in the common speech, and it has remained there to this day. To table slash, for to lay on the table, came in at the same time, and so did various forms represented by bindery. For slash bookbinder's shop to tomahawk appeared before 1650, and slash to scalp slash must have followed soon after. Within the next century and a half, they were reinforced by many other such new verbs, and by such adjectives made of nouns as no account slash and one horse, and such nouns made of verbs as carry all and goner, and such adverbs as slash know how slash. In particular, the manufacture of new verbs went on at a rapid pace. In his letter to Webster in 1789, Franklin denounced slash to advocate slash, to progress, and to oppose a vain enterprise, for all of them are now in perfectly good usage. To advocate, indeed, was used by Thomas Nash in 1589 and by John Milton half a century later, but it seems to have been reinvented in America. In 1822 and again in 1838, Robert Southey, then poet laureate, led two belated attacks upon it as a barbarous Americanism, but its obvious usefulness preserved it, and it remains in good usage on both sides of the Atlantic today, one of the earliest of the English borrowings from America. In the end, indeed, even so ardent a purist as Richard Grant White adopted it, as he did to placate. Webster, though he agreed with Franklin in opposing to advocate, gave his imprimatur to appreciate to rise in value, and is credited by Sir Charles Lyell with having himself invented to demoralize. He also approved to obligate slash to antagonize slash seems to have been given currency by John Quincy Adams, slash to immigrate by John Marshall, to eventuate by Gouverneur Morris, and to derange by George Washington. Jefferson, always hospitable to new words, used to belittle in his notes on Virginia, and Thornton thinks that he coined it. Many new verbs were made by the simple process of prefixing the preposition to common nouns e.g., slash to clerk slash to dicker, to dump to blow to bluster or boast, to cord slash wood to stump, slash to room slash, and to shin. Others were made by transforming verbs in the orthodox vocabulary to cavort from to curvet, and slash to snoop slash from to snook. Others arose as metaphors slash to whitewash slash figuratively, and to squat slash on unoccupied land. Others were made by hitching suffixes to nouns to negative slash to deputize, to locate, to legislate, to infract, slash to compromit slash, and to happify slash. Yet others seem to have been produced by onomatopoeia slash to fizzle, or to have arisen by some other such spontaneous process, so far unintelligible, e.g., slash to tote slash. With them came an endless series of verb phrases, e.g., slash to draw a bead slash to face the music, to darken one's doors, to take to the wood slash, to fly off the handle, to go on the warpath, and to saw wood slash, all obvious products of frontier life. Many coinages of the pre-revolutionary era later disappeared. Jefferson used to ambition slash, but it dropped out nevertheless, and so did to compromit slash, i.e. slash to compromise, to homologize, and to happify slash. Fierce battles raged round some of these words, and they were all violently derided in England. Even so useful a verb as to locate, now in perfectly good usage, was denounced in the third volume of the Slash North American Review, and other purists of the times tried to put down slash to legislate. The young and tender adjectives had quite as hard a row to hoe, particularly lengthy. The British critic attacked it in November. 1793, and it also had enemies at home. But John Adams had used it in his diary in 1759, and the authority of Jefferson and Hamilton was behind it, and so it survived. Years later, James Russell Lowell spoke of it as the excellent adjective, and boasted that American had given it to English. Dutiable also met with opposition, and moreover, it had a rival/customable/, but Marshall wrote it into his historic decisions, and thus it took root. The same anonymous watchman of the North American Review who protested against to locate / pronounced his anathema upon such barbarous terms as /presidential/ and congressional, but the plain need for them kept them in the language. Gubernatorial had come in long before this, and is to be found in the New Jersey archives of 1734. Influential was denounced by the Reverend Jonathan Boucher and by George Canning, who argued that /influence/ was better, but it was ardently defended by William Pinckney of Maryland and gradually made its way. Handy, kinky / law, abiding, chunky, solid in the sense of well-to-do / evansive / complected / judgmatical / underpinned, blooded, and / cute / were also already secure in Revolutionary days. So with many nouns. Jefferson used breadstuffs in his report of the Secretary of State on commercial restrictions, December 16, 1793. Balance, in the sense of remainder, got into the debates of the First Congress. /mileage/ was used by Franklin in 1754 and is now sound English. /elevator/ in the sense of a storage house for grain was used by Jefferson and by others before him. Draw, for drawbridge, comes down from Revolutionary days. So does slip in the sense of a berth for vessels. So does addition in the sense of a suburb. So finally does darky. The history of many of these Americanisms shows how vain is the effort of grammarians to combat the normal processes of language development. I have mentioned the early opposition to dutiable, /influential/ presidential, lengthy, to locate, to oppose, / to advocate, to legislate, and to progress bogus, / reliable / and standpoint were attacked with the same academic ferocity. All of them are to be found in Bryant's Index Expurgatorius / circa / 1870, and reliable was denounced by Bishop Cox as that abominable barbarism so late as 1886. Edward S. Good, another uncompromising purist, said of standpoint that it was the bright particular star of solemn philological blundering, and the very counterpart of Dogberry's non-com. Good also protested against / to jeopardize, leniency, and to demean, and Richard Grant White joined him in an onslaught upon to donate, but all of these words are in good use in the United States today, and some of them have gone over into English. Section 4. Changed meanings. A number of the foregoing contributions to the American vocabulary, of course, were simply common English words with changed meanings. / to squat, in the sense of to crouch, had been sound English for centuries. What the colonists did was to attach a figurative meaning to it, and then bring that figurative meaning into wider usage than the literal meaning. In a somewhat similar manner, they changed the significance of pond, as I have pointed out. So too, with creek in English it designated, and still designates, a small inlet or arm of a large river or of the sea. In American, so early as 1674, it designated any small stream. Many other such changed meanings crept into American in the early days. A typical one was the use of lot to designate a parcel of land. Thornton says, perhaps inaccurately, that it originated in the fact that the land in New England was distributed by lot. Whatever the truth, lot to this day is in almost universal use in the United States, though rare in England. Our conveyancers, in describing real property, always speak of all that lot or parcel of land. Other examples of the application of old words to new purposes are afforded by /freshet/. Barn and team of freshet, in 18th century English, meant any stream of fresh water. The colonists made it signify an inundation. A barn was a house or shed for storing crops. In the colonies, the word came to mean a place for keeping cattle also. A team, in English, was a pair of draft horses. In the colonies, it came to mean both horses and vehicle. The process is even more clearly shown in the history of such words as /corn/ and shoe. Corn, in Orthodox English, means grain for human consumption, and especially wheat, G. The Corn Laws. The earliest settlers, following this usage, gave the name of /Indian corn/ to what the Spaniards, following the Indians themselves, had called /maize/. But gradually the adjective fell off, and by the middle of the 18th century maize was called simply corn, and grains in general were called breadstuffs. Thomas Hutchinson, discoursing to George Roman III in 1774, used corn in this restricted sense, speaking of rye and corn mixed. "What corn?" asked George. "Indian corn/" explained Hutchinson, or, as it is called in authors, maize. So with shoe in English it meant, and still means, a topless article of footwear, but the colonists extended its meaning to varieties covering the ankle, thus displacing the English boot, which they reserved for foot coverings reaching at least to the knee. To designate the English shoe, they began to use the word slipper. This distinction between English and American usage still prevails, despite the affectation which has lately sought to revive boot, and with it its derivatives, boot shop and bootmaker. Store, shop, lumber, pie, dry goods, cracker, rock and /partridge/ among nouns, and to haul, to Jew, to notify and / to heft / among verbs offer further examples of changed meanings. Down to the middle of the 18th century, shop continued to designate a retail establishment in America, as it does in England to this day. Store was applied only to a large establishment, one showing, in some measure, the character of a warehouse. But in 1774, a Boston young man was advertising in the Massachusetts Spy for a /place/ as a clerk in a store. 3 Americanisms in a row? Soon afterward, shop began to acquire its special American meaning as a factory, e.g. machine. Shop, meanwhile, store completely displaced shop in the English sense, and it remained for a late flowering of Anglomania, as in the case of boot and shoe, to restore, in a measure, the status quo ante. Lumber, in 18th century English, meant disused furniture, and this is its common meaning in England today. But the colonists early employed it to designate timber, and that use of it is now universal in America. Its familiar derivatives, e.g. lumber yard, lumberman / lumberjack / greatly reinforce this usage. Pie in English means a meat pie, in American it means a fruit pie. The English call a fruit pie a tart, the Americans call a meat pie a /pot pie / dry goods / in England means non-liquid goods as corn, i.e. /wheat. In the United States the term means textile fabrics or wares. The difference had appeared before 1725. Rock in English always means a large mass. In America it may mean a small stone, as in rock pile, and to throw a rock. The Puritans were putting rocks into the foundations of their meeting houses so early as 1712. Cracker began to be used for biscuit before the Revolution. Tavern displaced inn at the same time. As for /partridge/, it is cited by a late authority as a salient example of changed meaning. Along with corn and store in England, the term is applied only to the true partridge, /perdix/, and its nearly related varieties. But in the United States it is also used to designate the ruffed grouse, /Bonasa umbellus/, the common quail, Colinus virginianus / and various other tetraionid birds. This confusion goes back to colonial times. So with rabbit, properly speaking, there are no native rabbits in the United States. They are all hares. But the early colonists, for some unknown reason, dropped the word hare out of their vocabulary, and it is rarely heard in American speech to this day. When it appears, it is almost always applied to the so-called Belgian hare, which, curiously enough, is not a hare at all, but a true rabbit. To haul in English means to move by force or violence. In the colonies it came to mean to transport in a vehicle, and this meaning survives in sound American. To Jew in English means to cheat. The colonists made it mean to haggle, and devised to Jew down to indicate an effort to work a reduction in price. To heft in English means to lift. The early Americans made it mean to weigh by lifting, and kept the idea of weighing in its derivatives, e.g. /hefty/. Finally, there is the familiar American misuse of miss or /miss/ for Mrs. It was so widespread by 1790 that on November 17 of that year, Webster solemnly denounced it in the American Mercury. Section 5. Archaic English words. Most of the colonists who lived along the American seaboard in 1750 were the descendants of immigrants who had come in fully a century before. After the first settlements, there had been much less fresh immigration than many latter-day writers have assumed. According to Prescott F. Hall, the population of New England, at the date of the Revolutionary War, was produced out of an immigration of about 20,000 persons who arrived before 1640. And we have Franklin's authority for the statement that the total population of the colonies in 1751, then about 1 million, had been produced from an original immigration of less than 80,000. Even at that early day, indeed, the colonists had begun to feel that they were distinctly separated in culture and customs from the mother country, and there were signs of the rise of a new native aristocracy, entirely distinct from the older aristocracy of the royal governor's courts. The enormous difficulties of communication with England helped to foster this sense of separation. The round trip across the ocean occupied the better part of a year and was hazardous and expensive. A colonist who had made it was a marked man, as Hawthorne said, the petit maître of the colonies. Nor was there any very extensive exchange of ideas, for though most of the books read in the colonies came from England, the great majority of the colonists, down to the middle of the century, seemed to have read little save the Bible and biblical commentaries. And in the native literature of the time, one seldom comes upon any reference to the English authors who were glorifying the period of the Restoration and the reign of Anne. Moreover, after 1760, the colonial eyes were upon France rather than upon England, and Rousseau, Montesquieu, Voltaire, and the encyclopedists began to be familiar names to thousands who were scarcely aware of Addison and Steele, or even of the great Elizabethans. The result of this isolation, on the one hand, was that proliferation of the colonial speech which I have briefly reviewed, and on the other hand, the preservation of many words and phrases that gradually became obsolete in England. The Pilgrims of 1620 brought over with them the English of James I and the Revised Version, and their descendants of a century later, inheriting it, allowed its fundamentals to be little changed by the academic overhauling that the mother tongue was put to during the early part of the 18th century. In part, they were ignorant of this overhauling, and in part, they were indifferent to it. Whenever the new usage differed from that of the Bible, they were inclined to remain faithful to the Bible, not only because of its pious authority, but also because of the superior pull of its imminent and constant presence. Thus, when an artificial prudery in English ordered the abandonment of the Anglo-Saxon /sick/ for the Gothic ill, the colonies refused to follow, for sick was in both the Old Testament and the New, and that refusal remains in force to this day. A very large number of words and phrases, many of them now exclusively American, are similar survivals from the English of the 17th century, long since obsolete or merely provincial in England. Among nouns, Thornton notes foxfire, flapjack, jeans, molasses/beef/ to designate the live animal, chinch, cordwood/homespun/ ice cream, julep, and swingle tree. Halliwell adds andiron, bay window, cesspool, clodhopper, cross purposes, greenhorn, loophole, ragamuffin, riff, raff / rigmarole / and trash, and other authorities cite stock for cattle, fall for autumn, awful, din, underpinning, and dads. Bub, used in addressing a boy, is very Old English, but survives only in American. Flapjack goes back to Piers Plowman, but has been obsolete in England for 2 centuries. Muss, in the sense of a row, is also obsolete over there, but it is to be found in Anthony and Cleopatra. Char, as a noun, disappeared from English a long time ago, but it survives in American as chore. Among the adjectives similarly preserved are to whittle, to wilt, and / to approbate /. To guess, in the American sense of to suppose, is to be found in Henry Roman VI. Not altogether, better far, I guess, that we do make our entrance several ways. In Measure for Measure, Escalus says, I guess not to Angelo. The New English Dictionary offers examples much older from Chaucer, Wycliffe, and Gower. To interview is in Decker. To loan, in the American sense of to lend, is in 34 and 35 Henry Roman VIII, but it dropped out of use in England early in the 18th century, and all the leading dictionaries, both English and American, now call it an Americanism. To fellowship, once in good American use but now reduced to a provincialism, is in Chaucer. Even to hustle, it appears, is ancient. Among adjectives, homely, which means only homelike or unadorned in England, was used in its American sense of plain-featured by both Shakespeare and Milton. Other such survivors are burly, catty-cornered, likely, deft, copious, scant, and ornate. Perhaps clever also belongs to this category, that is, in the American sense of amiable. Our ancestors, said James Russell Lowell, unhappily could bring over no English better than Shakespeare's. Shakespeare died in 1616, the Pilgrims landed 4 years later. Jamestown was founded in 1607. As we have seen, the colonists, saving a few superior leaders, were men of small sensitiveness to the refinements of life and speech. Soldiers of fortune, amateur theologians, younger sons, neighborhood, advanced thinkers, bankrupts, jobless workmen, decayed gentry, and other such fugitives from culture in brief, Philistines of the sort who join tin-pot fraternal orders today and march in parades and whoop for the latest mountebanks in politics. There was thus a touch of rhetoric in Lowell's, saying that they spoke the English of Shakespeare. As well argue that the London grocers of 1885 spoke the English of Pater. But in a larger sense, he said truly, for these men at least brought with them the vocabulary of Shakespeare or a part of it, even if the uses he made of it were beyond their comprehension. And they also brought with them that sense of ease in the language, that fine disdain for formality, that bold experimentalizing in words, which was so peculiarly Elizabethan. There were no grammarians in that day. There were no purists that anyone listened to. It was a case of saying your say in the easiest and most satisfying way. In remote parts of the United States, there are still direct and almost pure-blooded descendants of those 17th century colonists. Go among them, and you will hear more words from the Shakespearean vocabulary, still alive and in common service, than anywhere else in the world, and more of the loose and brilliant syntax of that time, and more of its gypsy phrases. Section 6. Colonial pronunciation, the debate that long raged over the pronunciation of classical Latin, exhibits the difficulty of determining with exactness the shades of sound in the speech of a people long departed from earth. The American colonists, of course, are much nearer to us than the Romans, and so we should have relatively little difficulty in determining just how they pronounce this or that word. But against the fact of their nearness stands the neglect of our philologists, or, perhaps more accurately, our lack of philologists. What Sweet did to clear up the history of English pronunciation, and what Wilhelm Corson did for Latin, no American professor has yet thought to attempt for American. The literature is almost, if not quite a blank. But here and there we may get a hint of the facts, and though the sum of them is not large, they at least serve to set at rest a number of popular errors. One of these errors, chiefly prevalent in New England, is that the so-called Boston pronunciation, with its broad a's making last, slash path slash, and ant almost assonant with bar, comes down unbrokenly from the day of the first settlements, and that it is in consequence superior in authority to the pronunciation of the rest of the country, with its flat a's, making the same words assonant with slash band slash. A glance through Webster's dissertations is sufficient to show that the flat a was in use in New England in 1789, for the pronunciation of such words as wrath, bath, and path, as given by him, makes them rhyme with hath moreover. He gives ant the same a sound. From other sources come indications that the a was likewise flattened in such words as plant, basket, branch slash dance slash, blast, command and castle, and even in balm and calm. Changes in the sound of the letter have been going on in English ever since the Middle English period, and according to Lounsbury, they have moved toward the disappearance of the continental a, the fundamental vowel tone of the human voice. Grandgent, another authority, says that it became flattened by the 16th century, and that, until 1780 or thereabouts, the standard language had no broad a, even in such words as father, slash car slash, and ask the flat a was universally used. Sheridan, in the dictionary he published in 1780, actually gave no ah sound in his list of vowels. This habit of flatting the a had been brought over, of course, by the early colonists, and was as general in America in the third quarter of the 18th century as in England. Benjamin Franklin, when he wrote his scheme for a new alphabet and a reformed mode of spelling in 1768, apparently had no suspicion that any other a was possible. But between 1780 and 1790, according to Grandgent, a sudden fashion for the broad a, not the slash ah slash sound, as in fall, but the continental sound as in far or rose in England, and this fashion soon found servile imitation in Boston. But it was as much an affectation in those days as it is today, and Webster indicated the fact pretty plainly in his dissertations. How, despite his opposition, the broad A prevailed east of the Connecticut River, and how, in the end, he himself yielded to it, and even tried to force it upon the whole nation. This will be rehearsed in the next chapter. The colonists remained faithful much longer than the English to various other vowel sounds that were facing change in the 18th century, for example, the long E sound in herd. Webster says that the custom of rhyming herd with bird instead of with slash feared slash came in at the beginning of the Revolution. To most people in this country, he adds, the English pronunciation appears like affectation. He also argues for rhyming deaf with leaf, and protests against inserting a Y sound before the U in such words as nature. Franklin's authority stands behind forget this pronunciation, according to Mencken, was correct in 17th century England, and perhaps down to the middle of the next century. So was the use of the continental I sound in oblige, making it oblige. It is probable that the colonists clung to these disappearing usages much longer than the English. The latter, according to Webster, were unduly responsive to illogical fashions set by the exquisites of the court and by popular actors. He blames Garrick, in particular, for many extravagant innovations, most of them not followed in the colonies. But Garrick was surely not responsible for the use of a long I sound in such words as motive, nor for the corruption of mercy to slash Marcy slash. Webster denounced both of these barbarisms. The second he ascribed somewhat lamely to the fact that the letter R is called slash R slash, and proposed to dispose of it by changing the slash R slash to . As for the consonants, the colonists seem to have resisted valiantly that tendency to slide over them which arose in England after the Restoration. Franklin, in 1768, still retained the sound of L in such words as would and should, a usage not met with in England after the year 1700. In the same way, according to Mencken, the W in slash sword slash was sounded in America, for some time after Englishmen had abandoned it. The sensitive ear of Henry James detected an unpleasant slash R slash sound in the speech of Americans, long ago got rid of by the English, so late as 1905. He even charged that it was inserted gratuitously in innocent words. The obvious slurring of the consonants by Southerners is explained by a recent investigator on the ground that it began in England during the reign of Charles Roman II, and that most of the Southern colonists came to the New World at that time. The court of Charles, it is argued, was under French influence, due to the king's long residence in France and his marriage to Henrietta Marie. Charles objected to the inharmonious contractions slash wilt slash, or and wasn't and weren't, and set the fashion of using the softly euphonious won't and slash wa'n't slash, which are used in speaking to this day by the best class of Southerners. A more direct French influence upon Southern pronunciation is also pointed out. With full knowledge of his G's and his R's, the Southerner sees fit to glide over them, and he carries over the consonant ending one word to the vowel beginning the next, just as the Frenchman does. The political importance of the South, in the years between the Mecklenburg Declaration and the adoption of the Constitution, tended to force its provincialisms upon the common language. Many of the acknowledged leaders of the nascent nation were Southerners, and their pronunciation, as well as their phrases, must have become familiar everywhere. Pickering gives us a hint, indeed, at the process whereby their usage influenced that of the rest of the people. The Americans early dropped the H sound in such words as when and slash were slash, but so far as I can determine, they never elided it at the beginning of words, save in the case of herb and a few others. This elision is commonly spoken of as a Cockney vulgarism, but it is extended to the orthodox English speech. In slash osler slash, the initial H is openly left off. In hotel and hospital, it is seldom sounded, even by the most careful Englishmen. Certain English words in slash H slash, in which the H is now sounded, betray its former silence by the fact that not a but an is still put before them. It is still good English usage to write an hotel slash and an historical. It is the American usage to write a hotel and a historical. The great authority of Webster was sufficient to establish the American pronunciation of schedule in England. The slash is always given the soft sound, but Webster decided for the hard sound, as in scheme. The variance persists to this day. The name of the last letter of the alphabet, which is always Z in English, is usually made Z in the United States. Thornton shows that this Americanism arose in the 18th century. Footnotes. Bristed was a grandson of John Jacob Astor and was educated at Cambridge. He contributed an extremely sagacious essay on the English language in America to a volume of Cambridge essays published by a group of young Cambridge men. London, 1855. Volume I, P. Roman 6. Scheme for a New Alphabet and a Reformed Mode of Spelling, Philadelphia, 1768. Dec. 26, 1789. The Works of B. Franklin, ed. by A. F. Smythe, New York, 1905, Volume I, p. 40. The Druid, No. 5. Reprinted in Witherspoon's Collected Works, edited by Ashbel Green, Volume Roman 4, New York, 1801. Vide, in addition to the citations in the text, the British Critic Nov. 1793, Feb. 1810, the Critical Review, July 1807, Sept. 1809, the Monthly Review, May 1808, the Eclectic Review, Aug. 1813. 1815, pp. 307-14, reprinted in his Remarks on National Literature, Boston, 1823. American English, North American Review, April, 1883. A number of such Indian words are preserved in the nomenclature of Tammany Hall, and in that of the Improved Order of Red Men, an organization with more than 500,000 members. The Red Men, borrowing from the Indians, thus name the months in order: cold moon, snow /worm / plant, flower, hot, buck, sturgeon, corn / travelers / beaver, and hunting they call their officers / incohoney / sachem, wampum keeper, etc. But such terms, of course, are not in general use. A long list of such obsolete Americanisms is given by Clappin in his dictionary. An account of the history, manners, and customs of the Indian nations, Fala, 1818. /cf/ Hans Brinker by Mary Maples Dodge, New York, 1891. A chest of drawers, B a government office. In both senses the word is rare in English, though its use by the French is familiar. In the United States, its use in B has been extended e.g. in Employment Bureau. From /St. Claus / St. Nicholas / Santa Claus / has also become familiar to the English, but the Oxford Dictionary still calls the name an Americanism. The spelling is variously sauerkraut, /sauerkraut / sauerkraut / and sauerkraut. /cf/ the Cambridge History of American Literature, Volume I, pp. 14 and 22. The American origin of this last word has been disputed, but the weight of evidence seems to show that it was borrowed from the rapide / of the French Canadians. It is familiar in the United States and Canada, but seldom met with in England. Log cabin came in later. Thornton's first quotation is dated 1818. The log cabin campaign was in 1840. Theo Roosevelt, Gouverneur Morris, Boston, 1888, p. 104. William Brown Melanie, The Heritage of Tyre, New York, 1916, p. 15. Vide his preface to Everyday English, pp. Roman 21 and Roman 15, respectively. Vide Lyell's Travels in North America, London, 1845. Pref. to the Biglow Papers, 2nd Series, 1866. Reprinted in Helpful Hints in Writing and Reading, Comp. by Grenville Kleiser, New York, 1911, pp. 1517. A. Cleveland Cox, Americanisms in England, Forum, Oct., 1886. Edwin S. Good, Good English or Popular Errors in Language, New York, 1867, pp. 2527. /cf/ch, I Section 5 and ch, v Section 1. /lot/ appears in the Connecticut Code of 1650, vide the edition of Andrus, Hartford, 1822. On page 35 is their lands, /lots/ and accommodations. On page 46 is meadow and home lots. Vide Hutchinson's Diary, Volume I, p. 171. London, 1883-6. The definitions are from the Concise Oxford Dictionary of Current English, 1914, and the Standard Dictionary, 1906, respectively. S. Sewall, Diary, April 14, 1712. I laid a rock in the northeast corner of the foundation of the meeting house. The Americana, /art./Americanisms, New York, 19036. Immigration, 2nd ed. New York, 1913, p. 4. Sir J. R. Seeley says, in The Expansion of England, 2nd ed. London, 1895, p. 84, that the emigration from England to New England after the meeting of the Long Parliament, 1640, was so slight for a full century that it barely balanced the counter-movement of colonists quitting the colony. Richard Hildreth, in his History of the United States, Volume I, p. 267, says that the departures actually exceeded the arrivals. Works ed. by Sparks, Volume II, p. 319. /cf/Payer Calm, Travels into an America tr. by J. R. Forster, 3 vols. London, 1770-71. Sidney George Fisher, The True Story of the American Revolution, Fala. And London, 1902, p. 27. See also John T. Morse's Life of Thomas Jefferson in the American Statesman series, Boston and New York, 1898. p. 2. Morse points out that Washington, Jefferson, and Madison belonged to this new aristocracy, not to the old one. /cf/The Cambridge History of American Literature, Volume I, p. 119. Francis Jeffrey, writing on Franklin in the Edinburgh Review for July, 1806, hailed him as a prodigy who had arisen in a society where there was no relish and no encouragement for literature. Examples of its use in the American sense, considered vulgar and even indecent in England, are to be found in Gen. Roman 48, 1, Roman 2 Kings Roman 8, 7, John's I 1, and Acts Roman 9, 37. J. O. Halliwell Phillips, A Dictionary of Archaisms and Provincialisms, containing words now obsolete in England, all of which are familiar and in common use in America, 2nd ed. London, 1850. An interesting discussion of this verb appeared in the New York Sun /Nov. 27, 1914. /cf/J. H. Combs, Old, Early, and Elizabethan English in the Southern Mountains, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. Roman 4, pp. 280-397. Henry Sweet, A History of English Sounds, London, 1876, Oxford 1888. p. 124. /cf/Art, Changes in the Language Since Shakespeare's Time, by W. Murison in the Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume Roman 14, p. 485. English Spelling and Spelling Reform, New York, 1909. C. H. Grandgent, Fashion and the Broad A Nation, Jan. 7, 1915. Thomas Sheridan, A Complete Dictionary of the English Language, London, 1780. It first appeared in Robert Nary's Elements of Orthography, London, 1784. In 1791, it received full approbation in John Walker's Critical Pronouncing Dictionary. Robert J. Menner, The Pronunciation of English in America, /Atlantic Monthly, March, 1915. The Question of Our Speech, Boston and New York, 1906, pp. 2729. Elizabeth H. Hancock, Southern Speech, Neal's Monthly, Nov., 1913, pp. 606-7. Vide His Remarks on Balance in His Vocabulary. See also Marsh, p. 671. 3. The Period of Growth. Section 1. The new nation, the American language, thus began to be recognizably differentiated from English in both vocabulary and pronunciation by the opening of the 19th century. But as yet its growth was hampered by 2 factors, the first being the lack of a national literature of any pretensions, and the second being an internal political disharmony which greatly conditioned and enfeebled the national consciousness. During the actual revolution, common aims and common dangers forced the Americans to show a united front, but once they had achieved political independence, they developed conflicting interests. And out of those conflicting interests came suspicions and hatreds, which came near wrecking the new Confederation more than once. Politically, their worst weakness, perhaps, was an inability to detach themselves wholly from the struggle for domination still going on in Europe. The surviving loyalists of the Revolutionary era, estimated by some authorities to have constituted fully a third of the total population in 1776, were ardently in favor of England, and such patriots as Jefferson were as ardently in favor of France. This engrossment in the quarrels of foreign nations was what Washington warned against in his farewell address. It was at the bottom of such bitter animosities as that between Jefferson and Hamilton. It inspired and perhaps excused the pessimism of such men as Burr. Its net effect was to make it difficult for the people of the new nation to think of themselves, politically, as Americans. Their state of mind, vacillating, uncertain, alternately timorous and pugnacious, has been well described by Henry Cabot Lodge in his essay on colonialism in America. Soon after the Treaty of Paris was signed, someone referred to the late struggle, in Franklin's hearing, as the War for Independence. "Say, rather, the War of the Revolution," said Franklin. "The war for independence is yet to be fought." That struggle, adds Lossing, occurred, and that independence was won, by the Americans in the War of 1812. In the interval, the new republic had passed through a period of slash-sturm, undrang, whose gigantic perils and passions we have begun to forget, a period in which disaster ever menaced, and the foes within were no less bold and pertinacious than the foes without. Jefferson, perhaps, carried his fear of monocrats to the point of monomania, but under it there was undoubtedly a body of sound fact. The poor debtor class, including probably a majority of the veterans of the Revolution, had been fired by the facile doctrines of the French Revolution to demands which threatened the country with bankruptcy and anarchy, and the class of property owners in reaction went far to the other extreme. On all sides, indeed, there flourished a strong British party, and particularly in New England, where the so-called codfish aristocracy, by no means extinct, even today exhibited an undisguised Anglomania, and looked forward confidently to a rapprochement with the mother country. This Anglomania showed itself, not only in ceaseless political agitation, but also in an elaborate imitation of English manners. We have already seen, on Noah Webster's authority, how it even extended to the pronunciation of the language. The first sign of the dawn of a new national order came with the election of Thomas Jefferson to the presidency in 1800. The issue in the campaign was a highly complex one, but under it lay a plain conflict between democratic independence and the old doctrine of dependence and authority, and with the alien and sedition laws about his neck, so vividly reminiscent of the issues of the Revolution itself, Adams went down to defeat. Jefferson was violently anti-British and pro-French. He saw all the schemes of his political opponents, indeed, as English plots. He was the man who introduced the bugaboo into American politics. His first acts after his inauguration were to abolish all ceremonial at the court of the Republic, and to abandon spoken discourses to Congress for written messages. That ceremonial, which grew up under Washington, was an imitation, he believed, of the formality of the abhorrent court of St. James. As for the speeches to Congress, they were palpably modeled upon the speeches from the throne of the English kings. Both reforms met with wide approval. The exactions of the English, particularly on the high seas, were beginning to break up the British party. But confidence in the solidarity and security of the new nation was still anything but universal. The surviving doubts, indeed, were strong enough to delay the ratification of the 12th Amendment to the Constitution, providing for more direct elections of president and vice president, until the end of 1804, and even then 3 of the 5 New England states rejected it, and have never ratified it, in fact, to this day. Democracy was still experimental, doubtful, full of gunpowder. In so far as it had actually come into being, it had come as a boon conferred from above. Jefferson, its protagonist, was the hero of the populace, but he was not of the populace himself, nor did he ever quite trust it. It was reserved for Andrew Jackson, a man genuinely of the people, to lead and visualize the rise of the lower orders. Jackson, in his way, was the archetype of the new American ignorant, pushful, impatient of restraint and precedent, an iconoclast, a Philistine, an Anglophobe in every fiber. He came from the extreme backwoods, and his youth was passed amid surroundings but little removed from downright savagery. Thousands of other young Americans like him were growing up at the same time, youngsters filled with a vast impatience of all precedent and authority, revilers of all that had come down from an elder day, incorrigible libertarians. They swarmed across the mountains and down the great rivers, wrestling with the naked wilderness and setting up a casual, impromptu sort of civilization where the Indians still menaced. Schools were few and rudimentary. There was not the remotest approach to a cultivated society. Any effort to mimic the amenities of the East or of the mother country, in manner or even in speech, met with instant derision. It was in these surroundings and at this time that the thoroughgoing American of tradition was born. Blatant, illogical, elate, greeting the embarrassed gods uproariously and matching with destiny for beers. Jackson was unmistakably of that company in his every instinct and idea, and it was his fate to give a new and unshakable confidence to its aspiration at the Battle of New Orleans. Thereafter, all doubts began to die out. The new republic was turning out a success, and with success came a vast increase in the national egoism. The hordes of pioneers rolled down the western valleys and on to the Great Plains. America began to stand for something quite new in the world: in government, in law, in public and private morals, in customs and habits of mind, in the minutiae of social intercourse. And simultaneously, the voice of America began to take on its characteristic twang, and the speech of America began to differentiate itself boldly and unmistakably from the speech of England. The average Philadelphian or Bostonian of 1790 had not the slightest difficulty in making himself understood by a visiting Englishman. But the average Ohio boatman of 1810 or plainsman of 1815 was already speaking a dialect that the Englishman would have shrunk from as barbarous and unintelligible. And before long it began to leave its mark upon, and to get direction and support from a distinctively national literature. That literature, however, was very slow in coming to a dignified, confident, and autonomous estate. Down to Jefferson's day it was almost wholly polemical, and hence lacking in the finer values. He himself, an insatiable propagandist and controversialist, was one of its chief ornaments. The novelists and the historians, the essayists and the poets, whose names come to mind when American literature is mentioned, says a recent literary historian, have all flourished since 1800. Pickering, so late as 1816, said that, "In this country we can hardly be said to have any authors by profession." It was a true saying, though the new day was about to dawn. Bryant had already written Thanatopsis and was destined to publish it the year following. Difficulties of communication hampered the circulation of the few native books that were written. It was easier for a man in the South to get books from London than to get them from Boston or New York, and the lack of a copyright treaty with England flooded the country with cheap English editions. "It is much to be regretted," wrote Dr. David Ramsay, of Charleston, SC, to Noah Webster in 1806, that there is so little intercourse in a literary way between the states. As soon as a book of general utility comes out in any state, it should be for sale in all of them. Ramsay asked for little. The most he could imagine was a sale of 2,000 copies for an American work in America, but even that was far beyond the possibilities of the time. An external influence of great potency helped to keep the national literature scant and timorous during those early and perilous days. It was the extraordinary animosity of the English critics, then at the zenith of their pontifical authority, to all books of American origin or flavor. This animosity, culminating in Sidney Smith's famous sneer, was but part of a larger hostility to all things American, from political theories to table manners. The American, after the War of 1812, became the pet abomination of the English, and the chief butt of the incomparable English talent for moral indignation. There was scarcely an issue of the Quarterly Review, the Edinburgh, the Foreign Quarterly, the British Review, or Blackwood's for a generation following 1814 in which he was not stupendously assaulted. Gifford, Sidney Smith, and the poet Southey became specialists in this business. It took on the character of a holy war. Even such mild men as Wordsworth were recruited for it. It was argued that the Americans were rogues and swindlers, that they lived in filth and squalor, that they were boors in social intercourse, that they were poltroons and savages in war, that they were depraved and criminal, that they were wholly devoid of the remotest notion of decency or honor. The Foreign Quarterly, summing up in January 1844, pronounced them horn-handed and pig-headed, hard, persevering, unscrupulous, carnivorous with a genius for lying. Various Americans went to the defense of their countrymen, among them Irving, Cooper, Timothy Dwight, J.K. Paulding, John Neal, Edward Everett, and Robert Walsh. Paulding in John Bull in America, or The New Munchausen, published in 1825, attempted satire. Even an Englishman, James Sterling, warned his fellow Britons that, if they continued their intolerant abuse, they would turn into bitterness the last drops of goodwill toward England that exist in the United States. But the avalanche of denunciation kept up, and even down to a few years ago, it was very uncommon for an Englishman to write of American politics, or manners, or literature without betraying his dislike. Not, indeed, until the Prussian began monopolizing the whole British talent for horror and invective, did the Yankee escape the lash. This gigantic pummeled, in the long run, was destined to encourage an independent spirit in the national literature, if only by a process of mingled resentment and despair, but for some time its chief effect was to make American writers of a more delicate aspiration extremely self-conscious and diffident. The educated classes, even against their will, were influenced by the torrent of abuse. They could not help finding in it an occasional reasonableness, an accidental true hit. The result, despite the efforts of Channing, Knapp, and other such valiant defenders of the native author, was uncertainty and skepticism in native criticism. The first step of an American entering upon a literary career, says Lodge, writing of the first quarter of the century, was to pretend to be an Englishman in order that he might win the approval, not of Englishmen, but of his own countrymen. Cooper, in his first novel, Precaution, chose an English scene, imitated English models, and obviously hoped to placate the critics thereby. Irving, too, in his earliest work, showed a considerable discretion, and his History of New York, as everyone knows, was first published anonymously. But this puerile spirit did not last long. The English onslaughts were altogether too vicious to be received lying down. Their very fury demanded that they be met with a united and courageous front. Cooper, in his second novel, The Spy, boldly chose an American setting and American characters, and though the influence of his wife, who came of a loyalist family, caused him to avoid any direct attack upon the English, he attacked them indirectly, and with great effect, by opposing an immediate and honorable success to their derisions. The Spy ran through 3 editions in 4 months. It was followed by his long line of thoroughly American novels. In 1834, he formally apologized to his countrymen for his early truancy in Precaution. Irving, too, soon adopted a bolder tone, and despite his English predilections, he refused an offer of 100 guineas for an article for the Slash Quarterly Review, made by Gifford in 1828, on the ground that the Slash Review Slash has been so persistently hostile to our country that I cannot draw a pen in its service. The same year saw the publication of the first edition of Webster's American Dictionary of the English Language, and a year later followed Samuel L. Knapp's Lectures on American Literature, the first history of the national letters ever attempted. Knapp, in his preface, thought it necessary to prove, first of all, that an American literature actually existed, and Webster, in his introduction, was properly apologetic. But there was no real need for timorousness in either case, for the American attitude toward the attack of the English was now definitely changing from uneasiness to defiance. The English critics, in fact, had overdone the thing, and though their clatter was to keep up for many years more, they no longer spread terror or had much influence. Of a sudden, as if in answer to them, doubts turned to confidence, and then into the wildest sort of optimism, not only in politics and business, but also in what passed for the arts. Knapp boldly defied the English to produce a tuneful sister, surpassing Mrs. Sigourney. More, he argued that the New World, if only by reason of its superior scenic grandeur, would eventually hatch a poetry surpassing even that of Greece and Rome. What are the Tibers and Scamanders, he demanded, measured by the Missouri and the Amazon, or what the loveliness of Ilyssus or Avon by the Connecticut or the Potomac? In brief, the national feeling, long delayed at birth, finally leaped into being in amazing vigor. One can get an idea of the strength of that feeling, says R.O. Williams, by glancing at almost any book taken at random from the American publications of the period. Belief in the grand future of the United States is the keynote of everything said and done. All things American are to be grand our territory. Population, products, wealth, science, art but especially our political institutions and literature. The unbounded confidence in the material development of the country, which now characterizes the extreme northwest of the United States, prevailed as strongly throughout the eastern part of the Union during the first 30 years of the century. And over and above a belief in, and concern for materialistic progress, there were enthusiastic anticipations of achievements in all the moral and intellectual fields of national greatness. Nor was that vast optimism wholly without warrant. An American literature was actually coming into being, and with a wall of hatred and contempt shutting in England, the new American writers were beginning to turn to the continent for inspiration and encouragement. Irving had already drunk at Spanish Springs. Emerson and Bayard Taylor were to receive powerful impulses from Germany, following Ticknor, Bancroft, and Everett before them. Bryant was destined to go back to the classics. Moreover, Cooper and John P. Kennedy had shown the way to native sources of literary material, and Longfellow was making ready to follow them. Novels in imitation of English models were no longer heard of. The ground was preparing for Uncle Tom's Cabin. Finally, Webster himself, as Williams demonstrated, worked better than he knew. His American dictionary was not only thoroughly American, it was superior to any of the current dictionaries of the English, so much so that for a good many years it remained a sort of mine for British lexicography to exploit. Thus all hesitations disappeared, and there arose a national consciousness so soaring and so blatant that it began to dismiss all British usage and opinion as puerile and idiotic. William L. Marcy, when Secretary of State under Pierce, 1853-57, issued a circular to all American diplomatic and consular officers, loftily bidding them employ only the American language in communicating with him. The legislature of Indiana, in an act approved February 15, 1838, establishing the State University at Bloomington, provided that it should instruct the youth of the new Commonwealth. It had been admitted to the Union in 1816 in the American, learned, and foreign languages, and literature. Such grandiose pronunciamentos well indicate and explain the temper of the era. It was a time of expansion and braggadocio. The new republic would not only produce a civilization and a literature of its own, it would show the way for all other civilizations and literatures. Rufus Wilmot Griswold, the enemy of Poe, rose from his decorous Baptist pew to protest that so much patriotism amounted to insularity and absurdity, but there seems to have been no one to second the motion. It took, indeed, the vast shock of the Civil War to unhorse the optimists. While the Jackson influence survived, it was the almost unanimous national conviction that he who dallies is a dastard, and he who doubts is damned. Section 2. The language in the making all this jingoistic bombast, however, was directed toward defending, not so much the national vernacular as the national beautiful letters. True enough, an English attack upon a definite American locution always brought out certain critical minutemen. But in the main, they were anything but hospitable to the racy neologisms that kept crowding up from below, and most of them were eager to be accepted as masters of orthodox English and very sensitive to the charge that their writing was bestrewn with Americanisms. A glance through the native criticism of the time will show how ardently even the most uncompromising patriots imitated the Johnsonian jargon then fashionable in England. Fowler and Griswold followed pantingly in the footsteps of Macaulay. Their prose is extraordinarily ornate and self-conscious, and one searches it in vain for any concession to colloquialism. Poe, the master of them all, achieved a style so elephantine that many an English leader writer must have studied it with envy. A few bolder spirits, as we have seen, spoke out for national freedom in language as well as in letters among them. Channing, but in the main, the Brahmins of the time were conservatives in that department, and it is difficult to imagine Emerson or Irving or Bryant sanctioning the innovations later adopted so easily by Howells. Lowell and Walt Whitman, in fact, were the first men of letters, properly so called, to give specific assent to the great changes that were firmly fixed in the national speech during the half-century between the War of 1812 and the Civil War. Lowell did so in his preface to the second series of the Biglow Papers. Whitman made his declaration in an American primer. In discussing his own poetry, he said, "It is an attempt to give the spirit, The Body and the Man, New Words, New Potentialities of Speech in American. A Cosmopolitan for the Best of America is the best cosmopolitanism, range of self-expression. And then, the Americans are going to be the most fluent and melodious-voiced people in the world and the most perfect users of words. The new times, the new people, the new vistas need a new tongue according, yes. And what is more, they will have such a new tongue. To which, as everyone knows, Whitman himself forthwith contributed many daring and still undigested novelties e.g. /Camerdo / romanza / Adamic / and / these states. Meanwhile, in strong contrast to the lingering conservatism above there, was a wild and lawless development of the language below, and in the end it forced itself into recognition and profited by the literary declaration of independence of its very opponents. The /jus et norma liquendi / says W.R. Morfill, the English philologist, do not depend upon scholars. Particularly in a country where scholarship is still new and wholly cloistered, and the overwhelming majority of the people are engaged upon novel and highly exhilarating tasks, far away from schools and with a gigantic cockiness in their hearts. The remnants of the Puritan civilization had been wiped out by the rise of the proletariat under Jackson, and whatever was fine and sensitive in it had died with it. What remained of an urbane habit of mind and utterance began to be confined to the narrowing feudal areas of the South, and to the still narrower refuge of the Boston Brahmins, now, for the first time, a definitely recognized caste of intelligentsia, self-charged with carrying the torch of culture through a new dark age. The typical American, in Paulding's satirical phrase, became a bundling, gouging, impious fellow, without either morals, literature, religion, or refinement. Next to the savage struggle for land and dollars, party politics was the chief concern of the people, and with the disappearance of the old leaders and the entrance of pushing upstarts from the backwoods, political controversy sank to an incredibly low level. Bartlett, in the introduction to the second edition of his glossary, describes the effect upon the language. First, the enfranchised mob, whether in the city wards or along the western rivers, invented fantastic slang words and turns of phrase. Then they were seized upon by stump speakers at political meetings. Then they were heard in Congress. Then they got into the newspapers, and finally they came into more or less good usage. Much contemporary evidence is to the same effect. Fowler, in listing low expressions in 1850, described them as chiefly political. The vernacular tongue of the country, said Daniel Webster, has become greatly vitiated, depraved, and corrupted by the style of the congressional debates. Thornton, in the appendix to his glossary, gives some astounding specimens of congressional oratory between the 20s and 60s, and many more will reward the explorer who braves the files of the Congressional Globe / This flood of racy and unprecedented words and phrases beat upon, and finally penetrated the retreat of the literati. But the purity of speech cultivated there had little compensatory influence upon the vulgate. The newspaper was now enthroned, and Bell's letters / were cultivated almost in private, and as a mystery. It is probable, indeed, that Uncle Tom's Cabin and 10 Nights in a Barroom, both published in the early 50s, were the first contemporary native books, after Cooper's day, that the American people as a people ever read, nor did the pulpit, now fast falling from its old high estate, lift a corrective voice. On the contrary, it joined the crowd, and Bartlett denounces it specifically for its bad example, and cites, among its crimes against the language, such inventions as to doxologize / and / to funeralize /. To these novelties, apparently without any thought of their uncouthness, Fowler adds to / missionate / and consociational. As I say, the pressure from below broke down the defenses of the purists and literally forced a new national idiom upon them. Pen in hand, they might still achieve laborious imitations of Johnson and Macaulay, but their mouths began to betray them. When it comes to talking, wrote Charles Astor Bristed for Englishmen in 1855, the most refined and best educated American, who has habitually resided in his own country, the very man who would write, on some serious topic, volumes in which no peculiarity could be detected, will, in half a dozen sentences, use at least as many words that cannot fail to strike the inexperienced Englishman who hears them for the first time. Bristed gave a specimen of the American of that time, calculated to flabbergast his inexperienced Englishman, You will find it in the volume of Cambridge essays, already cited. His aim was to explain and defend Americanisms, and so shut off the storm of English reviling, and he succeeded in producing one of the most thoughtful and persuasive essays on the subject ever written. But his purpose failed and the attack kept up, and 8 years afterward the very Reverend Henry Alford, D.D., Dean of Canterbury, led a famous assault. "Look at those phrases," he said, "which so amuse us in their speech and books, at their reckless exaggeration and contempt for congruity, and then compare the character and history of the nation, its blunted sense of moral obligation and duty to man, its open disregard of conventional right where aggrandizement is to be obtained, and I may now say, its reckless and fruitless maintenance of the most cruel and unprincipled war in the history of the world." In his American edition of 1866, Dr. Alford withdrew this reference to the Civil War and somewhat ameliorated his indignation otherwise, but he clung to the main counts in his indictment, and most Englishmen, I dare say, still give them a certain support. The American is no longer a vain, egotistical, insolent, rhodomontade sort of fellow. America is no longer the brigand confederation of the Foreign Quarterly or the loathsome creature. Maimed and lame, full of sores and ulcers of Dickens, but the Americanism is yet regarded with a bilious eye and pounced upon viciously when found. Even the friendliest English critics seem to be daunted by the gargantuan copiousness of American inventions in speech. Their position, perhaps, was well stated by Capt. Basil Hall, author of the celebrated Travels in North America, in 1827. When he argued that surely such innovations are to be deprecated, an American asked him this question: "If a word becomes universally current in America, why should it not take its station in the language?" "Because," replied Hall in all seriousness, "there are words enough in our language already." Section 3. The expanding vocabulary. A glance at some of the characteristic coinages of the time, as they are revealed in the Congressional Globe in contemporary newspapers and political tracts, and in that grotesque small literature of humor which began with Judge Thomas C. Halliburton's Sam Slick in 1835, is almost enough to make one sympathize with Dean Alford. Bartlett quotes to doxologize from the Christian Disciple, a quite reputable religious paper of the 40s. To citizenize was used and explained by Senator Young, of Illinois, in the Senate on February 1, 1841, and he gave Noah Webster as authority for it. To funeralize and to mission it along with consociational were contributions of the backwoods pulpit. Perhaps it also produced hell roaring and hellion, the latter of which was a favorite of the Mormons and even got into a sermon by Henry Ward Beecher. To deacon, a verb of decent mien in colonial days, signifying to read a hymn line by line, responded to the rough humor of the time, and began to mean to swindle or adulterate, e.g., to put the largest berries at the top of the box, to extend one's fences sub rosa, or to mix sand with sugar. A great rage for extending the vocabulary by the use of suffixes seized upon the corn-fed etymologists, and they produced a formidable new vocabulary in /i/, /8/, /i/, /akai/, O's, and meant such inventions as to obligate to concertize, to questionize rhetoricy savagerous cody a sort of diminutive for coat, and citified appeared in the popular vocabulary, and even got into more or less good usage. Fowler, in 1850, cited publishment and releasement with no apparent thought that they were uncouth. And at the same time, many verbs were made by the simple process of back formation, as to resurrect to exskirt to resolute, to burgle, and to enthuse . Some of these inventions, after flourishing for a generation or more, were retired with blushes during the period of aesthetic consciousness following the Civil War, but a large number have survived to our own day and are in good usage. Not even the most bilious purist would think of objecting to affiliate, to itemize, to resurrect, or to Americanize today. And yet all of them gave grief to the judicious when they first appeared in the debates of Congress, brought there by statesmen from the backwoods. Nor to such simpler verbs of the period as to corner the market, to boss and to lynch . Nor perhaps to boom, to boost, to kick in the sense of to protest, to coast on a sled, to engineer slash to collide slash to chink, i.e. slash logs to fees slash to splurge slash to aggravate slash in the sense of to anger, to yank, and to crawfish slash. These verbs have entered into the very fiber of the American vulgate, and so have many nouns derived from them, e.g. boomer slash boomtown slash, bouncer, kicker, kick, splurge slash roller coaster slash. A few of them, e.g. to collide and to fees slash, were archaic English terms brought to new birth. A few others, e.g. slash to holler slash and to muss, were obviously mere corruptions. But a good many others, e.g. to bulldoze, to hornswoggle, and to scoot, were genuine inventions and redolent of the soil. With the new verbs came a great swarm of verb phrases, some of them short and pithy, and others extraordinarily elaborate, but all showing the true national talent for condensing a complex thought, and often a whole series of thoughts, into a vivid and arresting image. Of the first class are to fill the bill, to fizzle out, to make tracks, slash to peter out, to plank down, to go back on, to keep tab, slash to light out, and to back water side by side with them. We have inherited such common coins of speech as to make the fur fly, slash to cut a swath, to know him like a book, to keep a stiff upper lip, slash to cap the climax, to handle without gloves, to freeze on to, slash to go it blind, to pull wool over his eyes, to know the ropes, slash to get solid with, to spread oneself, to run into the ground, slash to dodge the issue, to paint the town red, to take a backseat slash, and to get ahead of. These are so familiar that we use them and hear them without thought. They seem as authentically parts of the English idiom as to be left at the post, and yet, as the labors of Thornton have demonstrated, all of them are of American nativity, and the circumstances surrounding the origin of some of them have been accurately determined. Many others are palpably the products of the great movement toward the West, for example, to pan out, to strike it rich, to jump or enter a claim, to pull up stakes, to rope and slash, to die with one's boots on, to get the deadwood on, to get the drop, to back and fill slash. A steamboat phrase used figuratively. And to get the bulge on, and in many others the authentic American is no less plain. For example, in to kick the bucket, to put a bug in his ear slash, to see the elephant, to crack up. To do up brown slash, to bark up the wrong tree, to jump on with both feet, slash to go the whole hog, to make a kick, to buck the tiger, to let it slide slash, and to come out at the little end of the horn, to play possum slash belongs to this list. To it Thornton adds to knock into a cocked hat, despite its English sound, and to have an axe to grind slash. Slash to go for, both in the sense of belligerency and in that of partisanship, is also American, and so is to go through i.e. to plunder. Of adjectives, the list is scarcely less long. Among the coinages of the first half of the century that are in good use today are non-committal, highfalutin, well, posted, downtown, slash played out slash, flat, footed, whole-souled, and true blue. The first appears in a Senate debate of 1841, highfalutin in a political speech of the same decade. Both are useful words. It is impossible, not employing them, to convey the ideas behind them without circumlocution. The use of slim in the sense of meager, as in slash slim chance slash, slim attendance and slim support, goes back still further. The English use small in place of it. Other and less respectable contributions of the time are brash, brainy, pert slash locoed slash, pesky, picayune, scary, well-heeled slash hardshell slash e.g. Baptist, low-flung, codfish to indicate opprobrium, and go to meeting. The use of plum as an adjective, as in slash plum crazy slash, is an English archaism that was revived in the United States in the early years of the century. In the more orthodox adverbial form of plump it still survives, for example, in she fell plump into his arms. But this last is also good English. The characteristic American substitution of mad for angry goes back to the 18th century, and perhaps denotes the survival of an English provincialism. Witherspoon noticed it and denounced it in 1781, and in 1816 Pickering called it low and said that it was not used, except in very familiar conversation. But it got into much better odor soon afterward, and by 1840 it passed unchallenged. Its use is one of the peculiarities that Englishmen most quickly notice in American colloquial speech today. In formal written discourse, it is less often encountered, probably because the English marking of it has so conspicuously singled it out. But it is constantly met with in the newspapers and in the congressional record, and it is not infrequently used by such writers as Howells and Dreiser. In the familiar simile, as mad as a hornet, it is used in the American sense. But as mad as a March hare is English and connotes insanity, not mere anger. The English meaning of the word is preserved in mad house and mad dog, but I have often noticed that American rustics, employing the latter term, derive from it a vague notion, not that the dog is demented, but that it is in a simple fury. From this notion, perhaps, comes the popular belief that dogs may be thrown into hydrophobia by teasing and badgering them. It was not, however, among the verbs and adjectives that the American word coiners of the first half of the century achieved their gaudiest innovations, but among the substantives. Here they had temptation and excuse in plenty, for innumerable new objects and relations demanded names, and here they exercised their fancy without restraint. Setting aside loan words, which will be considered later, 3 main varieties of new nouns were thus produced. The first consisted of English words rescued from obsolescence or changed in meaning, the second of compounds manufactured of the common materials of the mother tongue, and the third of entirely new inventions. Of the first class, good specimens are deck of cards, gulch, gully, and billion, the first 3 Old English words restored to usage in America, and the last a sound English word changed in meaning. Of the second class, examples are offered by gum, shoe, mortgage shark, dugout, shotgun, stag party, wheat pit, horse sense, chipped, beef oyster supper, buzz saw, chain gang, and hellbox, and of the third there are instances in bunkum, greaser, conniption, bloomer, campus, galoot, maverick, roustabout, bugaboo, and blizzard. Of these coinages, perhaps those of the second class are most numerous and characteristic. In them, American exhibits one of its most marked tendencies, a habit of achieving shortcuts in speech by a process of agglutination. Why explain laboriously, as an Englishman might, that the notes of a new bank, in a day of innumerable new banks, are insufficiently secure? Call them wild cat notes and have done. Why describe a gigantic rain storm with the lame adjectives of everyday? Call it a cloud burst and immediately a vivid picture of it is conjured up. Roughneck is a capital word. It is more apposite and savory than the English navvy, and it is overwhelmingly more American. Square, meal is another. Fire, eater is yet another. And the same instinct for the terse, the eloquent and the picturesque is in boiled. Shirt, blowout, big bug, claim jumper, spread eagle, come down, back number, claw hammer coat, bottom dollar, poppycock, cold snap, back talk, back taxes, calamity howler, cut off, fire bug, grab bag, grip sack, grub steak, pay dirt, tender foot, stocking feet, ticket scalper, store clothes, small potatoes, cake walk, prairie, schooner, roundup, snake fence. Flatboat, under the weather, on the hoof, and jumping off place. These compounds, there must be thousands of them, have been largely responsible for giving the language its characteristic tang and color. Such specimens as bell, hop, semi-occasional, chair warmer, and down and out are as distinctively American as baseball or the quick lunch. The spirit of the language appears scarcely less clearly in some of the coinages of the other classes. There are, for example, the English words that have been extended or restricted in meaning, e.g. docket for court calendar, betterment for improvement to property, collateral for security, crank for fanatic, jumper for tunic, tickler for memorandum or reminder, carnival in such phrases as carnival of crime, scrape for fight or difficulty, flurry of snow, or in the market, suspenders diggings for habitation and range again. There are the new assemblings of English materials e.g. doggery rowdy teetotaler, goatee, Tony, and cussedness. Yet again, there are the purely artificial words e.g. sockdolager hunkadurry scalawag gaiuscuties spondulic slumgullion rambunctious scrumptious to skedaddle to absquatulate and to exfluncticate . In the use of the last named coinages, fashions change. In the 40s, to absquatulate was in good usage, but it has since disappeared. Most of the other inventions of the time, however, have to some extent survived, and it would be difficult to find an American of today who did not know the meaning of scalawag and rambunctious, and who did not occasionally use them. A whole series of artificial American words groups itself around the prefix cur, for example, cur, flop, cur, splash, cur, thump, cur, bang, cur, plunk, cur, slam, and cur, flummock, This prefix and its onomatopoeic daughters have been borrowed by the English, but Thornton and Ware agree that it is American. Its origin has not been determined. As Say says, The native instinct of language breaks out wherever it has the chance, and coins words which can be traced back to no ancestors. In the first chapter, one mentioned the superior imaginativeness revealed by Americans in meeting linguistic emergencies, whereby, for example, in seeking names for new objects introduced by the building of railroads, they surpassed the English plow and slash crossing plate slash with cow catcher and frog. That was in the 30s. Already at that early day, the two languages were so differentiated that they produced wholly distinct railroad nomenclatures. Such commonplace American terms as boxcar, caboose, airline, and ticket agent are still quite unknown in England. So are freight, car, flagman, towerman slash switch slash, switching engine, switchyard, switchman slash trackwalker slash engineer, baggage room, baggage, check slash baggage smasher slash, accommodation train, baggage master slash conductor slash, express car, flat car, hand car, waybill slash expressman slash, express office, fast freight, wrecking crew, jerk water, commutation ticket, commuter, round trip slash mileage book slash, ticket scalper, depot, limited, hotbox, iron horse, stopover. Tie, rail, fish, plate, run, train, boy, chair car, club car, diner, sleeper, bumpers, mail clerk, passenger coach, day coach, excursionist slash excursion, train, railroad man, ticket office, truck, and slash right-of-way slash. Not to mention the verbs to flag, to derail, slash to express slash, to deadhead, to sideswipe, to stopover, to fire slash. A locomotive, to switch, to sidetrack, to railroad slash to commute, to telescope, and to clear the track. These terms are in constant use in America. Their meaning is familiar to all Americans. Many of them have given the language everyday figures of speech. But the majority of them would puzzle an Englishman, just as the English luggage van, permanent way, goods wagon slash guard slash carrier, booking, office, return ticket, railway, rug are. SO railway suboffice, tripper, line, points, shunt slash metals slash and bogey would puzzle the average untraveled American. In two other familiar fields, very considerable differences between English and American are visible. In both fields, they go back to the era before the Civil War. They are politics and that department of social intercourse which has to do with drinking. Many characteristic American political terms originated in Revolutionary days and have passed over into English. Of such sort are caucus and mileage. But the majority of those in common use today were coined during the extraordinarily exciting campaigns following the defeat of Adams by Jefferson. Charles Ledyard Norton has devoted a whole book to their etymology and meaning. The number is far too large for a list of them to be attempted here. But a few characteristic specimens may be recalled, for example, the simple agglutinates. Omnibus bill slash banner state slash favorite son, anxious bench, gag rule, office seeker, and straight ticket. The humorous metaphors, pork barrel, pie counter, wire puller, landslide, carpetbagger, lame duck, and on the fence. The old words put to new uses. Plank, platform, machine, precinct, slate slash primary slash, floater, repeater, bolter, stalwart, filibuster slash regular slash and fences. The new coinages, gerrymander, healer slash bunkum slash roarback slash mugwump into bulldoze. The new derivatives, abolitionist, candidacy, boss rule slash per diem slash to lobby and boodler, and the almost innumerable verbs and verb phrases. To knife, to split a ticket, to go up Salt River slash, to bolt, to eat crow, to boodle, to divvy, to grab slash, and to run. An English candidate never runs. He stands to slash run slash, according to Thornton, was already used in America in 1789. It was universal by 1820. Platform came in at the same time. Slash machine slash was first applied to a political organization by Aaron Burr. The use of mugwump is commonly thought to have originated in the Blaine campaign of 1884, but it really goes back to the 30s. Slash anxious bench slash, or anxious seat, at first designated only the place occupied by the penitent at revivals, but was used in its present political sense in Congress so early as 1842. Banner, state appears in Niles, register slash for December 5, 1840. Favorite, son appears in an ode addressed to Washington on his visit to Portsmouth, NH, in 1789, but it did not acquire its present ironical sense until it was applied to Martin Van Buren. Thornton has traced bolter to 1812, filibuster to 1863, slash roarback slash to 1844, and split ticket to 1842. Regularity was an issue in Tammany Hall in 1822. There were primaries in New York City in 1827, and hundreds of repeaters voted. In 1829, there were lobby agents at Albany, and they soon became lobbyists. In 1830, lobbying had already extended to Washington. All of these terms are now as firmly embedded in the American vocabulary as election or congressman. In the Department of Conviviality, the imaginativeness of Americans has been shown in both the invention and the naming of new and often highly complex beverages. So vast has been the production of novelties, in fact, that England has borrowed many of them and their names with them. And not only England. One buys cocktails and gin, fizzes in American bars that stretch from Paris to Yokohama. Cocktail Stone Fence and Sherry Cobbler were mentioned by Irving in 1809. By Thackeray's day they were already well known in England. Thornton traces the sling to 1788, and the stinkibus and dantiphygmatic both now extinct, to the same year. The origin of the Ricky, fizz, sour, cooler, skin, shrub, and smash, and of such curious American drinks as the horse's neck. Mamie Taylor, Tom and Jerry, Tom Collins, John Collins, Bishop, Stonewall, Gin Fix, Brandy Champerel, Golden Slipper, Hari Kari, Locomotive, Whiskey, Daisy, Blue Blazer, Black Stripe, White Plush, and Brandy Crusta is quite unknown. The historians of alcoholism, like the philologists, have neglected them. But the essentially American character of most of them is obvious, despite the fact that a number have gone over into English. The English, in naming their drinks, commonly display a far more limited imagination. Seeking a name, for example, for a mixture of whiskey and soda water, the best they could achieve was whiskey and soda . The Americans, introduced to the same drink, at once gave it the far more original name of highball, so with ginger ale and ginger pop, so with minerals and soft drinks . Other characteristic Americanisms, a few of them borrowed by the English, are red-eye corn, juice, eye-opener, 40 rod / squirrel whiskey / phlegm cutter, moonshine, hard cider. Apple Jack and Corpse Reviver, and the auxiliary drinking terms speakeasy / sample room, blind, pig, barrel house, bouncer, bung starter, dive / doggery / schooner, shell, stick / duck / straight, saloon, finger, pony, and chaser. Thornton shows that jag, bust, bat, and to crook the elbow are also Americanisms. So our bartender and saloon keeper to them might be added a long list of common American synonyms for drunk. For example, piffled / pifflicated / awry-eyed, tanked, snooted / stewed / ossified, slopped, fiddled, edged, loaded / het up / frazzled, jugged, soused, jiggered, corned / jagged / and bun /. Farmer and Henley list corned and jagged / among English synonyms. But the former is obviously an Americanism derived from corn whiskey or corn juice, and Thornton says that the latter originated on this side of the Atlantic also. Section 4. Loan words. The Indians of the New West, it would seem, had little to add to the contributions already made to the American vocabulary by the Algonquins of the Northeast. The American people, by the beginning of the second quarter of the 19th century, knew almost all they were destined to know of the Aborigine, and they had names for all the new objects that he had brought to their notice, and for most of his peculiar implements and ceremonies. A few translated Indian terms, e.g. Squaw Man, Big Chief, Great White Father and Happy Hunting Ground, represent the meager fresh stock that the Western pioneers got from him. Of more importance was the suggestive and indirect effect of his polysynthetic dialects, and particularly of his vivid proper names, e.g. Rain in the Face, Young Man Afraid of His Wife and Voice Like Thunder. These names, and other word phrases like them, made an instant appeal to American humor and were extensively imitated in popular slang. One of the surviving coinages of that era is Old Stick in the Mud, which Farmer and Henley note as having reached England by 1823. Contact with the French in Louisiana and along the Canadian border, and with the Spanish in Texas and further west, brought many more new words. From the Canadian French, as we have already seen, prairie /batteau / portage and rapids had been borrowed during colonial days. To these French contributions, bayou, picayune, levee /chute / butte, crevasse, and lagniappe were now added, and probably also shanty and Canuck. The use of brave to designate an Indian warrior, almost universal until the close of the Indian Wars, was also of French origin. From the Spanish, once the Mississippi was crossed, and particularly after the Mexican War in 1846, there came a swarm of novelties, many of which have remained firmly embedded in the language. Among them were numerous names of strange objects: lariat, lasso, ranch/loco/weed, Mustang, sombrero, canyon, desperado, poncho/chaparral/ corral, bronco, plaza/peon/cayuse/burro/mesa, tornado, sierra, and adobe. To them, as soon as gold was discovered, were added bonanza/eldorado/placer and vigilante. Cinch was borrowed from the Spanish cincha in the early Texas days, though its figurative use did not come in until much later. Ante, the poker term, though the etymologists point out its obvious origin in the Latin, probably came into American from the Spanish. Thornton's first example of its use in its current sense is dated 1857, but Bartlett reported it in the form of anti in 1848. /coyote/ came from the Mexican dialect of Spanish. Its first parent was the Aztec/coyotl/. Tamale had a similar origin, and so did /frigil/ and tomato. None of these is good Spanish. As usual, derivatives quickly followed the newcomers, among them peonage, bronco buster, ranchman and ranch house, and the verbs /to ranch/ to lasso to corral to ante up, and to cinch / to vamos/ from the Spanish /vamos/ let us go, came in at the same time. So did /sabe/. So did gazabo. This was also the period of the first great immigrations, and the American people now came into contact, on a large scale, with peoples of divergent race, particularly Germans, Irish Catholics from the south of Ireland. The Irish of colonial days were descendants of Cromwell's army and came from the north of Ireland, and, on the Pacific coast, Chinese. So early as the 20s, the immigration to the United States reached 25,000 in a year. In 1824, the legislature of New York, in alarm, passed a restrictive act. The Know-Nothing movement of the 50s need not concern us here. Suffice it to recall that the immigration of 1845 passed the 100,000 mark, and that of 1854 came within sight of 500,000. These new Americans, most of them Germans and Irish, did not all remain in the East. A great many spread through the West and Southwest with the other pioneers. Their effect upon the language was not large, perhaps, but it was still very palpable, and not only in the vocabulary. Of words of German origin, /sauerkraut/ and noodle, as we have seen, had come in during the colonial period, apparently through the so-called Pennsylvania Dutch, i.e., a mixture, much debased, of the German dialects of Switzerland, Suabia, and the Palatinate. The new immigrants now contributed pretzel, pumpernickel, Hausfrau, Lagerbier, /pinochle/ Wienerwurst, dumb for stupid, Frankfurter, /Bockbier/ Schnitzel, /Leberwurst/ Blutwurst/ Ratskeller /Schweizer/ cheese, delicatessen, hamburger, i.e., steak, /kindergarten/ and Katzenjammer. From them, in all probability, there also came two very familiar Americanisms, loafer and bum. The former, according to the Standard Dictionary, is derived from the German /laufen/. Another authority says that it originated in a German mispronunciation of lover, i.e., as /loafer/. Thornton shows that the word was already in common use in 1835. Bum was originally /bummer/ and apparently derives from the German /bummler/. Both words have produced derivatives: loaf noun, to loaf /corner loafer/ common loafer to bum edge, and /bummery/, not to mention on the bum/. Loafer has migrated in England, but bum is still unknown there in the American sense. In English, indeed, bum is used to designate an unmentionable part of the body and is thus not employed in polite discourse. Another example of debased German is offered by the American /Kris-Kringle/. It is from /Christkindlein/ or /Christkindle/ and properly designates, of course, not the patron saint of Christmas, but the child in the manger. A German friend tells me that the form Kris-Kringle/, which is that given in the Standard Dictionary, and the form /Christkindle/, which is that most commonly used in the United States, are both quite unknown in Germany. Here, obviously, we have an example of a loanword in decay. Whole phrases have gone through the same process, For example, nix cum eruse slash from slash nichts kommt heraus slash and slash ruse mit im slash from slash heraus mit im slash. These phrases, like slash y jates slash and slash gant's gut, are familiar to practically all Americans, no matter how complete their ignorance of correct German. Most of them know, too, the meaning of Gesundheit, slash Kummel slash, Seidel slash Wanderlust slash, Stein, Speck, slash Miniature slash Schutzenfist slash Sanderfist slash Turnverein slash Hawk slash, Jodel, Zwieback and slash Zwei slash, as in slash Zweibier. I have found snitz equals slash schnitz slash in slash town topic slash. Prosit is in all American dictionaries. Bauer, as used in cards, is an Americanism derived from the German slash Bauer slash, meaning the jack. The exclamation, slash ouch, slash is classed as an Americanism by Thornton, and he gives an example dated 1837. The New English Dictionary refers it to the German slash och slash, and Thornton says that it may have come across with the Dunkers or the Mennonites. Slash ouch slash is not heard in English, save in the sense of a clasp or buckle set with precious stones, equals of slash nouch slash, and even in that sense it is archaic. Shyster is very probably German also. Thornton has traced it back to the 50s. Dumb is grounded upon the meaning of dumb borrowed from the German. It is not listed in the English slang dictionaries. Bristed says that the American meaning of wagon, which indicates almost any four-wheeled, horse-drawn vehicle in this country, but only the very heaviest in England, was probably influenced by the German wagen. He also says that the American use of hold on for stop was suggested by the German slash halt and slash, and White says that the substitution of standpoint for slash point of view, long opposed by all purists, was first made by an American professor who sought an anglicized form of the German slash standpunkt slash. The same German influence may be behind the general facility with which American forms compound nouns. In most other languages, for example, Latin and French, the process is rare, and even English lags far behind American. But in German it is almost unrestricted. It is, says L.P. Smith, a great step in advance toward that ideal language in which meaning is expressed, not by terminations, but by the simple method of word position. The immigrants from the south of Ireland, during the period under review, exerted an influence upon the language that was vastly greater than that of the Germans, both directly and indirectly, but their contributions to the actual vocabulary were probably less. They gave American, indeed, relatively few new words. Perhaps shillelagh, slash colleen slash, spalpeen, smithereens, and poteen exhaust the unmistakably Gaelic list. Slash lalapalooza slash is also probably an Irish loanword, though it is not Gaelic. It apparently comes from slash a leifusi slash, a Mayo provincialism, signifying a sturdy fellow. A leifusi slash, in its turn, comes from the French slash a les fusils slash, meaning forward the muskets. A memory, according to P.W. Joyce, of the French landing at Killala in 1798. Such phrases as slash Aaron go brog slash, and such expletives as begob and slash begory slash may perhaps be added. They have got into American, though they are surely not distinctive Americanisms. But of far more importance than these few contributions to the vocabulary were certain speech habits that the Irish brought with them, habits of pronunciation, of syntax, and even of grammar. These habits were, in part, the fruit of efforts to translate the idioms of Gaelic into English, and in part borrowings from the English of the age of James I the latter, preserved by Irish conservatism in speech, came into contact in America with habits surviving, with more or less change, from the same time, and so gave those American habits an unmistakable reinforcement. The Yankees, so to speak, had lived down such Jacobean pronunciations as tay for slash t slash and slash deceive slash for deceive, and these forms on Irish lips struck them as uncouth and absurd, but they still clung in their common speech to such forms as slash hist slash for hoist, bile for slash boil slash, chaw for chew, slash jine slash for join, sass for sauce, slash hate slash for height, and slash wrench slash for rinse, and slash lep slash for leap. And the employment of precisely the same forms by the thousands of Irish immigrants who spread through the country undoubtedly gave them a certain support, and so protected them, in a measure, from the assault of the purists. And the same support was given to slash drowned slash for drowned, slash onset slash for once, catch for catch, slash agin slash for slash against slash, and slash onery slash for ordinary. Certain usages of Gaelic, carried over into the English of Ireland, fell upon fertile soil in America. One was the employment of the definite article before nouns, as in French and German. An Irishman does not say, "I am good at Latin," but "I am good at the Latin." In the same way, an American does not say, "I had measles," but "I had the measles." There is, again, the use of the prefix a before various adjectives and gerunds. As in a going and a riding, this usage, of course, is native to English, as aboard and slash afoot slash demonstrate, but it is much more common in the Irish dialect, on account of the influence of the parallel Gaelic form, as in slash ana slash equals slash anear slash, and it is also much more common in American. There is, yet again, a use of intensifying suffixes, often set down as characteristically American, which was probably borrowed from the Irish. Examples are no siree and yes indeedy, and the later slash kiddo slash and skidoo. As Joyce shows, such suffixes in Irish English tend to become whole phrases. The Irishman is almost incapable of saying plain yes or no, he must always add some extra and gratuitous asseveration. The American is in like case. His speech bristles with intensives, bet your life, not on your life, well I guess slash, and no mistake, and so on. The Irish extravagance of speech struck a responsive chord in the American heart. The American borrowed not only occasional words, but whole phrases, and some of them have become thoroughly naturalized. Joyce indeed shows the Irish origin of scores of locutions that are now often mistaken for native Americanisms. For example, great shakes, dead as an intensive, thank you kindly, to split one side's eye. Laughing, and the tune the old cow died of, not to mention many familiar similes and proverbs. Certain Irish pronunciations, Gaelic rather than archaic English, got into American during the 19th century. Among them, one recalls slash boy slash, which entered our political slang in the middle 40s and survived into our own time. Again, there is the very characteristic American word ballyhoo, signifying the harangue of a ballyhoo man or spieler, that is, barker before a cheap show, or, by metaphor, any noisy speech. It is from slash ballyhooly slash, the name of a village in Cork, once notorious for its brawls. Finally, there is shebang. Shield de Vere derives it from the French slash cabin slash, but it seems rather more likely that it is from the Irish shebeen. The propagation of Irishisms in the United States was helped during many years by the enormous popularity of various dramas of Irish peasant life, particularly those of Dion Boucicault. So recently as 1910, an investigation made by the Dramatic Mirror showed that some of his pieces, notably Kathleen Mavourneen, the Colleen Bawn, and the Shaughraun, were still among the favorites of popular audiences. Such plays at one time were presented by dozens of companies, and a number of Irish actors, among them Andrew Mack, Chauncey Olcott, and Boucicault himself, made fortunes appearing in them. An influence also to be taken into account is that of Irish songs, once in great vogue. But such influences, like the larger matter of American borrowings from Anglo-Irish, remain to be investigated. So far as I have been able to discover, there is not a single article in print upon the subject. Here, as elsewhere, our philologists have wholly neglected a very interesting field of inquiry. From other languages, the borrowings during the period of growth were naturally less. Down to the last decades of the 19th century, the overwhelming majority of immigrants were either Germans or Irish. The Jews, Italians, and Slavs were yet to come. But the first Chinese appeared in 1848, and soon their speech began to contribute its inevitable loanwords. These words, of course, were first adopted by the miners of the Pacific coast, and a great many of them have remained California localisms, among them such verbs as to yen, to desire strongly, as a Chinaman desires opium, and to flop, to lie down, and such nouns as fun, a measure of weight. But a number of others have got into the common speech of the whole country, e.g., /fantan /kowtow chop suey, ginseng, joss, yakamai and tong. Contrary to the popular opinion, dope and hop are not from the Chinese. Neither, in fact, is an Americanism, though the former has one meaning that is specially American, i.e., that of information or formula, as in racing dope, and to dope out most etymologists derive the word from the Dutch /dupe/, a sauce. In English, as in American, it signifies a thick liquid, and hence the viscous cooked opium. Hop is simply the common name of the humulus lupulus /. The belief that hops have a soporific effect is very ancient, and hop pillows were brought to America by the first English colonists. The derivation of poker, which came into American from California in the days of the gold rush, has puzzled etymologists. It is commonly derived from primero, the name of a somewhat similar game, popular in England in the 16th century, but the relation seems rather fanciful. It may possibly come, indirectly, from the Danish word /poker/, signifying the devil. /pokerish/, in the sense of alarming, was a common adjective in the United States before the Civil War. Thornton gives an example dated 1827. Shiel de Vere says that /poker/, in the sense of a hobgoblin, was still in use in 1871, but he derives the name of the game from the French /poch/ equals /pouch/ /pocket/. He seems to believe that the bank or pool in the early days was called the poke-bearer and Leland. Rejecting all these guesses, derive poker from the Yiddish /potcher/, which comes in turn from the verb /potchen/, signifying to conceal winnings or losses. This /potchen/ is obviously related to the German /potcher/ equals /boaster/ braggart. There were a good many German Jews in California in the early days, and they were ardent gamblers. If Bearer and Leland are correct, then poker enjoys the honor of being the first loan word taken into American from the Yiddish. Section 5. Pronunciation. Noah Webster, as we saw in the last chapter, sneered at the broad A in 1789 as an Anglomaniac affectation. In the course of the next 25 years, however, he seems to have suffered a radical change of mind. For in the American Spelling Book, published in 1817, he ordained it in ask, last, mass, ant, /grant/, glass and their analogues, and in his 1829 revision he clung to this pronunciation, beside adding master, pastor, /amass, quaff, laugh, craft, etc., and even massive. There is some difficulty, however, in determining just what sound he proposed to give the A, for there are several A sounds that pass as broad, and the two main ones differ considerably. One appears in all, and may be called the ah sound. The other is in art, and may be called the ah sound. A quarter of a century later Richard Grant White distinguished between the two, and denounced the former as a British peculiarity. Frank H. Weistley, writing in 1917, still noted the difference, particularly in such words as daunt, saunter, and /laundry/. It is probable that Webster in most cases intended to advocate the ah sound, as in father, for this pronunciation now prevails in New England. Even there, however, the A often drops to a point midway between ah and ah, though never actually descending to the flat ah, as in an, at, and anatomy. But the imprimatur of the Yankee Johnson was not potent enough to stay the course of nature, and save in New England, the flat A swept the country. He himself allowed it in stamp, and Vase, his successor and rival, Lyman Cobb, decided for it in pass, draft, stamp, and /dance/, though he kept to the ah sound in laugh, path, /daunt/ and saunter. By 1850, the flat A was dominant everywhere west of the Berkshires and south of New Haven, and had even got into such proper names as Lafayette and Nevada. Webster failed in a number of his other attempts to influence American pronunciation. His advocacy of /deef/ for deaf had popular support while he lived, and he dredged up authority for it out of Chaucer and Sir William Temple, but the present pronunciation gradually prevailed, though /deef/ remains familiar in the common speech. Joseph E. Worcester and other rival lexicographers stood against many of his pronunciations, and he took the field against them in the prefaces to the successive editions of his spelling books. Thus, in that to the Elementary Spelling Book, dated 1829, he denounced the affectation of inserting a Y sound before the U in such words as /gradual/ and nature, with its compensatory change of D into a French J and of T into /ch/. The English lexicographer, John Walker, had argued for this affectation in 1791, but Webster's prestige, while he lived, remained so high in some quarters that he carried the day. And the older professors at Yale, it is said, continued to use /nater/ down to 1839. He favored the pronunciation of either and neither as /either/ and /neither/, and so did most of the English authorities of his time. The original pronunciation of the first syllable, in England, probably made it rhyme with bay, but the /e/ sound was firmly established by the end of the 18th century. Toward the middle of the following century, however, there arose a fashion of an /ai/ sound, and this affectation was borrowed by certain Americans. Good, in the 50s, put the question, why do you say /I/ there and neither? To various Americans. The reply he got was, the words are so pronounced by the best-educated people in England. This imitation still prevails in the cities of the East. All of us, says Lounsbury, are privileged in these latter days frequently to witness painful struggles put forth to give to the first syllable of these words the sound of I by those who have been brought up to give it the sound of E. There is apparently an impression on the part of some that such a pronunciation establishes on a firm foundation an otherwise doubtful social standing. But the vast majority of Americans continue to say /either/ and not /either/. White and Veisley, like Lounsbury, argue that they are quite correct in so doing. The use of /either/, says White, is no more than a copy of a second-rate British affectation. Footnotes. In Studies in History, Boston, 1884. Benson J. Lossing, Our Country, New York, 1879. The thing went, indeed, far beyond mere hope. In 1812, a conspiracy was unearthed to separate New England from the Republic and make it an English colony. The chief conspirator was one John Henry, who acted under the instructions of Sir John Craig, Governor-General of Canada. Maine was not separated from Massachusetts until 1820. Vide Andrew Jackson by William Graham Sumner, Boston, 1883 pp. 210. Indiana and Illinois were erected into territories during Jefferson's first term, and Michigan during his second term. Kentucky was admitted to the Union in 1792, Tennessee in 1796, Ohio in 1803. Lewis and Clark set out for the Pacific in 1804. The Louisiana Purchase was ratified in 1803, and Louisiana became a state in 1812. Barrett Wendell, A Literary History of America, New York, 1900. In the four quarters of the globe, who reads an American book, or goes to an American play, or looks at an American picture or statue? Edinburgh Review, Jan. 1820. /cf. As Others See Us by John Graham Brooks, New York, 1908, ch. Roman 7. Also, The Cambridge History of American Literature, Volume I, pp. 205-8. Our Dictionaries and Other English Language Topics, New York, 1890, pp. 30-31. It is curious to note that the center of population of the United States, according to the last census, is now in southern Indiana, in the western part of Bloomington City, Monroe County. Can it be that this early declaration of literary independence laid the foundation for Indiana's recent preeminence in letters? /cf. The Language We Use by Alfred Z. Reed, New York Sun, March 13, 1918. Support also came from abroad. Tsar Nicholas I, of Russia, smarting under his defeat in the Crimea, issued an order that his own state papers should be prepared in Russian and American, not English. A Plea for the Queen's English, London, 1863, 2nd ed. 1864, American ed., New York, 1866. J. R. Ware, in Passing English of the Victorian Era, says that to burgle was introduced to London by W. S. Gilbert in The Pirates of Penzance, April 3, 1880. It was used in America 30 years before. This process, of course, is philologically respectable, however uncouth its occasional products may be. By it we have acquired many everyday words, among them, to accept from /acceptum/, to exact/ from /exactum/, to darkle from darkling, and p from /ps/=pois/. All authorities save one seem to agree that this verb is a pure Americanism, and that it is derived from the name of Charles Lynch, a Virginia justice of the peace, who jailed many Loyalists in 1780 without warrant and law. The dissentient, Bristed, says that to lynch/ is in various Northern English dialects, and means to beat or maltreat. The correct form of this appears to be halloo or /halloa/, but in America it is pronounced holler and usually represented in print by /hollow/ or hollow. I have often encountered hollowed in the past tense, but the public printer frankly accepts holler. Vide the congressional record, May 12, 1917, p. 2309. The word in the form of hollering is here credited to Hun, John L. Burnett of Alabama. There can be no doubt that the Hun gentleman said hollering and not helloing or hollowing or hollowing or hallowing. Hello is apparently a variation of the same word. Rough neck is often cited, in discussions of slang, as a latter-day invention, but Thornton shows that it was used in Texas in 1836. This use goes back to 1839. Thornton gives an example dated 1812. Of late, the word has lost its final E and shortened its vowel, becoming scrap. /cf/ terms of approbation and eulogy, by Elise L. Warnock, /dialect notes volume Roman 4, part 1, 1913. Among the curious recent coinages cited by Miss Warnock are /scallywampus /supergobusnoptious /hyperformacious /scrumdiferous and swellalegus. E.g., single-track mind, to jump the rails, to collide head-on broad gauge man, to walk the ties, blind baggage underground railroad tank town. Political Americanisms, New York and London, 1890. Gustavus Myers, The History of Tammany Hall, 2nd ed. New York, 1917, ch. Roman 8. Knickerbocker's History of New York, 1809, p. 241. Extensive lists of such drinks with their ingredients are to be found in the Hoffman House Bartender's Guide by Charles Mahoney, 4th ed. New York, 1916, in the Up-to-Date Bartender's Guide by Harry Montague, Baltimore, 1913, and in Wayman Brothers' Bartender's Guide, New York, 1912. An early list from the Lancaster Pa Journal of Jan. 26, 1821 is quoted by Thornton, volume Roman 2, p. 985. Many such words are listed in Felix Ramos y Duarte's Diccionario de Mexicanismos, 2nd ed. Mexico City, 1898, and in Miguel de Toro y Gisbert's Americanismos, Paris, N.D. Prescott F. Hall, Immigration, New York, 1913, p. 5. Most of the provisions of this act, however, were later declared unconstitutional. Several subsequent acts met the same fate. The majority of these words, it will be noted, relate to eating and drinking. They mirror the profound effect of German immigration upon American drinking habits and the American cuisine. It is a curious fact that loanwords seldom represent the higher aspirations of the creditor nation. French and German have borrowed from English, not words of lofty significance, but such terms as beefsteak, roast, beef, pudding, grog, jockey, tourist, sport, /5 o'clock tea / cocktail and sweepstakes. The contributions of England to European civilization, as tested by the English words in continental languages, says L.P. Smith, are not, generally, of a kind to cause much national self-congratulation. Nor would a German, I dare say, be very proud of the German contributions to American. Vide a paragraph in Notes and Queries, quoted by Thornton, Volume I, p. 248. Thornton offers examples of this form ranging from 1856 to 1885. During the Civil War, the word acquired the special meaning of looter. The Southerners thus applied it to Sherman's men. Vide Southern Historical Society Papers, Volume Roman 12, p. 428. Richmond, 1884. Here is a popular rhyme that survived until the early 90s. Isidore, PSHT, PSHT vatch to SH-tor, PSHT, PSHT vheil I catched a /bummer /vhat sh told a suit of clothes. Bummel, Zug / is common German slang for slow train. Jan, 24, 1918, p. 4. Nevertheless, when I once put it into a night letter, a Western Union office refused to accept it, the rules requiring all night letters to be in plain English. Meanwhile, the English have borrowed it from American, and it is actually in the Oxford Dictionary. The word is not in the Oxford Dictionary, but Cassell gives it and says that it is German and an Americanism. The Standard Dictionary does not give its etymology. Thornton's first example, dated 1856, shows a variant spelling, /shyster /, thus indicating that it was then recent. All subsequent examples show the present spelling. It is to be noted that the suffix /stir/ is not uncommon in English, and that it usually carries a deprecatory significance, as in trickster, slash punster slash gamester, etc. The use of dumb for stupid is widespread in the United States. Slash dumb, head, obviously from the German Dummkopf, appears in a list of Kansas words collected by Judge J. C. Ruppenthal of Russell, Kansas. Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. V. 1916, p. 322. It is also noted in Nebraska and the Western Reserve and is very common in Pennsylvania. Slash Uagucker slash equals slash Uergucken slash is also on the Kansas list of Judge Ruppenthal. English as we speak it in Ireland, 2nd ed. London and Dublin, 1910, pp. 179-180. Our people, says Dr. Joyce, are very conservative in retaining old customs and forms of speech. Many words accordingly that are discarded as old-fashioned or dead and gone in England are still flourishing alive and well in Ireland. The Classical English of Shakespeare's Time, pp. 6-7. Pope rhymed join with mine, divine and line. Dryden rhymed toil with smile. William Kenrick, in 1773, seems to have been the first English lexicographer to denounce this pronunciation. Slash tay slash survived in England until the second half of the 18th century. Then it fell into disrepute, and certain purists, among them Lord Chesterfield, attempted to change the slash e slash sound to slash e slash in all words, including even great. Slash cf, slash the remarks under Boyle in a desk book of 25,000 words frequently mispronounced by Frank H. Weistley, New York, 1917. Also, The Standard of Pronunciation in English by T. S. Lounsbury, New York, 1904, pp. 98-103. Amusing examples are to be found in Donlevy's Irish Catechism. To the question, is the Son God? The answer is not simply yes, but yes, certainly he is. And to the question, will God reward the good and punish the wicked? The answer is certainly, there is no doubt he will. Richard Meade Bach denounced it in Lafayette during the 60s. Vide his vulgarisms and other errors of speech, 2nd ed. Philadelphia, 1869, p. 65. R. J. Menner, The Pronunciation of English in America, / Atlantic Monthly / March, 1915, p. 361. The Standard of Pronunciation in English, pp. 109-112. 4. American and English Today. Section 1. The two vocabularies by way of preliminary to an examination of the American of today. I offer a brief list of terms in common use that differ in American and English. Here are 200 of them, all chosen from the simplest colloquial vocabularies and without any attempt at plan or completeness. American / English / ash can dustbin, baby carriage pram, backyard garden, baggage luggage, baggage car luggage van, ballast railroad metals, bathtub bath, beet beetroot, bid noun tender, billboard hoarding, boarder paying guest, boardwalk seaside promenade, bond finance debenture, boot bletcher or Wellington, brakeman brakesman, bucket pail, bumper car buffer, bureau chest of drawers, calendar court cause list, campaign political canvas, can noun tin, candy sweets, cane stick, canned goods tin goods, car railroad carriage van or wagon, checkers game drafts, chicken yard fowl run, chief clerk head clerk, city editor chief reporter, city ordinance by law, clipping newspaper cutting, coal oil paraffin, coal scuttle coal hide, commission merchant factor, conductor of a train guard, corn maze or Indian corn, corner of a street crossing, corset stays, counterfeiter coiner, cowcatcher plow, cracker biscuit, crossed ice leaper, delicatessen store Italian warehouse, department store stores, Darby hat bowler, dime novel shilling shocker, druggist chemist, drugstore chemist's shop, drummer bagman, dry goods store draper shop, editorial leader or leading article, elevator lift, elevator boy lift man, excursionist tripper, express company carrier, filing cabinet nest of drawers, Fire department, fire brigade. Fish dealer, fishmonger. Floor walker, shop walker. Fraternal order, friendly society. Freight goods. Freight agent, goods manager. Freight car, goods wagon. Frog, railway, crossing plate. Garters, men's, sock suspenders. Gasoline, petrol. Grade, railroad, gradient. Grain, corn. Grain broker, corn factor. Grip, hold all. Groceries, stores. Hardware dealer, ironmonger. Haystack, haycock. Headliner, topliner. Hod carrier, hodman. Hog pen, piggery. Hospital, private, nursing home. Huckster, coster, monger. Hunting, shooting. Indian, red Indian. Indian summer, St. Martin's summer. Installment business, credit trade. Installment plan, hire purchase plan. Janitor, caretaker. Legal holiday, bank holiday. Letterbox, pillar box. Letter carrier, postman. Livery stable, muse. Locomotive engineer, engine driver. Lumber deals. Mad angry. Methodist Wesleyan. Molasses treacle. Monkey wrench, spanner. Moving picture theater, cinema. Napkin, dinner, serviette. Necktie, tie or cravat. News dealer, news agent. Newspaperman, pressman or journalist. Oatmeal porridge. Office holder, public servant. Orchestra, seats in a theater, stalls. Overcoat, greatcoat. Package, parcel. Parlor, drawing room. Parlor car, saloon, carrot. Patrolman, police, constable. Payday, wage day. Peanut, monkey nut. Pie, fruit, tart. Pitcher, jug. Poorhouse, workhouse. Postpaid, post-free. Pot by pie. Prepaid, carriage paid. Press, printing machine. Program of a meeting, agenda. Proofreader, corrector of the press. Public school, board school. Quotation marks, inverted commas. Railroad, railway. Railroad man, railway servant. Rails line. Rare of meat, underdone. Receipts in business, takings. Rain wine, hawk. Roadbed, railroad, permanent way. Road repairer, road mender. Roast joint. Roll call, division. Rooster, cock. Round trip ticket, return ticket. Rutabaga, mangle wurzel. Saleswoman, shop assistant. Saloon, public house. Scarf pin, tie pin. Scow lighter. Sewer drain. Shirtwaist, blouse. Shoe boot. Shoemaker, bootmaker. Shoestring, bootlace. Shoetree, boot form. Sick, ill. Sidewalk, pavement. Silver, collectively, plate. Sled, sledge. Sleigh, sled. Soft drinks, minerals. Spigot, tap. Squash, vegetable mare. Stemwinder, keyless watch. Stockholder, shareholder. Stock shares. Store fixtures, shop fittings. Street cleaner, crossing sweeper. Street railway, tramway. Subway, tube or underground. Suspenders, men's braces. Sweater, jersey. Switch noun, railway points. Switch verb, railway shunt. Taxes, municipal rates. Taxpayer, local ratepayer. Tenderloin of beef, undercut. 10 pins, 9 pins. Thumbtack, drawing pin. Ticket office, booking office. Tinner, tinker. Tin roof, leads. Track, railroad line. Train nurse, hospital nurse. Transom of door, fanlight. Trolley car, tram car. Truck, vehicle, lorry. Truck of a railroad car, bogie. Trunk box. Typewriter, operator, typist. Typhoid fever, enteric. Undershirt, vest. Vaudeville theater, music hall. Vegetables, greens. Vest, waistcoat. Warden of a prison, governor. Warehouse, stores. Wash rag, face cloth. Washstand, washhand stand. Washringer, mangle. Waste basket, waste paper basket. Whipple tree, splinter bar. Witness stand, witness box. Wood alcohol, methylated spirits. Section 2. Differences in usage. The differences here listed, most of them between words in everyday employment, are but examples of a divergence in usage which extends to every department of daily life. In his business, in his journeys from his home to his office, in his dealings with his family and servants, in his sports and amusements, in his politics, and even in his religion, the American uses, not only words and phrases, but whole syntactical constructions that are unintelligible to the Englishman, or intelligible only after laborious consideration. A familiar anecdote offers an example in miniature. It concerns a young American woman living in a region of prolific orchards who is asked by a visiting Englishman what the residents do with so much fruit. Her reply is a pun: "We eat all we can, and what we can't we can." This answer would mystify 9 Englishmen out of 10, for in the first place, it involves the use of the flat American slash a slash in can't, and in the second place, it applies an unfamiliar name to the vessel that every Englishman knows as a tin, and then adds to the confusion by deriving a verb from the substantive. There are no such things as canned goods in England. Over there they are tinned. The can that holds them is a tin. To can them is slash to tin slash them. And they are counted, not as groceries, but as slash stores slash, and advertised, not on billboards but on hoardings. And the cook who prepares them for the table is not Nora or slash Maggie slash, but cook. And if she does other work in addition, she is not a girl for general housework, but a cook general and not slash help slash, but a servant, and the boarder who eats them is not a slash boarder slash at all, but a paying guest, though he is said to board slash. And the grave of the tin, once it is emptied, is not the ash can, but the dust bin. And the man who carries it away is not the garbage man, or the ash man, or the white wings, but the dustman. An Englishman, entering his home, does not walk in upon the slash first floor, but upon the ground floor what he calls the slash first floor slash, or more commonly, first story, not forgetting the penultimate E, is what we call the second floor, and so on up to the roof, which is covered not with tin but with slate, slash tiles, slash or leads. He does not take a paper, he takes in a paper. He does not ask his servant, "Is there any mail for me?" but "Are there any slash letters slash for me?" For mail, in the American sense, is a word that he seldom uses, save in such compounds as mail van and slash mail train slash. He always speaks of it as the post. The man who brings it is not a slash letter carrier slash, but a postman. It is posted, not mailed, at a slash pillar box slash. Not at a mail box. It never includes postal cards, but only post cards. Never money orders, but only slash postal orders slash. The Englishman dictates his answers, not to a typewriter, but to a slash typist slash. A typewriter is merely the machine. If he desires the recipient to call him by telephone, he doesn't say, "Phone me at 7:15, but ring me up at 7:45. And when the call comes, he says, "Are you there?" Slash, when he gets home, he doesn't find his wife waiting for him in the parlor or slash living room slash, but in the drawing room or in her sitting room. And the tale of domestic disaster that she has to tell does not concern the hired girl, but the slavey and the scullery maid. He doesn't bring her a box of candy, but a box of sweets. He doesn't leave a derby hat in the hall, but a bowler. His wife doesn't wear slash shirtwaists slash but blouses. When she buys one, she doesn't say, "Charge it," but put it down. When she orders a slash tailor-made suit slash, she calls it a coat and skirt. When she wants a spool of thread slash, she asks for a reel of cotton. Such things are bought, not in the department stores, but at the stores, which are substantially the same thing. In these stores, calico means a plain cotton cloth. In the United States, it means a printed cotton cloth. Things bought on the installment plan in England are said to be bought on the hire purchase plan or system. The installment business itself is the credit trade goods ordered by post, not mail, on which the dealer pays the cost of transportation, are said to be sent, not slash postpaid slash or prepaid, but post free or carriage paid. An Englishman does not wear suspenders and neckties, but slash braces slash and cravats. Suspenders are his wife's garters, his own are slash sock suspenders slash. The family does not seek sustenance in a slash rare tenderloin slash and squash, but in underdone undercut and slash vegetable marrow slash. It does not eat beets, but beet roots. The wine on the table, if miraculously German, is not Rhine wine, but hock. The maid who laces the stays of the mistress of the house is not slash Maggie slash but Robinson. The nursemaid is not slash Lizzie slash but nurse. So, by the way, is a trained nurse in a hospital, whose full style is not Miss Jones slash, but Nurse Jones, and the hospital itself, if private, is not a hospital at all, but a nursing home, and its trained nurses are plain nurses, or hospital nurses, or maybe nursing sisters, and the white-clad young gentlemen who make love to them are not slash studying medicine slash, but walking the hospitals similarly, An English law student does not study law, but the law. If an English boy goes to a public school, it is not a sign that he is getting his education free, but that his father is paying a good round sum for it and is accepted as a gentleman. A public school over there corresponds to our prep school. It is a place maintained chiefly by endowments, wherein boys of the upper classes are prepared for the universities. What we know as a public school is called a board school in England, not because the pupils are boarded, but because it is managed by a school board. English schoolboys are divided, not into classes or grades, but into forms, which are numbered, the lowest being the first form. The benches they sit on are also called forms. The principal of an English school is a head master or head mistress. The lower pedagogues used to be ushers but are now assistant masters or mistresses. The head of a university is a chancellor. He is always some eminent public man, and a vice-chancellor performs his duties. The head of a mere college may be a president, principal, rector, dean, or provost . At the universities, the students are not divided into freshmen sophomores, juniors, and seniors, as with us, but are simply first-year men, second-year men, and so on. Such distinctions, however, are not as important in England as in America. Members of the university, they are called members not students do not flock together according to seniority. An English university man does not study. He reads. He knows nothing of frats class, days, senior proms, and such things. Save at Cambridge and Dublin, he does not even have a commencement. On the other hand, his daily speech is full of terms unintelligible to an American student. For example, wrangler, tripos, head, pass degree, and don. The upkeep of board schools in England comes out of the rates, which are local taxes levied upon householders. For that reason, an English municipal taxpayer is called a ratepayer. The functionaries who collect and spend his money are not office holders, but public servant . The head of the local police is not a chief of police but a chief constable. The fire department is the fire brigade. The street cleaner is a crossing sweeper. The parish poorhouse is a workhouse. If it is maintained by 2 or more parishes jointly, it becomes a union. A pauper who accepts its hospitality is said to be on the rates. A policeman is a bobby familiarly and constable officially. He is commonly mentioned in the newspapers, not by his surname, but as P. C. 643 AI. E. Police constable no. 643A. The fire laddie, the ward executive, the roundsman the strong-arm squad, and other such objects of American devotion are unknown in England. An English saloon keeper is officially a licensed victualler . His saloon is a public house, or colloquially, a pub. He does not sell beer by the bucket or can or growler or schooner, but by the pint. He and his brethren, taken together, are the licensed trade. His back room is a parlor . If he has a few upholstered benches in his place, he usually calls it a lounge. He employs no bartenders or mixologists barmaids do the work, with maybe a barman to help. The American language, as we have seen, has begun to take in the English boot and shop, and it is showing hospitality to headmaster, haberdasher, and weekend. But subaltern, civil servant porridge, moor, draper, treacle, tram, and mufti are still strangers in the United States, as bleachers, picayune airline campus, chore, scoot, stogie, and hoodoo are in England. A subaltern is a commissioned officer in the army, under the rank of captain. A civil servant is a public servant in the National Civil Service. If he is of high rank, he is usually called a permanent official porridge. Moor, scullery draper treacle, and tram, though unfamiliar, still need no explanation. Mufti means ordinary male clothing. An army officer out of uniform is said to be in mufti. To this officer, a sack suit or business suit is a lounge suit. He carries his clothes, not in a trunk or grip or suitcase, but in a box. He does not miss a train, he loses it. He does not ask for a round-trip ticket, but for a return ticket. If he proposes to go to the theater, he does not reserve or engage seats. He books them, and not at the box office, but at the booking office. If he sits downstairs, it is not in the orchestra, but in the stalls. If he likes vaudeville, he goes to a music hall, where the headliners are topliners . If he has to stand in line, he does it, not in a line, but in a queue. In England, a corporation is a public company or limited liability company slash. The term corporation over there is applied to the mayor, aldermen, and sheriffs of a city, as in the London Corporation and Englishman writes limited. After the name of an incorporated bank or trading company, as we write Inc. He calls its president its slash chairman slash or managing director, its stockholders are its slash shareholders slash, and hold shares instead of stock in it. Its bonds are debentures. The place wherein such companies are floated and looted the Wall Street of England is called the City, with a capital C. Bankers, stock jobbers, promoters, directors, and other such leaders of its business are called city men. The financial editor of a newspaper is its city editor. Government bonds are slash consols slash or stocks, or the funds to have money in the stock slash is to own such bonds. Promissory notes are bills. An Englishman hasn't a bank account, but a banking account he draws slash checks slash, not checks, not on his bank, but on his slash bankers slash. In England, there is a rigid distinction between a broker and a slash stockbroker slash. A broker means not a dealer in securities, as in our Wall Street broker, but a dealer in second-hand furniture. Slash to have the brokers in the house means to be bankrupt, with one's very household goods in the hands of one's creditors. Tariff reform in England does not mean a movement toward free trade, but one toward protection. The word government, meaning what we call the administration, is always capitalized and plural, e.g., the government are considering the advisability, etc. vestry slash committee slash, council, ministry, and even company are also plural, though sometimes not capitalized. A member of parliament does not slash run slash for office. He stands, he does not make a campaign, but a canvass. He does not represent a district, but a division or constituency. He never makes a stumping trip, but always a slash speaking tour when he looks after his fences. He calls it nursing the constituency at a political meeting. They are often rough in England. The bouncers are called stewards. The suffragettes used to delight in stabbing them with hatpins. A member of parliament is not afflicted by the numerous bugaboos that menace an American congressman. He knows nothing of lame ducks, pork barrels, slash gag rule slash, junkets, gerrymanders, omnibus bills, snakes, slash niggers in the woodpile, Salt River, crow, bosses, slash ward healers slash, men higher up, silk stockings, repeaters, slash ballot box stuffers slash and straight and split tickets. He always calls them slash ballots slash or voting papers. He has never heard of slash direct primaries slash. The recall or the initiative and referendum a roll call in Parliament is a division a member speaking is said to be up or on his legs. When the House adjourns it is said to rise. A member referring to another in the course of a debate does not say, the gentleman from Manchester, but the slash honorable slash gentleman, written hun. Gentleman, or, if he happens to be a privy councillor, the right honorable gentleman, or, if he is a member for one of the universities, the honorable and learned gentleman. If the speaker chooses to be intimate or facetious, he may say, my honorable friend. In the United States, a pressman is a man who runs a printing press. In England, he is a newspaper reporter. Or, as the English usually say, a journalist. This journalist works, not at space rates, but at slash lineage slash rates. A printing press is a machine. An editorial in a newspaper is a leading article or leader. An editorial paragraph is a slash leader ret slash. A newspaper clipping is a cutting. A proofreader is a corrector of the press. A pass to the theater is in slash order slash. The room clerk of a hotel is the secretary. A real estate agent or dealer is an estate agent. The English keep up most of the old distinctions between physicians and surgeons, barristers and solicitors. A surgeon is often plain Mr., and not doctor. Neither he nor a doctor has an office, but always a surgery or slash consulting room slash. A barrister is greatly superior to a solicitor. He alone can address the higher courts and the parliamentary committees. A solicitor must keep to office work and the courts of first instance. A man with a grievance goes first to his solicitor, who then slash instructs slash or briefs a barrister for him. If that barrister in the course of the trial wants certain evidence removed from the record, he moves that it be struck out, not stricken out, as an American lawyer would say. Only barristers may become judges. An English barrister, like his American brother, takes a retainer when he is engaged. But the rest of his fee does not wait upon the termination of the case. He expects and receives a refresher from time to time. A barrister is never admitted to the bar, but is always called. If he becomes a slash king's counsel, or K. C. A purely honorary appointment, he is said to have taken silk. The common objects and phenomena of nature are often differently named in English and American. As we saw in a previous chapter, such Americanisms as creek and run, for small streams, are practically unknown in England, and the English moor and downs early disappeared from American. The Englishman knows the meaning of slash sound slash, e.g. Long Island Sound, but he nearly always uses slash channel slash in place of it. In the same way, the American knows the meaning of the English bog, but rejects the English distinction between it and swamp, and almost always uses swamp or slash marsh slash, often elided to h. The Englishman seldom, if ever, describes a severe storm as a hurricane, a cyclone, a tornado, or a blizzard. He never uses cold, snap, cloudburst, or under the weather slash. He does not say that the temperature is degrees slash, Fahrenheit, or that the thermometer or the mercury is at 29 degrees, but that there are 3 degrees of frost he calls ice water slash iced, water he knows nothing of bluegrass country or of slash penarial slash. What we call the mining regions he knows as the slash black country slash. He never, of course, uses down east or upstate. Many of our names for common fauna and flora are unknown to him save as strange Americanisms, e.g. terrapin, moose, persimmon, gumbo slash egg, plant, alfalfa, sweet corn, sweet potato, and yam. Until lately he called the grapefruit a shaddock. He still calls the slash beet slash a beetroot and the rutabaga a slash mangelwurzel slash. He is familiar with many fish that we seldom see, e.g. the turbot. He also knows the hare, which is seldom heard of in America. But he knows nothing of deviled crabs, crab cocktails, clam chowder, or oyster stews, and he never goes to oyster, suppers, clam bakes, or slash burgoo picnics slash. He doesn't buy peanuts when he goes to the circus. He calls them monkey, nuts, and to eat them publicly is infra dig slash. The common American use of peanut as an adjective of disparagement, as in peanut politics, is incomprehensible to him. In England, a hack is not a public coach, but a horse let out at hire or one of similar quality. A life insurance policy is usually not an insurance policy at all, but an assurance policy. What we call the normal income tax is the ordinary tax. What we call the surtax is the supertax. An Englishman never lives on a street, but always in it. He never lives in a block of houses, but in a slash row slash. It is never in a section of the city, but always in a district. Going home by train, he always takes the down train, no matter whether he be proceeding southward to Wimbledon, westward to Shepherd's Bush, northward to Tottenham, or eastward to Noakes Hill. A train headed toward London is always an up train, and the track it runs on is the up line eastbound, and slash westbound slash tracks and trains are unknown in England. When an Englishman boards a bus, it is not at a street corner, but at a crossing. Though he is familiar with such forms as Hyde Park Corner, the place he is bound for is not 3 squares or blocks away, but 3 slash turnings slash square slash in England always means a small park. A backyard is a garden. A subway is always a tube, or the underground, or the slash metro slash. But an underground passage for pedestrians is a slash subway slash. English streets have no sidewalks. They always call them slash pavement slash or footways. An automobile is always a motor car or slash motor slash. Slash auto slash is almost unknown, and with it the verb to auto so is machine. So is joy ride. An Englishman always calls russet, yellow or tan shoes brown shoes, or if they cover the ankle, boots. He calls a pocketbook a slash purse slash, and gives the name of pocketbook to what we call a slash memorandum book slash. His walking stick is always a stick, never a cane. By cord he means something strong, almost what we call slash twine slash. A thin cord he always calls a string. His twine is the lightest sort of string. When he applies the adjective homely to a woman, he means that she is simple and home-loving, not necessarily that she is plain. He uses dessert, not to indicate the whole last course at dinner, but to designate the fruit only. The rest is slash ices slash or sweets. He uses vest, not in place of waistcoat, but in place of undershirt. Similarly, he applies pants not to his trousers, but to his drawers. An Englishman who inhabits bachelor quarters is said to live in chambers. If he has a flat, he calls it a flat and not an apartment. Flat houses are often mansions. The janitor or superintendent thereof is a caretaker. The scoundrels who snoop around in search of divorce evidence are not slash private detectives slash, but private inquiry agents. The Englishman is naturally unfamiliar with baseball, and in consequence, his language is bare of the countless phrases and metaphors that it has supplied to American. Many of these phrases and metaphors are in daily use among us. For example, fan, rooter, slash bleachers slash, batting average, doubleheader, pennant, winner slash gate money slash, busher, minor leaguer, glass arm, to strike out slash to foul, to be shut out to coach, to play ball slash, on the bench slash, onto his curves and 3 strikes, and out. The national game of draw poker has also greatly enriched American with terms that are either quite unknown to the Englishman, or known to him only as somewhat dubious Americanisms, among them cold, deck, kitty, full house, divvy, a card up his sleeve, 3 of a kind, slash to ante up, to pony up, to hold out, to cash in, to go at one better slash, to chip in and for keeps. But the Englishman uses many more racing terms and metaphors than we do, and he has got a good many phrases from other games, particularly cricket. The word slash cricket slash itself has a definite figurative meaning. It indicates, in general, good sportsmanship. To take unfair advantage of an opponent is not cricket. The sport of boating, so popular on the Thames, has also given colloquial English some familiar terms, almost unknown in the United States, e.g., punt and weir. Contrariwise, pungy, slash batto slash and scow are unheard of in England, and canoe is not long emerged from the estate of an Americanism. The game known as 10 pins in America is called 9 pins in England, and once had that name over here. The Puritans forbade it, and its devotees changed its name in order to evade the prohibition. Finally, there is slash soccer slash, a form of football quite unknown in the United States. What we call simply football is rugby or rugger to the Englishman. The word soccer is derived from association. The rules of the game were established by the London Football Association. Slash soccer slash is one of the relatively few English experiments in ellipsis. Another is to be found in slash Bakerloo slash, the name of one of the London Underground lines, from Baker Street and Waterloo, its termini. The English have an ecclesiastical vocabulary with which we are almost unacquainted, and it is in daily use, for the church bulks large in public affairs over there. Such terms as vicar, canon, verger slash prebendary slash, primate, curate slash non, conformist, dissenter, slash convocation slash, minster, chapter, crypt, living slash presentation slash, glebe, benefice, locum tenens slash, suffragan slash almoner slash, dean and pluralist are to be met with in the English newspapers constantly, but on this side of the water they are seldom encountered. Nor do we hear much of matins, lauds, lay, readers slash ritualism slash and the liturgy. The English use of holy orders is also strange to us. They do not say that a young man is studying for the ministry, but that he is reading for holy orders. They do not say that he is ordained, but that he takes orders. Save he be in the United Free Church of Scotland, he is never a minister. Save he be a nonconformist, he is never a pastor. A clergyman of the establishment is always either a rector, a vicar, or a curate, and colloquially a parson. In American, chapel simply means a small church, usually the branch of some larger one. In English, it has the special sense of a place of worship unconnected with the establishment. Though 3/4 of the people of Ireland are Catholics, in Munster and Connaught, more than 9/10, and the Protestant Church of Ireland has been disestablished since 1871, a Catholic place of worship in the country is still a chapel and not a church. So is a Methodist wailing place in England, however large it may be, though now and then slash tabernacle slash is substituted. In the same way, the English Catholics sometimes vary chapel with oratory, as in slash Brompton Oratory. A Methodist in Great Britain is not a Methodist, but a slash Wesleyan slash. Contrariwise, what the English call simply a slash churchman slash is an Episcopalian in the United States. What they call the slash church slash, always capitalized, is the Protestant Episcopal Church. What they call a Roman Catholic is simply a Catholic, and what they call a Jew is usually softened, if he happens to be an advertiser. To a Hebrew, the English Jews have no such idiotic fear of the plain name as that which afflicts the more pushing and obnoxious of the race in America. News of Jewry is a common headline in the slash London Daily Telegraph, which is owned by Lord Burnham, a Jew, and has had many Jews on its staff, including Judah P. Benjamin, the American. The American language, of course, knows nothing of dissenters nor of such gladiators of dissent as the Plymouth Brethren, nor of the slash nonconformist conscience, though the United States suffers from it even more damnably than England. The English, to make it even, get on without circuit riders, holy rollers, dunkards, Seventh-day Adventists slash and other such American slash fairy naturi slash, and are born live, die and go to heaven without the aid of either the uplift or the chautauqua. In music, the English cling to an archaic and unintelligible nomenclature, long since abandoned in America. Thus they call a double whole note a breve, a whole note a semibreve, a half note a minim, a quarter note a crotchet, an eighth note a quaver, a 16th note a semiquaver, a 32nd note a demi-semiquaver, and a 64th note a hemidemi-semiquaver or semidemi-semiquaver. If by any chance an English musician should write a 128th note, he probably wouldn't know what to call it. This clumsy terminology goes back to the days of plain chant, with its slash longa slash, brevis, semi-brevis, minima, and semiminima. The French and Italians cling to a system almost as confusing, but the Germans use slash gans slash, slash halb slash, slash viertel slash, slash ichtel slash, etc. I have been unable to discover the beginnings of the American system, but it would seem to be borrowed from the German. Since the earliest times, the majority of music teachers in the United States have been Germans, and most of the rest have had German training. In the same way, the English hold fast to a clumsy and inaccurate method of designating the sizes of printers' types. In America, the simple point system makes the business easy. A line of 14-point type occupies exactly the vertical space of 2 lines of 7-point, but the English still indicate differences in size by such arbitrary and confusing names as brilliant, diamond, small pearl, pearl, slash, ruby, nonpareil, minion nonpareil, emerald, slash minion slash, brevier, bourgeois, long primer, small pica, slash English slash, great primer and double pica. They also cling to a fossil system of numerals in stating ages. Thus, an Englishman will say that he is 7 and 40, not that he is 47. This is probably a direct survival, preserved by more than 1,000 years of English conservatism, of the Anglo-Saxon slash Theophanan Fewertig slash. He will also say that he weighs 11 stone instead of 154 pounds. A slash stone slash is 14 pounds, and it is always used in stating the heft of a man. Finally, he employs such designations of time as fortnight and slash 12 a month slash a great deal more than we do, and has certain special terms of which we know nothing. For example, quarter day, slash bank holiday slash, long vacation, Lady Day, and Michaelmas. Per contra, he knows nothing whatever of our Thanksgiving, Arbor, Labor, and slash decoration days, or of legal holidays, or of slash Yom Kippur slash. In English usage, to proceed, the word directly is always used to signify immediately. In American, a contingency gets into it, and it may mean no more than soon in England quite means, completely, wholly, entirely, altogether, to the utmost extent, nothing short of, in the fullest sense, positively, absolutely. In America, it is conditional and means only nearly, approximately, substantially, as in, he sings quite well. An Englishman does not say, I will pay you slash up slash for an injury, but I will pay you back. He doesn't look slash up slash a definition in a dictionary. He looks it out. He doesn't say, being ill, I am getting on well, but I am going on well. He doesn't use the American different from or different than. He uses different to. He never adds the pronoun in such locutions as it hurts me, but says simply, it hurts. He never catches slash up with you on the street. He catches you up. He never says, are you through? But have you finished? He never uses to notify as a transitive verb. An official act may be slash notified slash, but not a person. He never uses gotten as the perfect participle of get. He always uses plain got. An English servant never washes the dishes. She always washes the dinner or tea things. She doesn't slash live out slash, but goes into service. She smashes, not the mirror, but the slash looking glass slash. Her beau is not her fellow, but her young man slash. She does not keep company with him, but walks out with him. That an Englishman always calls out I say, and not simply say, when he desires to attract a friend's attention or register a protestation of incredulity. This perhaps is too familiar to need notice. His here, slash and slash are also well known. He is much less prodigal with goodbye than the American. He uses good day and good afternoon far more often. A shop assistant would never say goodbye to a customer. To an Englishman, it would have a subtly offensive smack. Good, afternoon would be more respectful. Another word that makes him flinch is dirt. He never uses it, as we do, to describe the soil in the garden. He always says /earth/. Various very common American phrases are quite unknown to him. For example, over his signature, on time and planted to corn, the first named he never uses, and he has no equivalent for it. An Englishman who issues a signed statement simply makes it in writing /. He knows nothing of our common terms of disparagement, such as kike, /wop/, yap, and rube. His pet name for a tiller of the soil is not /rube/ or /si/, but /hodge/. When he goes gunning, he does not call it /hunting/, but shooting. Hunting is reserved for the chase of the fox. An intelligent Englishwoman, coming to America to live, told me that the two things which most impeded her first communications with untraveled Americans, even above the gross differences between England and American pronunciation and intonation, were the complete absence of the general utility adjective jolly from the American vocabulary, and the puzzling omnipresence and versatility of the American verb to fix. In English colloquial usage, jolly means almost anything. It intensifies all other adjectives, even including /miserable/ and homesick. An Englishman is jolly tired, /jolly/hungry, or jolly well tired. His wife is jolly sensible. His dog is /jolly/keen. The prices he pays for things are jolly dear, never /steep/ or stiff or high, all Americanisms. But he has no noun to match the American proposition, meaning proposal, business, affair, case, consideration, plan, theory, solution, and whatnot. Only the German /zug/ can be ranged beside it. And he has no verb in such wide practice as to fix in his speech. It means only to make fast or to determine. In American, it may mean to repair, as in the plumber /fix/ the pipe, to dress, as in Mary fixed her hair, to prepare, as in the cook is fixing the gravy, to bribe, as in the judge was fixed, to settle, as in the quarrel was fixed up, to heal, as in the doctor fixed his boil, to finish, as in Murphy /fix/ Sweeney in the third round, to be well-to-do, as in John is well /fix/, to arrange, as in I fixed up the quarrel, to be drunk, as in the whiskey fixed him, to punish, as in I'll /fix/ him, and to correct, as in he fixed my bad Latin. Moreover, it is used in all its English senses. An Englishman never goes to a dentist to have his teeth fixed. He does not fix the fire, he makes it up or mends it. He is never well fixed, either in money or by liquor. The English use quite a great deal more than we do, and, as we have seen, in a different sense. Quite rich in American means tolerably rich, richer than most. Quite so, in English, is identical in meaning with exactly so in American, just is almost equivalent to the English quite, as in just lovely Thornton shows that this use of just goes back to 1794. The word is also used in place of exactly in other ways, as in just in time, just how many, and just what do you mean, Section 3. Honorifics. Among the honorifics and euphemisms in everyday use, one finds many notable divergences between the two languages. On the one hand, the English are almost as diligent as the Germans in bestowing titles of honor upon their men of mark, and on the other hand, they are very careful to withhold such titles from men who do not legally bear them. In America, every practitioner of any branch of the healing art, even a chiropodist or an osteopath, is a doctor ipso facto. But in England, as we have seen, a good many surgeons lack the title, and it is not common in the lesser ranks. Even graduate physicians may not have it, but here there is a yielding of the usual meticulous exactness, and it is customary to address a physician in the second person as doctor, though his card may show that he is only medicine baccalaureus a degree quite unknown in America. Thus an Englishman, when he is ill, always sends for the doctor, as we do. But a surgeon is usually plain Mr. An English veterinarian or dentist or druggist or masseur is never doctor. Nor professor in all save a few large cities of America. Every male pedagogue is a professor, and so is every band leader, dancing master, and medical consultant. But in England, the title is very rigidly restricted to men who hold chairs in the universities, a necessarily small body. Even here, a superior title always takes precedence. Thus, it used to be Professor Almroth Wright, but now it is always Sir Almroth Wright. Huxley was always called /Professor/Huxley until he was appointed to the Privy Council. This appointment gave him the right to have Right Honourable put before his name, and thereafter it was customary to call him simply Mr. Huxley, with the /Right Honourable, so to speak, floating in the air. The combination, to an Englishman, was more flattering than professor, for the English always esteem political dignities far more than the dignities of learning. This explains, perhaps, why their universities distribute so few honorary degrees. In the United States, every respectable Protestant clergyman is a D.D., and it is almost impossible for a man to get into the papers without becoming an LL.D. But in England, such honors are granted only grudgingly. So with military titles. To promote a war veteran from sergeant to colonel by acclamation, as is often done in the United States, is unknown over there. The English have nothing equivalent to the gaudy tin soldiers of our governor's staffs, nor to the bespangled colonels and generals of the Knights Templar and Patriarchs Militant, nor to the nondescript captains and majors of our country towns. An English railroad conductor, /railway guard / is never captain, as he always is in the United States. Nor are military titles used by the police. Nor is it the custom to make every newspaper editor a colonel, as is done south of the Potomac. Nor is an attorney general or postmaster general called general. Nor are the glories of public office, after they have officially come to an end, embalmed in such clumsy quasi-titles as ex-United States Senator / ex-Judge of the Circuit Court of Appeals / ex-Federal Trade Commissioner and former Chief of the Fire Department. But perhaps the greatest difference between English and American usage is presented by the honorable in the United States. The title is applied loosely to all public officials of apparent respectability, from senators and ambassadors to the mayors of fifth-rate cities and the members of state legislatures, and with some show of official sanction to many of them, especially congressmen. But it is questionable whether this application has any actual legal standing, save perhaps in the case of certain judges. Even the President of the United States, by law, is not the Honorable, but simply /the President /. In the first Congress, the matter of his title was exhaustively debated. Some members wanted to call him the Honorable / and others proposed His Excellency and even His Highness, but the two houses finally decided that it was not proper to annex any style or title other than that expressed by the Constitution. Congressmen themselves are not honorables. True enough, the /Congressional Record / in printing a set speech, calls it Speech of Hun John Jones, without the before the Hun a characteristic Americanism, but in reporting the ordinary remarks of a member it always calls him plain Mr. Nevertheless, a country congressman would be offended if his partisans, in announcing his appearance on the stump, did not prefix Hun to his name. So would a state senator. So would a mayor or governor. I have seen the Sergeant-at-Arms of the United States Senate referred to as Hun in the records of that body. More, the prefix is actually usurped by the Superintendent of State Prisons of New York. In England, the thing is more carefully ordered, and bogus Huns are unknown. The prefix is applied to both sexes and belongs by law /inter alias / to all present or past maids of honor, to all justices of the High Court during their terms of office, to the Scotch Lords of Session, to the sons and daughters of viscounts and barons, to the younger sons and all daughters of earls, and to the members of the legislative and executive councils of the colonies. But not to members of Parliament, though each is, in debate, an Hun. Gentleman / even a member of the cabinet is not an Hun, though he is a /right Hon, / by virtue of membership in the Privy Council, of which the cabinet is legally merely a committee. This last honorific belongs not only to privy councillors, but also to all peers lower than marquises. Those above are most Hun, to Lord Mayors during their terms of office, to the Lord Advocate, and to the Lord Provosts of Edinburgh and Glasgow. Moreover, a peeress whose husband is a /right Hun is a right Hun herself. The British colonies follow the jealous usage of the mother country. Even in Canada, the lawless American example is not imitated. I have before me a table of titles to be used in Canada, laid down by royal warrant, which lists those who are Huns and those who are not /Hans, / in the utmost detail. Only Privy Councillors of Canada, not to be confused with Imperial Privy Councillors, are permitted to retain the prefix after going out of office, though ancients who were legislative councillors at the time of the Union, July 1, 1867, may still use it by a sort of courtesy, and former speakers of the Dominion Senate and House of Commons and various retired judges may do so on application to the King, countersigned by the Governor-General. The following are lawfully the Hun, but only during their tenure of office: the Solicitor General, the Speaker of the House of Commons, the Presidents and Speakers of the provincial legislatures, members of the executive councils of the provinces, the Chief Justice, the judges of the Supreme and Exchequer Courts, the judges of the Supreme Courts of Ontario, Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, British Columbia, Prince Edward Island, Saskatchewan and Alberta, the judges of the Courts of Appeal of Manitoba and British Columbia, the Chancery Court of Prince Edward Island, and the Circuit Court of Montreal. These and no more. A lieutenant governor of a province is not the Hun, but /his honor/. The Governor-General is His Excellency, and so is his wife, but in practice they usually have superior honorifics and do not forget to demand their use. But though an Englishman, and, following him, a colonial, is thus very careful to restrict the Hun to proper uses, he always insists, when he serves without pay as an officer of any organization, to indicate his volunteer character by writing Hun before the name of his office. If he leaves it off, it is a sign that he is a hireling. Thus, the agent of the New Zealand government in London, a paid officer, is simply the agent, but the agents at Brisbane and Adelaide in Australia who serve for the glory of it are Hun, agents/. In writing to a Briton, one must be careful to put Esquire behind his name and not Mr. before it. The English make a clear distinction between the two forms. Mr. on an envelope indicates that the sender holds the receiver to be his inferior. One writes to /Mr/John Jackson, one's greengrocer, but to James Thompson, Esquire, one's neighbor. Any man who is entitled to the Esquire is a /gentleman/, by which an Englishman means a man of sound connections and dignified occupation, in brief, of ponderable social position. Thus a dentist, a shopkeeper, or a clerk can never be a gentleman in England, even by courtesy, and the qualifications of an author, a musical conductor, a physician, or even a member of Parliament have to be established. But though he is thus enormously watchful of masculine dignity, an Englishman is quite careless in the use of lady. He speaks glibly of lady clerks, lady typists, lady doctors, and /lady inspectors/. In America, there is a strong disposition to use the word less and less, as is revealed by the substitution of /saleswoman/ and salesgirl for the saleslady of yesteryear. But in England, /lady/ is still invariably used instead of woman in such compounds as lady golfer, lady secretary, and lady champion. The /women singles/ in England tennis are always ladies singles. Women's wear / in English shops is always ladies, where perhaps the cause of this distinction between lady and gentleman has been explained by Price Collier in England and the English. In England, according to Collier, the male is always first. His comfort goes before his wife's comfort, and maybe his dignity also. /gentleman clerk or /gentleman author would make an Englishman howl, though he uses /gentleman writer/. So would the growing American custom of designating the successive heirs of a private family by the numerals proper to royalty. John Smith III and William Simpson /Roman IV/ are gravely received at Harvard. At Oxford, they would be ragged unmercifully. An Englishman, in speaking or writing of public officials, avoids those long and clumsy combinations of title and name which figure so copiously in American newspapers. Such locutions as /Assistant Secretary of the Interior Jones, 4th Assistant Postmaster General /Brown, Inspector of Boilers Smith, Judge of the Appeal Tax Court Robinson, Chief Clerk of the Treasury Williams, and /Collaborating Epidermologist /White are quite unknown to him. When he mentions a high official, such as the Secretary for Foreign Affairs, he does not think it necessary to add the man's name. He simply says the Secretary for Foreign Affairs or the Foreign Secretary. And so with the Lord Chancellor, the Chief Justice, the Prime Minister, the Bishop of Carlisle, the Chief Rabbi, the First Lord of the Admiralty, the Master of Pembroke College, the Italian Ambassador, and so on. Certain ecclesiastical titles are sometimes coupled to surnames in the American manner, as in Dean Stanley, and slash canon Wilberforce slash, but Prime Minister Lloyd George slash would seem heavy and absurd. But in other directions, the Englishman has certain clumsinesses of his own. Thus, in writing a letter to a relative stranger, he sometimes begins it, not my dear Mr. Jones, but my dear John Joseph Jones. He may even use such a form as my dear Secretary for War in place of the American my dear Mr. Secretary in English usage. Incidentally, my dear is more formal than simply dear. In America, of course, this distinction is lost, and such forms as slash my dear John Joseph Jones slash appear only as conscious imitations of English usage. I have spoken of the American custom of dropping the definite article before hun. It extends to reverend and the like, and has the authority of very respectable usage behind it. The opening sentence of the slash congressional record is always, "The chaplain, Reverend D.D., offered the following prayer." When chaplains for the Army or Navy are confirmed by the Senate, they always appear in the record as Revs, never as the Revs. I also find the honorific without the article in the New International Encyclopedia, in the World Almanac, and in a widely popular American grammar book. So long ago as 1867, Good protested against this elision as barbarous and idiotic, and drew up the following reductio ad absurdum. At last annual meeting of Black Book Society, Honorable John Smith took the chair, assisted by Reverend John Brown and Venerable John White. The office of secretary would have been filled by late John Green, but for his decease, which rendered him ineligible. His place was supplied by inevitable John Black. In the course of the evening, eulogiums were pronounced on distinguished John Gray and notorious Joseph Brown. Marked compliment was also paid to able historian Joseph White, discriminating philosopher Joseph Green, and learned Professor Joseph Black. But conspicuous speech of the evening was witty Joseph Gray's apostrophe to eminent astronomer Jacob Brown, subtle logician Jacob White, etc., etc. Richard Grant White, a year or two later, joined the attack in the New York Galaxy, and William Cullen Bryant included the omission of the article in his Index Expurgatorius slash, but these anathemas were as ineffective as Good's irony. The more careful American journals, of course, incline to the, and I note that it is specifically ordained on the style sheet of the Century magazine, but the overwhelming majority of American newspapers get along without it, and I have often noticed its omission on the signboards at church entrances. In England, it is never omitted. Section 4. Euphemisms and forbidden words, but such euphemisms as slash lady clerk slash are, after all, much rarer in English than in American usage. The Englishman seldom tries to gloss menial occupations with sonorous names. On the contrary, he seems to delight in keeping their menial character plain. He says servants, not help. Even his railways and banks have servants. The chief trades, Union of the English Railroad Men, is the Amalgamated Society of Railway Servants. He uses slash employé slash in place of clerk, workman, or laborer much less often than we do. True enough, he calls a boarder a paying guest, but that is probably because even a boarder may be a gentleman. Just as he avoids calling a fast train the limited, the flyer, or the slash cannonball slash, so he never calls an undertaker a funeral director slash or mortician, or a dentist a dental surgeon or ontologist, or an optician an optometrist, or a barber shop. He always makes it barber's shop, a tonsorial parlor, or a common public house a slash cafe slash, a restaurant, an exchange, a buffet, or a hotel, or a tradesman a storekeeper or merchant, or a freshwater college a university. A university, in England, always means a collection of colleges. He avoids displacing terms of a disparaging or disagreeable significance with others less brutal, or thought to be less brutal, e.g., ready to wear or ready tailored for slash ready-made slash, used or slightly used for second-hand, slash mahoganized slash for imitation mahogany, aisle manager for slash floor walker slash. He makes it shop walker. Loan office for pawn shop also. He is careful not to use such words as rector, slash deacon slash and baccalaureate in merely rhetorical senses. When we come to words that, either intrinsically or by usage, are improper, a great many curious differences between English and American reveal themselves. The Englishman, on the whole, is more plain-spoken than the American, and such terms as bitch, mare, and slash in foal do not commonly daunt him, largely, perhaps, because of his greater familiarity with country life. But he has a formidable index of his own, and it includes such essentially harmless words as sick/stomach/. Bum and bug, the English use of ill for sick I have already noticed, and the reasons for the English avoidance of /bum/. /sick/ over there means nauseated, and when an Englishman says that he was sick, he means that he vomited, or, as an American would say, was sick at the stomach. The older, and still American, usage, however, survives in various compounds. Sick list, for example, is official in the Navy, and sick leave is known in the Army, though it is more common to say of a soldier that he is /invalided home/. Sick room and sick bed are also in common use, and /sick flag/ is used in place of the American quarantine flag, but an Englishman hesitates to mention his stomach in the presence of ladies, though he discourses freely about his liver. To avoid the necessity, he employs such euphemisms as little Mary as for bug. He restricts its use very rigidly to the /Simex lectularius/ or common bedbug, and hence the word has a highly impolite connotation. All other crawling things he calls insects. An American of my acquaintance once greatly offended an English friend by using bug for insect. The two were playing billiards one summer evening in the Englishman's house, and various flying things came through the window and alighted on the cloth. The American, essaying a shot, remarked that he had killed a bug with his cue. To the Englishman, this seemed a slanderous reflection upon the cleanliness of his house. The Victorian era saw a great growth of absurd euphemisms in England, including second wing for the leg of a fowl, but it was in America that the thing was carried farthest. Bartlett hints that /rooster/ came into use in place of cock as a matter of delicacy, the latter word having acquired an indecent significance, and tells us that, at one time, even bull was banned as too vulgar for refined ears. In place of it, the early purists used cow creature, male cow, and even /gentleman cow/. Bitch, ram, buck, and sow went the same way, and there was a day when even mare was prohibited. Bach tells us that pismire was also banned, /antmire/ being substituted for it. In 1847, the word chair was actually barred out, and seat was adopted in its place. These were the palmy days of euphemism. The delicate female was guarded from all knowledge, and even from all suspicion of evil. To utter aloud in her presence the word shirt, says one historian, was an open insult. Mrs. Trollope, writing in 1832, tells of a young German gentleman of perfectly good manners, who offended one of the principal families by having pronounced the word corset before the ladies of it. The word woman in those sensitive days became a term of reproach, comparable to the German Mensch. The uncouth female took its place. In the same way, the legs of the fair became limbs and their breasts bosoms, and lady was substituted for wife. Stomach, under the ban in England, was transformed, by some unfathomable magic, into a euphemism denoting the whole region from the nipples to the pelvic arch. It was during this time that the newspapers invented such locutions as interesting, or delicate condition, criminal operation, /house of ill or questionable repute, disorderly house, /sporting house/ statutory offense, fallen woman, and /criminal assault/. Servant girls ceased to be seduced and began to be betrayed. Various French terms, enceinte and accouchement among them, were imported to conceal the fact that lawful wives occasionally became pregnant and had lyings in. White, between 1867 and 1870, launched various attacks upon these ludicrous gossamers of speech, and particularly upon enceinte, /limbs/ and female, but only female succumbed. The passage of the notorious Comstock Postal Act in 1873 greatly stimulated the search for euphemisms. Once that act was upon the statute books, and Comstock himself was given the amazingly inquisitorial powers of a post office inspector, it became positively dangerous to print certain ancient and essentially decent English words. To this day, the effects of that old reign of terror are still visible. We yet use toilet and /public comfort station in place of better terms, and such idiotic forms as red light district, disorderly house, blood poison, social evil / social disease, and white slave ostensibly conceal what every flapper is talking about. The word cadet, having a foreign smack and an innocent native meaning, is preferred to the more accurate /procurer/. Even prostitutes shrink from the forthright pimp and employ a characteristic American abbreviation, P. I. A curious brother to S. OB and 2 o'clock. Nevertheless, a movement toward honesty is getting on its legs. The Vice Crusaders, if they have accomplished nothing else, have at least forced the newspapers to use the honest terms syphilis, prostitute, brothel, and venereal disease albeit somewhat gingerly. It is, perhaps, significant of the change going on that the New York Evening Post recently authorized its reporters to use streetwalker, but in certain quarters the change is viewed with alarm, and curious traces of the old prudery still survive. The Department of Health of New York City, in April 1914, announced that its efforts to diminish venereal disease were much handicapped because, in most newspaper offices, the words syphilis and gonorrhea are still tabooed. And without the use of these terms, it is almost impossible to correctly state the problem. The Army Medical Corps, in the early part of 1918, encountered the same difficulty. Most newspapers refused to print its bulletins regarding venereal disease in the Army. One of the newspaper trade journals, thereupon, sought the opinions of editors upon the subject, and all of them save one declared against the use of the two words. One editor put the blame upon the post office, which still cherishes the Comstock tradition. Another reported that, at a recent conference of the Scripps Northwest League editors, it was decided that the use of such terms as gonorrhea syphilis and even venereal diseases would not add to the tone of the papers, and that the term vice diseases can be readily substituted. The Scripps papers are otherwise anything but distinguished for their tone, but in this department they yield to the Puritan habit. An even more curious instance of prudery came to my notice in Philadelphia several years ago. A one-act play of mine, The Artist, was presented at the Little Theater there, and during its run on February 26, 1916, the Public Ledger reprinted some of the dialogue. One of the characters in the piece is a virgin. At every occurrence a change was made to a young girl apparently. Even virgin is still regarded as too frank in Philadelphia. 50 years ago, the very word decent was indecent in the South. No respectable woman was supposed to have any notion of the difference between decent and indecent. In their vocabularies of opprobrium and profanity, English and Americans diverge sharply. The English rotter and blighter are practically unknown in America, and there are various American equivalents that are never heard in England. A guy in the American Vulgate simply signifies a man. There is not necessarily any disparaging significance. But in English, high or low, it means one who is making a spectacle of himself. The derivative verb, to guy, is unknown in English. Its nearest equivalent is to spoof, which is unknown in American. The average American, I believe, has a larger vocabulary of profanity than the average Englishman and swears a good deal more, but he attempts an amelioration of many of his oaths by softening them to forms with no apparent meaning. /darn/ equals /dern/ equals /dern/ for damn is apparently of English origin, but it is heard 10,000 times in America to once in England. So is dog gone. Such euphemistic written forms as /damnful/ and /damfino/ are also far more common in this country. All fired for hell fired, gee whiz for Jesus, tarnal for eternal, /tarnation/ for damnation, cuss for curse, gall darned for /goddamned/ by gosh for by God, and great Scott / for great God / are all Americanisms. Thornton has traced all fired to 1835, /tarnation/ to 1801, and tarnal to 1790. By golly has been found in English literature so early as 1843, but it probably originated in America. Down to the Civil War, it was the characteristic oath of the Negro slaves. Such terms as bonehead, pinhead, and boob have been invented, perhaps, to take the place of the English ass, which has a flavor of impropriety in America on account of its identity in sound with the American pronunciation of arse at an earlier day /ass/ was always differentiated by making it jackass. Another word that is improper in America, but not in England, is tart. To an Englishman, the word connotes sweetness, and so, if he be of the lower orders, he may apply it to his sweetheart. But to the American it signifies a prostitute, or, at all events, a woman of too ready an amiability. But the most curious disparity between the profane vocabulary of the two tongues is presented by bloody. This word is entirely without improper significance in America, but in England it is regarded as the vilest of indecencies. The sensation produced in London when George Bernard Shaw put it into the mouth of a woman character in his play, Pygmalion, will be remembered. The interest in the first English performance, said the New York Times, centered in the heroine's utterance of this banned word. It was waited for with trembling, heard shudderingly, and presumably, when the shock subsided, interest dwindled. But in New York, of course, it failed to cause any stir. Just why it is regarded as profane and indecent by the English is one of the mysteries of the language. The theory that it has some blasphemous reference to the blood of Christ is disputed by many etymologists. It came in during the latter half of the 17th century, and at the start it apparently meant no more than in the manner of a blood, i.e., a rich young roisterer of the time. Thus, bloody drunk was synonymous with as drunk as a Lord Slash. The adjective remained innocuous for 200 years. Then it suddenly acquired its present abhorrent significance. It is regarded with such aversion by the English that even the lower orders often substitute /bleeding/ as a euphemism. So far no work devoted wholly to the improper terms of English and American has been published, but this lack may be soon remedied by a compilation made by a Chicago journalist. It is entitled The Slang of Venery and Its Analogues, and runs to 2 large volumes. A small edition, mimeographed for private circulation, was issued in 1916. I have examined this work and found it of great value. If the influence of comstockery is sufficient to prevent its publication in the United States, as seems likely, it will be printed in Switzerland. Footnotes. It should be noted that muse is used only in the larger cities. In the small towns' livery, stable is commoner. Muse is quite unknown in America save as an occasional archaism. Sometimes whiffletree. The latter has crept into American of late. I find it on p. 58 of the United States at War, a pamphlet issued by the Library of Congress, 1917. The compiler of this pamphlet is a savant bearing the fine old British name of Herman H.B. Mayer. Living room, however, is gradually making its way in England. It was apparently suggested, in America, by the German Wohnzimmer. This form survives in the American term city stock, meaning the bonds of a municipality. But government securities are always called bonds. /cf. / a glossary of colloquial slang and technical terms in use in the stock exchange and in the money market by A. J. Wilson, London, 1895. Or bailiffs. But he is run by his party organization. /cf. / the Government of England by A. Lawrence Lowell, New York, 1910, Volume Roman II, p. 29. Until very recently, no self-respecting American newspaper reporter would call himself a journalist. He always used newspaper man and referred to his vocation, not as a profession, but as the newspaper business. This old prejudice, however, now seems to be breaking down. /cf. / don't shy at journalist, the editor and publisher and journalist / June 27, 1914. /cf. / a speech of Senator La Follette, Congressional Record Aug. 27, 1917, p. 6992. According to the New International Encyclopedia, 2nd ed. /art / apartment house, the term flat is usually in the United States restricted to apartments and houses having no elevator or hall service. In New York, such apartments are commonly called /walk-up apartment /. Even with the qualification, apartment is better than flat. Canoeing was introduced into England by John MacGregor in 1866, and there is now a Royal Canoe Club. In America, the canoe has been familiar from the earliest times, and in MME. Sarah Kemble Knight's Diary, 1704, there is much mention of /canoes /. The word itself is from an Indian dialect, probably the Haitian, and came into American through the Spanish, in which it survives as canoa. An act was passed to prohibit playing ninepins. As soon as the law was put in force, it was notified everywhere, 10 pins / played here. Capt. Marriott, Diary in America, Volume Roman III, p. 195. The term chapel, says Joyce, in English as we speak it in Ireland, has so ingrained itself in my mind that to this hour the word instinctively springs to my lips when I am about to mention a Catholic place of worship, and I always feel some sort of hesitation or reluctance in substituting the word church. I positively could not bring myself to say, "Come, it is time now to set out for /church/, it must be either mass or chapel." Certain dissenters of late show a disposition to borrow the American usage. Thus the Christian World, organ of the English Congregationalists, uses Episcopal to designate the Church of England. So long ago as the 70s, certain Jews petitioned the publishers of Webster's and Worcester's dictionaries to omit their definitions of the verb to Jew, and according to Richard Grant White, the publisher of Worcester's complied. Such a request, in England, would be greeted with derision. But nevertheless, he uses begot, not begot. This specimen is from the Congressional Record of Dec. 11, 1917. I do not like to be butting into this proposition, but I look upon this post office business as a purely business proposition. The speaker was Homer P. Snyder of New York. In the Record of Jan. 12, 1918, p. 8294, proposition is used as a synonym for state of affairs. Already in 1855, Bristol was protesting that to fix was having more than its legitimate share of work all over the Union. In English conversation, he said, the panegyrical adjective of all work is nice. In America, it is fine. This was before the adoption of /jolly/ and its analogues, ripping, stunning, rattling, etc. In the appendix to the final report of the Royal Commission on Venereal Diseases, London, 1916, p. Roman 4. I find the following: /Mr/C. J. Simmons, FRCS, MD, Mr. F. J. McCann, FRCS, MD, /Mr/A. F. Evans, FRCS. Mr. Simmons is consulting surgeon to Guy's Hospital. Mr. McCann is an eminent London gynecologist, and /Mr/ Evans is a general surgeon in large practice. All would be called doctor in the United States. Among the curious recipients of this degree have been Gumshoe Bill Stone, Uncle Joe Cannon, and Josephus Daniels. Billy Sunday, the evangelist, is a D.D. Congressional Record, May 16, 1918, p. 7147. Vide his annual reports, printed at Sing Sing Prison. I encountered this gem in Public Health Reports, a government publication, for April 26, 1918, p. 619. For the record, see the issue of Dec. 14, 1917, p. 309. For the New International Encyclopedia, see the article on Brotherhood of Andrew and Philip. For the World Almanac, see the article on Young People's Society of Christian Endeavor, ed. of 1914. The grammar book is Longman's Briefer Grammar, New York, 1908, p. 160. The editor is George J. Smith, a member of the Board of Examiners of the New York City Department of Education. Edwin S. Good, Good English, New York, 1867, pp. 5657. Despite the example of Congress, however, the Department of State inserts the Vide the Congressional Record, May 4, 1918, p. 6552. But the War Department, the Treasury, and the Post Office omit it. Vide the Congressional Record, May 11, 1918, p. 6895 and p. 6914, and May 14, p. 7004, respectively. So it appears does the White House. Vide the Congressional Record, May 10, 1918, p. 6838, and June 12, 1918, p. 8293. In the 60s, an undertaker was often called an embalming surgeon / in America. In a list of American universities, I find the Christian of Canton, Mo, with 125 students, the Lincoln of Pennsylvania with 184, the Southwestern Presbyterian of Clarksville, 10, with 86, and the Newton Theological with 77. Most of these, of course, are merely country high schools. The Reverend John C. Stephenson in the New York Sun, July 10, 1914. That empty courtesy of addressing every clergyman as doctor, and let us abolish the abuse of baccalaureate sermons for sermons before graduating classes of high schools and the like. /cf/ Dardanelles Commission Report, London, 1916, p. 58, section 47. Edgar Allan Poe's The Gold Bug is called the golden /beetle/ in England. 25 years ago, an Englishman named /Buggy/ laboring under the odium attached to the name, had it changed to Norfolk, Howard /, a compound made up of the title and family name of the Duke of Norfolk. The wits of London at once doubled his misery by adopting /Norfolk Howard/ as a euphemism for bed bug. A recent example of the use of male cow was quoted in the /journal/ of the American Medical Association, Nov. 17, 1917, advertising page 24. New York Organ, a family journal devoted to temperance, morality, education, and general literature, May 29, 1847. One of the editors of this delicate journal was T.S. Arthur, author of 10 Nights in a Barroom. John Graham Brooks, as others see us, New York, 1908, p. 11. Domestic Manners of the Americans, 2 vols. London, 1832, volume IP, 132. Female, of course, was epidemic in England too, but White says that it was not a Briticism. And so early as 1839, the legislature of Maryland expunged it from the title of a bill to protect the reputation of unmarried females, substituting women on the ground that female was an Americanism in that application. The French pissoir, for instance, is still regarded as indecent in America and is seldom used in England, but it has gone into most of the continental languages. It is curious to note, however, that these languages also have their pruderies. Most of them, for example, use W, C, an abbreviation of the English water, closet, as a euphemism. The whole subject of national pruderies in both act and speech remains to be investigated. Even the Springfield Republican, the last stronghold of Puritan/Coulter/, printed the word on Oct. 11, 1917, in a review of New Adventures by Michael Monaghan. Pep, July 1918, p. 8. Perhaps the Quaker influence is to blame. At all events, Philadelphia is the most Pecksniffian of American cities, and thus probably leads the world. Early in 1918, when a patriotic moving picture entitled To Hell with the Kaiser was sent on tour under government patronage, the word hell was carefully toned down on the Philadelphia billboards to H/CF/RM Bach, Vulgarisms and Other Errors of Speech, Phila, 1869, p. 34/et sec/. April 14, 1914. 5. Tendencies in American. Section 1. International exchanges. More than once, during the preceding chapters, we encountered Americanisms that had gone over into English, and English locutions that had begun to get a foothold in the United States. Such exchanges are made very frequently and often very quickly, and though the guardians of English still attack every new Americanism vigorously, even when, as in the case of scientist, it is obviously sound and useful, they are often rooted by public pressure and have to submit in the end with the best grace possible. For example, consider caucus. It originated in Boston at some indeterminate time before 1750, and remained so peculiarly American for more than a century following that most of the English visitors before the Civil War remarked its use. But, according to J. Redding Ware, it began to creep into English political slang about 1870, and in the 80s it was lifted to good usage by the late Joseph Chamberlain. Ware, writing in the first years of the present century, said that the word had become very important in England, but was not admitted into dictionaries. But in the concise Oxford Dictionary, dated 1914, it is given as a sound English word, though its American origin is noted. The English, however, use it in a sense that has become archaic in America, thus preserving an abandoned American meaning in the same way that many abandoned British meanings have been preserved on this side. In the United States, the word means, and has meant for years, a meeting of some division, large or small, of a political or legislative body, for the purpose of agreeing upon a united course of action in the main assembly. In England, it means the managing committee of a party or fraction something corresponding to our national committee, or state central committee, or steering committee, or to the half-forgotten congressional caucuses of the 20s. It has a disparaging significance over there, almost equal to that of our words organization and machine. Moreover, it has given birth to 2 derivatives of like quality, both unknown in America/caucusdom/, meaning machine control, and /caucuser/, meaning a machine politician. A good many other such Americanisms have got into good usage in England, and new ones are being exported constantly. Farmer describes the process of their introduction and assimilation. American books, newspapers, and magazines, especially the last, circulate in England in large number, and some of their characteristic locutions pass into colloquial speech. Then they get into print and begin to take on respectability. The phrase, as the Americans say, he continues, might in some cases be ordered from the type foundry as a logotype, so frequently does it do introduction duty. Where shows another means of ingress, the argot of sailors. Many of the Americanisms he notes as having become naturalized in England, e.g., boodle, / boost / and walk out, are credited to Liverpool as a sort of halfway station. Travel brings in still more. England swarms with Americans, and Englishmen themselves, visiting America, bring home new and racy phrases. Bishop Cox says that Dickens, in his American Notes, gave English currency to reliable, influential, / talented / and lengthy bristed, writing in 1855, said that / talented / was already firmly fixed in the English vocabulary by that time. All 4 words are in the concise Oxford Dictionary, and only / lengthy / is noted as originally an Americanism. Finally, there is the influence of the moving pictures. Hundreds of American films are shown in England every week, and the American words and phrases appearing in their titles, subtitles, and other explanatory legends thus become familiar to the English. The patron of the picture palace, says W.G. Faulkner in an article in the London Daily Mail / learns to think of his railway station as a depot. He has alternatives to one of our newest words, hooligan, in hoodlum and / tough /. He watches a dive, which is a thieves' kitchen or a room in which bad characters meet, and whether the villain talks of dough or / sugar / he knows it is money to which he is referring. The musical ring of the word tramp gives way to the stodgy hobo or dead, beat it may be that the plot reveals an attempt to deceive some simple-minded person. If it does, the innocent one is spoken of as a sucker, a come-on, a boob, or a lobster if he is stupid into the bargain. Mr. Faulkner goes on to say that a great many other Americanisms are constantly employed by Englishmen who have not been affected by the avalanche, which has come upon us through the picture palace. Thus today, he says, we hear people speak of the fall of the year, a stunt they have in hand, their desire to boost a particular business, a peach when they mean a pretty girl, a /scab / a common term among strikers the glad eye, junk when they mean worthless material, their efforts to make good, the / elevator / in the hotel or office, the boss or manager, the / crook / or swindler. And they will tell you that they have the / good / that is, they possess the requisite qualities for a given position. The Venerable Frederick Harrison, writing in the Fortnightly Review in the spring of 1918, denounced this tendency with a vigor recalling the classical anathemas of Dean Alford and Sidney Smith. Stale American phrases, he said, are infecting even our higher journalism and our parliamentary and platform oratory. A statesman is now out for victory, he is up against pacificism, he has a card up his sleeve by which the enemy are at last to be euchred. Then a fierce fight in which hundreds of noble fellows are mangled or drowned is a scrap. To criticize a politician is to call for his scalp. The other fellow is beaten to a frazzle, and so on. Bolshevism, concluded Harrison sadly, is ruining language as well as society. But though there are still many such alarms by constables of the national speech, the majority of Englishmen continue to make borrowings from the tempting and ever-widening American vocabulary. What is more, some of these loanwords take root and are presently accepted as sound English, even by the most watchful. The two Fowlers, in the King's English. Separate Americanisms from other current vulgarisms, but many of the latter on their list are actually American in origin, though they do not seem to know it. For example, / to demean / and to transpire more remarkable still. The Cambridge History of English Literature lists backwoodsman, know-nothing, and / yellowback / as English compounds, apparently in forgetfulness of their American origin, and adds skunk, squaw, and toboggan as direct importations from the Indian tongues, without noting that they came through American and remained definite Americanisms for a long while. It even adds musquash, a popular name for the / fibers zypthicus / borrowed from the Algonquin / musquesu / but long since degenerated to musk rat in America. Musquash has been in disuse in this country. Indeed, since the middle of the last century, save as a stray localism, but the English have preserved it, and it appears in the Oxford Dictionary. A few weeks in London or a month's study of the London newspapers will show a great many other American pollutions of the well of English. The argot of politics is full of them. Many besides /caucus/ were introduced by Joseph Chamberlain, a politician skilled in American campaign methods and with an American wife to prompt him. He gave the English their first taste of to belittle, one of the inventions of Thomas Jefferson. Graft and to graft crossed the ocean in their nonage. To bluff has been well understood in England for 30 years. It is in Cassell's and the Oxford dictionaries, and has been used by no less a magnifico than Sir Almroth Wright. Slash to stump slash, in the form of stump oratory, is in Carlyle's Latter-day Pamphlets, circa 1850, and caucus appears in his Frederick the Great. Though, as we have seen on the authority of Ware, it did not come into general use in England until 10 years later. Slash bunkum slash, usually spelled bunkum, is in all the later English dictionaries. In the London stock market, and among English railroad men, various characteristic Americanisms have got a foothold. The meaning of bucket shop and to water, for example, is familiar to every London broker's clerk. English trains are now telescoped and carry dead heads, and in 1913, a rival to the Amalgamated Order of Railway/Servant/ was organized under the name of the National Union of Railway Men. The beginnings of a movement against the use of /servant/ are visible in other directions, and the American /help/ threatens to be substituted. At all events, help wanted /advertisements are now occasionally encountered in English newspapers. But it is American verbs that seem to find the way into English least difficult, particularly those compounded with prepositions and adverbs, such as to pan out and to swear off. Most of them, true enough, are still used as conscious Americanisms, but used they are, and with increasing frequency. The highly typical American verb to loaf is now naturalized, and Ware says that the loafery's / is one of the common nicknames of the Whitecapel workhouse. It is curious, reading the fulminations of American purists of the last generation, to note how many of the Americanisms they denounced have not only got into perfectly good usage at home, but even broken down all guards across the ocean. To placate and to antagonize are examples. The Oxford Dictionary distinguishes between the English and American meanings of the latter. In England, a man may antagonize only another man. In America, he may antagonize a mere idea or thing. But as the brothers Fowler show, even the English meaning is of American origin, and no doubt a few more years will see the verb completely naturalized in Britain. To placate, attacked vigorously by all native grammarians down to, but accepting, White, now has the authority of the Spectator, and is accepted by Cassell. To donate / is still under the ban, but to transpire has been used by the London Times. Other old bugaboos that have been embraced are /gubernatorial/. Presidential and standpoint. White labored long and valiantly to convince Americans that the adjective derived from /president/ should be without the I in its last syllable. Following the example of incidental, regimental, monumental, /governmental/ oriental, experimental, and so on. But in vain, for /presidential/ is now perfectly good English. To demean is still questioned, but English authors of the first rank have used it, and it will probably lose its dubious character very soon. The flow of loanwords in the opposite direction meets with little impediment, for social distinction in America is still largely dependent upon English recognition, and so there is an eager imitation of the latest English fashions in speech. This emulation is most noticeable in the large cities of the East, and particularly in what Shiel de Vere called Boston and the Boston dependencies. New York is but little behind. The small stores there, if they are of any pretensions, are now almost invariably called shop. Shoes for the well-to-do are no longer /shoes/, but boots, and they are sold in boot shops. One encounters, too, in the side streets off Fifth Avenue, a multitude of gift shops, tea shops, and /haberdashery shops/. In Fifth Avenue itself, there are several /luggage shops/. In August 1917, signs appeared in the New York surface cars in which the conductors were referred to as /guard/. This effort to be English and correct was exhibited over the sign manual of Theodore P. Shantz, president of the Interborough, a gentleman of Teutonic name, but evidently a faithful protector of the king's English. On the same cars, however, painted notices, surviving from some earlier regime, mentioned the guards as conductors to let signs are now as common in all our cities as for rent signs. We all know the charwoman and have begun to forget our native modification of char, to wit, chore. Every apartment house has a tradesman's entrance . In Charles Street, in Baltimore, some time ago, the proprietor of a fashionable stationery store directed me not to the elevator, but to the lift. Occasionally, some uncompromising patriot raises his voice against these importations, but he seldom shows the vigorous indignation of the English purists, and he seldom prevails. White, in 1870, warned Americans against the figurative use of nasty as a synonym for disagreeable . This use of the word was then relatively new in England, though, according to White, the Saturday Review and the Spectator had already succumbed. His objections to it were unavailing. Nasty quickly got into American and has been there ever since. In 1883, Gilbert M. Tucker protested against good form traffic in the sense of travel, to bargain and to tub as Briticisms that we might well do without, but all of them took root and are perfectly sound American today. There is, indeed, no intelligible reason why such English inventions and improvements should not be taken in, even though the motive behind the welcome to them may occasionally cause a smile. English, after all, is the mother of American, and the child, until lately, was still at nurse. The English, confronted by some of our fantastic innovations, may well regard them as impudences to be put down, but what they offer in return often fits into our vocabulary without offering it any outrage. American, indeed, is full of lingering Briticisms, all maintaining a successful competition with native forms. If we take back shop, it is merely taking back something that store has never been able to rid us of. We use shop worn, shoplifter, shopping, shopper, shop girl, and to shop every day. In the same way, the word penny has survived among us, despite the fact that there has been no American coin of that name for more than 125 years. We have nickel in the slot machines, but when they take a cent, we call them penny in the slot machines. We have penny arcades and penny whistles . We do not play cent ante, but penny ante. We still turn an honest penny and say a penny for your thoughts. The pound and the shilling became extinct a century ago, but the penny still binds us to the mother tongue. Section 2. Points of difference. These exchanges and coalescences, however, though they invigorate each language with the blood of the other, and are often very striking in detail, are neither numerous enough nor general enough to counteract the centrifugal force which pulls them apart. The simple fact is that the spirit of English and the spirit of American have been at odds for nearly a century, and that the way of one is not the way of the other. The loan words that fly to and fro, when examined closely, are found to be few in number both relatively and absolutely. They do not greatly affect the larger movements of the two languages. Many of them, indeed, are little more than temporary borrowings. They are not genuinely adopted, but merely momentarily fashionable. The class of Englishmen which affects American phrases is perhaps but little larger, taking 1 year with another, than the class of Americans which affects English phrases. This last class, it must be plain, is very small. Leave the large cities and you will have difficulty finding any members of it. It is circumscribed, not because there is any very formidable prejudice against English locutions as such, but simply because recognizably English locutions, in a good many cases, do not fit into the American language. The American thinks in American and the Englishman in English, and it requires a definite effort, usually but defectively successful, for either to put his thoughts into the actual idiom of the other. The difficulties of this enterprise are well exhibited, though quite unconsciously, by W. L. George in a chapter entitled Litany of the Novelist in his book of criticism, Literary Chapters. This chapter, it is plain by internal evidence, was written, not for Englishmen, but for Americans. A good part of it, in fact, is in the second person we are addressed and argued with directly. And throughout there is an obvious endeavor to help out comprehension by a studied use of purely American phrases and examples. One hears not of the East End, but of the East Side / not of the city, but of Wall Street, not of Belgravia or the West End, but of Fifth Avenue / not of bowler hats, but of darbies, not of idlers in /pub / but of saloon loafers, not of pounds, shillings, and slash pence slash, but of dollars and cents. In brief, a gallant attempt upon a strange tongue, and by a writer of the utmost skill but a hopeless failure nonetheless. In the midst of his best American, George drops into Briticism after Briticism, some of them quite as unintelligible to the average American reader as so many Gallicisms. On page after page, they display the practical impossibility of the enterprise. Back garden for backyard, perambulator for baby carriage, corn market for grain market, coal owner for coal/operator/, post for mail, and so on. And to top them, there are English terms that have no American equivalents at all. For example, kitchen fender. The same failure, perhaps usually worse, is displayed every time an English novelist or dramatist essays to put an American into a novel or a play, and to make him speak American. However painstakingly it is done, the Englishman invariably falls into capital blunders, and the result is derided by Americans as Mark Twain derided the miner's lingo of Bret Harte, and for the same reason. The thing lies deeper than vocabulary, and even than pronunciation and intonation. The divergences show themselves in habits of speech that are fundamental and almost indefinable. And when the transoceanic gesture is from the other direction, they become even plainer. An Englishman, in an American play, seldom shows the actual speech habit of the Sassenach. What he shows is the speech habit of an American actor trying to imitate George Alexander. "There are not 5 playwrights in America," said Channing Pollock one day, "who can write English, that is, the English of familiar discourse." "Why should there be?" replied Louis Sherwin. "There are not 5,000 people in America who can speak English." The elements that enter into the special character of American have been rehearsed in the first chapter. A general impatience of rule and restraint, a democratic enmity to all authority, an extravagant and often grotesque humor, an extraordinary capacity for metaphor and brief. All the natural marks of what Van Wyck Brooks calls a popular life which bubbles with energy and spreads and grows, and slips away ever more and more from the control of tested ideas, a popular life with the lid off. This is the spirit of America, and from it the American language is nourished. Brooks, perhaps, generalizes a bit too lavishly. Below the surface there is also a curious conservatism, even a sort of timorousness. In a land of manumitted peasants, the primary trait of the peasant is bound to show itself now and then. As Wendell Phillips once said, "More than any other people, we Americans are afraid of one another. That is, afraid of opposition, of derision, of all the consequences of singularity." But in the field of language, as in that of politics, this suspicion of the new is often transformed into a suspicion of the merely unfamiliar, and so its natural tendency toward conservatism is overcome. It is of the essence of democracy that it remain a government by amateurs, and under a government by amateurs, it is precisely the expert who is most questioned, and it is the expert who commonly stresses the experience of the past. And in a democratic society, it is not the iconoclast who seems most revolutionary, but the purist. The derisive designation of /highbrow/ is thoroughly American in more ways than one. It is a word put together in an unmistakably American fashion. It reflects an habitual American attitude of mind, and its potency in debate is peculiarly national too. I dare say it is largely a fear of the weapon in it, and there are many others of like effect in the arsenal which accounts for the far greater prevalence of idioms from below in the formal speech of America than in the formal speech of England. There is surely no English novelist of equal rank whose prose shows so much of colloquial looseness and ease as one finds in the prose of Howells. To find a match for it one must go to the prose of the Neo-Celts, professedly modeled upon the speech of peasants and almost proudly defiant of English grammar and syntax, and to the prose of the English themselves before the Restoration. Nor is it imaginable that an Englishman of comparable education and position would ever employ such locutions as those I have hitherto quoted from the public addresses of Dr. Wilson, that is, innocently, seriously, as a matter of course. The Englishman, when he makes use of coinages of that sort, does so in conscious relaxation and usually with a somewhat heavy sense of doggishness. They are proper to the paddock or even to the dinner table, but scarcely to serious scenes and occasions. But in the United States, their use is the rule rather than the exception. It is not the man who uses them, but the man who doesn't use them, who is marked off. Their employment, if high example counts for anything, is a standard habit of the language, as their diligent avoidance is a standard habit of English. A glance through the congressional record is sufficient to show how small is the minority of purists among the chosen leaders of the nation. Within half an hour, turning the pages at random, I find scores of locutions that would paralyze the stenographers in the House of Commons, and they are in the speeches, not of wild mavericks from the West, but of some of the chief men of the two houses. Surely no senator occupied a more conspicuous position during the first year of the war than Lee S. Overman of North Carolina, chairman of the Committee on Rules and commander of the administration forces on the floor. Well, I find Senator Overman using to enthuse in a speech of the utmost seriousness and importance, and not once, but over and over again. I turn back a few pages and encounter it again, this time in the mouth of General Sherwood of Ohio. A few more and I find a fit match for it, to wit, to biograph / the speaker here is Senator L. Y. Sherman of Illinois. In the same speech, he uses to resolute a few more, and various other characteristic verbs are unearthed. / to demagogue / to dope out, to fall down, in the sense of to fail, to jack up, to phone, to peeve, to come across / to hike, to butt in, to back pedal, to get solid with, to hooverize, to trustify, to feature, to insurge, / to haze, to reminisce, to camouflage, to play for a sucker. And so on, almost ad infinitum, and with them, a large number of highly American nouns, chiefly compounds, all pressing upward for recognition. / tin Lizzie / brainstorm, come down, pinhead / trustification / pork barrel, buck, private, doe, boy, cow, country, and adjectives. Jitney, bush for rural, balled up, dolled up / phony / tax paid, and phrases. Dollars to donuts on the job / that gets me, one best bet and back formations. Ad / movie / photo, and various substitutions and Americanized inflections. Over for more than, got and forgot in the present perfect. Rile for royal, bust for burst. This last, in truth, has come into a dignity that even grammarians will soon hesitate to question. Who, in America, would dare to speak of bursting a bronco or of a trust burster? Section 3. Lost distinctions. This general iconoclasm reveals itself especially in a disdain for most of the niceties of modern English. The American, like the Elizabethan Englishman, is usually quite unconscious of them, and even when they have been instilled into him by the hard labor of pedagogues, he commonly pays little heed to them in his ordinary discourse. The English distinction between will and shall offers a salient case in point. This distinction, it may be said at once, is far more a confection of the grammarians than a product of the natural forces shaping the language. It has, indeed, little etymological basis, and is but imperfectly justified logically. One finds it disregarded in the authorized version of the Bible, in all the plays of Shakespeare, in the essays of the reign of Anne, and in some of the best examples of modern English literature. The theory behind it is so inordinately abstruse that the Fowlers, in The King's English, require 20 pages to explain it, and even then they come to the resigned conclusion that the task is hopeless. The idiomatic use of the two auxiliaries, they say, is so complicated that those who are not to the manner born can hardly acquire it. Well, even those who are to the manner born seem to find it difficult, for at once the learned authors cite blunder in the writings of Richardson, Stevenson, Gladstone, Jowett, Oscar Wilde, and even Henry Sweet, author of the best existing grammar of the English language. In American, the distinction is almost lost. No ordinary American, save after the most laborious reflection, would detect anything wrong in this sentence from the London Times / denounced as corrupt by the Fowlers. We must reconcile what we would like to do with what we can do. Nor in this by W.B. Yeats. The character who delights us may commit murder like Macbeth, and yet we will rejoice in every happiness that comes to him. Half a century ago, impatient of the effort to fasten the English distinction upon American, George P. Marsh attacked it as of no logical value or significance whatever, and predicted that, at no very distant day, this verbal quibble will disappear, and one of the auxiliaries will be employed, with all persons of the nominative, exclusively as the sign of the future, and the other only as an expression of purpose or authority. This prophecy has been substantially verified. Will is sound American with all persons of the nominative, and shall is almost invariably an expression of purpose or authority. And so, though perhaps not to the same extent, with who and whom, now and then there arises a sort of panicky feeling that whom is being neglected, and so it is trotted out, but in the main, the American language tends to dispense with it, at least in its least graceful situations. Noah Webster, always the pragmatic reformer, denounced it so long ago as 1783. Common sense, he argued, was on the side of who did he marry? Today such a form as whom are you talking to would seem somewhat affected in ordinary discourse in America. Who are you talking to is heard 1,000 times oftener and is doubly American, for it substitutes who for whom and puts a preposition at the end of a sentence. Two crimes that most English purists would seek to avoid. It is among the pronouns that the only remaining case inflections in English are to be found, if we forget the possessive, and even here these survivors of an earlier day begin to grow insecure. Lounsbury's defense of it is /me/, as we shall see in the next chapter, has support in the history and natural movement of the language, and that movement is also against the preservation of the distinction between who and whom. The common speech plays hob with both of the orthodox inflections, despite the protests of grammarians, and in the long run, no doubt, they will be forced to yield to its pressure, as they have always yielded in the past. Between the dative and accusative on the one side and the nominative on the other there has been war in the English language for centuries, and it has always tended to become a war of extermination. Our now universal use of you for ye in the nominative shows the dative and accusative swallowing the nominative, and the practical disappearance of hither, thither, and whither, whose place is now taken by here, there, and where, shows a contrary process. In such wars, a posse comitatus marches ahead of the disciplined army. American stands to English in the relation of that posse to that army. It is incomparably more enterprising, more contemptuous of precedent and authority, more impatient of rule. A shadowy line often separates what is currently coming into sound usage from what is still regarded as barbarous. No self-respecting American, I dare say, would defend ain't as a substitute for isn't say in he ain't the man. And yet ain't is already tolerably respectable in the first person, where English countenances the even more clumsy aren't has never got a foothold in the American first person. When it is used at all, which is very rarely, it is always as a conscious Briticism. Facing the alternative of employing the unwieldy, am I not in this? The American turns boldly to ain't I in this? It still grates a bit perhaps, but aren't grates even more. Here, as always, the popular speech is pulling the exacter speech along, and no one familiar with its successes in the past can have much doubt that it will succeed again, soon or late. In the same way, it is breaking down the inflectional distinction between adverb and adjective, so that I feel bad begins to take on the dignity of a national idiom, and sure, to go big and run slow become almost respectable. When, on the entrance of the United States into the war, the Marine Corps chose, treat 'em rough as its motto, no one thought to raise a grammatical objection, and the clipped adverb was printed upon hundreds of thousands of posters and displayed in every town in the country, always with the imprimatur of the national government. So, again, American, in its spoken form, tends to obliterate the distinction between nearly related adjectives, e.g. healthful and healthy, tasteful and tasty, and to challenge the somewhat absurd textbook prohibition of terminal prepositions, so that where are we at loses its old raciness, and to dally with the double negative, as in I have no doubt but that. But these tendencies, or at least the more extravagant of them, belong to the next chapter. How much influence they exert, even indirectly, is shown by the American disdain of the English precision in the use of the indefinite pronoun. I turn to the Saturday Evening Post and in 2 minutes find, one feels like an atom when he begins to review his own life and deeds. The error is very rare in English. The Fowlers, seeking examples of it, could get them only from the writings of a third-rate woman novelist, Scotch to boot. But it is so common in American that it scarcely attracts notice. Neither does the appearance of a redundant s in such words as towards, downwards, afterwards, and heavenwards. In England, this s is used relatively seldom, and then it usually marks a distinction in meaning, as it does on both sides of the ocean between beside and slash beside slash. In modern standard English, says Smith, though not in the English of the United States, a distinction which we feel, but many of us could not define, is made between forward and forwards. Slash forward slash being used in definite contrast to any other direction, as if you move at all, you can only move forwards, while forward is used where no such contrast is implied, as in the common phrase, to bring a matter forward. This specific distinction, despite Smith, probably retains some force in the United States too, but in general our usage allows the S in cases where English usage would certainly be against it. Good in the 50s noted its appearance at the end of such words as somewhere and anyway, and denounced it as vulgar and illogical. Thornton has traced anyways back to 1842 and shown that it is an archaism, and to be found in the Book of Common Prayer, circa 1560. Perhaps it has been preserved by analogy with sideways. Henry James, in The Question of Our Speech, attacked such forms of impunity as somewheres else and nowheres else, slash a good ways on and a good ways off, as vulgarisms with what a great deal of general credit for what we good-naturedly call refinement appears so able to coexist. Towards and afterwards, though frowned upon in England, are now quite sound in American. I find the former in the title of an article in Dialect Notes, which plainly gives it scholastic authority. More and with no little humor, I find it in the deed of a fund given to the American Academy of Arts and Letters to enable the gifted philologues of that Sanhedrin to consider its duty towards the conservation of the English language in its beauty and purity. Both towards and slash afterwards slash finally are included in the New York Evening Post slash list of words no longer disapproved when in their proper places, along with over for more than and during for in the course of slash. In the last chapter, we glanced at several salient differences between the common coin of English and the common coin of American, that is, the verbs and adjectives in constant colloquial use, the rubber stamps, so to speak, of the two languages. America has two adverbs that belong to the same category. They are right and good. Neither holds the same place in English. Thornton shows that the use of right, as in right away, right good, and right now, was already widespread in the United States early in the last century. His first example is dated 1818. He believes that the locution was possibly imported from the southwest of Ireland. Whatever its origin, it quickly attracted the attention of English visitors. Dickens noted right away slash as an almost universal Americanism during his first American tour, in 1842, and poked fun at it in the second chapter of American Notes. Right is used as a synonym for slash directly slash, as in right away, right off, right now, and right on time slash. For moderately, as in right well, right smart, slash right good slash and right often, and in place of precisely, as in slash right there slash. Some time ago, in an article on Americanisms, an English critic called it that most distinctively American word, and concocted the following dialogue to instruct the English in its use. How do I get to? Go right along, and take the first turning sick on the right, and you are right there. Slash right slash. Right. Slash right slash. Like W.L. George, this Englishman failed in his attempt to write correct American despite his fine pedagogical passion. No American would ever say, take the first turning. He would say, turn at the first corner. As for right away, R.O. Williams argues that, so far as analogy can make good English, it is as good as one could choose. Nevertheless, the Oxford Dictionary admits it only as an Americanism, and avoids all mention of the other American uses of slash right slash as an adverb. Good is almost as protean. It is not only used as a general synonym for all adjectives and adverbs connoting satisfaction, as in to feel good, to be treated good, to sleep good slash, but also as a reinforcement to other adjectives and adverbs, as in I hit him good and hard, and I am good and tired. Of late slash, some slash has come into wide use as an adjective adverb of all work, indicating special excellence or high degree, as in some girl, slash some sick slash, going some, etc. It is still below the salt, but threatens to reach a more respectable position. One encounters it in the newspapers constantly and in the Congressional Record, and not long ago a writer in the Atlantic Monthly hymned it ecstatically as slash some slash word a true superword. In fact, and argued that it could be used in a sense for which there is absolutely no synonym in the dictionary. Basically, It appears to be an adjective, but in many of its common situations, the grammarians would probably call it an adverb. It gives no little support to the growing tendency, already noticed, to break down the barrier between the two parts of speech. Section 4. Foreign influences. Today, no other great nation of today supports so large a foreign population as the United States, either relatively or absolutely. None other contains so many foreigners forced to an effort, often ignorant and ineffective, to master the national language. Since 1820, nearly 35 million immigrants have come into the country, and of them probably not 10 million brought any preliminary acquaintance with English with them. The census of 1910 showed that nearly 1,500,000 persons then living permanently on American soil could not speak it at all, that more than 13 million had been born in other countries, chiefly of different language, and that nearly 20 million were the children of such immigrants, and hence under the influence of their speech habits. Altogether, there were probably at least 25 million whose house language was not the Vulgate, and who thus spoke it in competition with some other language. No other country houses so many aliens. In Great Britain, the alien population, for a century past, has never been more than 2% of the total population, and since the passage of the Alien Act of 1905, it has tended to decline steadily. In Germany, in 1910, there were but 873 aliens in a population of more than 60 million, and of these nearly a half were German-speaking Austrians and Swiss. In France, in 1906, there were 1 million foreigners in a population of 39,000,000, and a third of them were French-speaking Belgians, Luxembourgeois, and Swiss. In Italy, in 1911, there were but 350,000 in a population of 35,000,000. This large and constantly reinforced admixture of foreigners has naturally exerted a constant pressure upon the national language. For the majority of them, at least in the first generation, have found it quite impossible to acquire it in any purity, and even their children have grown up with speech habits differing radically from those of correct English. The effects of this pressure are obviously twofold. On the one hand, the foreigner, struggling with a strange and difficult tongue, makes efforts to simplify it as much as possible, and so strengthens the native tendency to disregard all niceties and complexities, and on the other hand, he corrupts it with words and locutions from the language he has brought with him, and sometimes with whole idioms and grammatical forms. We have seen, in earlier chapters, how the Dutch and French of colonial days enriched the vocabulary of the colonists, how the German immigrants of the first half of the 19th century enriched it still further, and how the Irish of the same period influenced its everyday usages. The same process is still going on. The Italians, the Slavs, and above all, the Russian Jews, make steady contributions to the American vocabulary and idiom, and though these contributions are often concealed by quick and complete naturalization, their foreignness to English remains none the less obvious. I should worry, in its way, is correct English, but in essence it is as completely Yiddish as /kosher/, /ganoff/, /shadchan/, /oyoy/, /matzo/ or mazuma. /blackhand/ too is English in form, but it is nevertheless as plainly an Italian loanword as spaghetti, mafia, or padrone. The extent of such influences upon American, and particularly upon spoken American, remains to be studied. In the whole literature, I can find but one formal article upon the subject. That article deals specifically with the suffix /fest/, which came into American from the German and was probably suggested by familiarity with /sanderfist/. There is no mention of it in any of the dictionaries of Americanisms, and yet, in such forms as talk, fest/ and gabfest, it is met with almost daily. So with /Heimer/, /Slashinsky/ and /Bund/. Several years ago, /Heimer/ had a great vogue in slang and was rapidly done to death. But /Weisheimer/ remains in colloquial use as a facetious synonym for /Smartalek/, and after a while it may gradually acquire dignity. Far lowlier words, in fact, have worked their way in. /Batinsky/ perhaps is going the same route. As for the words in Bund, many of them are already almost accepted. /Plunderbund/ is now at least as good as pork barrel and slush fund, and money bund is frequently heard in Congress. Such locutions creep in stealthily and are secure before they are suspected. Current slang, out of which the more decorous language dredges a large part of its raw materials, is full of them. Nix and slash nixie slash for no are debased forms of the German slash nicht slash. Slash a burn nit slash, once as popular as camouflage, is obviously a burn nicht slash. A steady flow of nouns, all needed to designate objects introduced by immigrants, enriches the vocabulary. The Hungarians not only brought their national condiment with them, they also brought its name, slash paprika slash, and that name is now thoroughly American. In the same way the Italians brought in camorra, padrone, spaghetti, and a score of other substantives, and the Jews made contributions from Yiddish and Hebrew and greatly reinforced certain old borrowings from German. Once such a loanword gets in, it takes firm root. During the first year of American participation in the World War, an effort was made, on patriotic grounds, to substitute Liberty cabbage for sauerkraut, but it quickly failed, for the name had become as completely Americanized as the thing itself, and so slash Liberty cabbage slash seemed affected and absurd. In the same way, a great many other German words survived the passions of the time. Nor could all the influence of the professional patriots obliterate that German influence which has fastened upon the American, yes, something of the quality of slash ya slash. Constant familiarity with such contributions from foreign languages and with the general speech habits of foreign peoples has made American a good deal more hospitable to loanwords than English, even in the absence of special pressure. Let the same word knock at the gates of the two languages, and American will admit it more readily and give it at once a wider and more intimate currency. Examples are afforded by slash cafe slash, vaudeville slash employé slash, boulevard slash cabaret slash, toilette slash exposé slash, kindergarten slash depot slash fert slash, and menu. Slash cafe slash in American is a word of much larger and more varied meaning than in English and is used much more frequently and by many more persons. So is slash employé slash, in the naturalized form of slash employee slash, so is toilet. We have even seen it as a euphemism for native terms that otherwise would be in daily use. So is kindergarten. I read lately of a kindergarten for the elementary instruction of conscripts. Such words are not unknown to the Englishman, but when he uses them, it is with a plain sense of their foreignness. In American, they are completely naturalized, as is shown by the spelling and pronunciation of most of them. An American would no more think of attempting the French pronunciation of depot, or of putting the French accents upon it, than he would think of spelling toilet with the final slash t slash, or of essaying to pronounce slash Anheuser slash in the German manner. Often curious battles go on between such loanwords and their English equivalents, and with varying fortunes. In 1895, Weber and Fields tried to establish music hall slash in New York, but it quickly succumbed to vaudeville, theater slash, as variety had succumbed to slash vaudeville slash before it. In the same way, slash lawn fete slash, without the circumflex accent and commonly pronounced feet, has elbowed out the English garden party, but now and then, when the competing loanword happens to violate American speech habits, a native term ousts it. The French slash crèche slash offers an example. It has been entirely displaced by slash day nursery slash. The English, in this matter, display their greater conservatism very plainly. Even when a loanword enters both English and American simultaneously, a sense of foreignness lingers about it on the other side of the Atlantic much longer than on this side, and it is used with far more self-consciousness. The word slash matinee slash offers a convenient example. To this day, the English commonly print it in italics, give it its French accent, and pronounce it with some attempt at the French manner. But in America, it is entirely naturalized, and the most ignorant man uses it without any feeling that it is strange. The same lack of any sense of linguistic integrity is to be noticed in many other directions, for example, in the freedom with which the Latin per is used with native nouns. One constantly sees slash per day, per dozen, per hundred, per mile, etc. in American newspapers, even the most careful, but in England the more seemly a is almost always used, or the noun itself is made Latin, as in slash per diem slash. Per, in fact, is fast becoming an everyday American word. Such phrases as per your letter or order of the 15th inst. are incessantly met with in business correspondence. The same greater hospitality is shown by the readiness with which various un-English prefixes and affixes come into fashion. For example, /super/ and /itis/. The English accept them gingerly. The Americans take them in with enthusiasm and naturalize them instanter. The same deficiency in reserve is to be noted in nearly all other colonialized dialects. The Latin American variants of Spanish, for example, have adopted a great many words which appear in true Castilian only as occasional guests. Thus, in Argentina /matinee/ menu /debut/ toilette and femme de chambre / are perfectly good Argentine, and in Mexico sandwich and club have been thoroughly naturalized. The same thing is to be noted in the French of Haiti, in the Portuguese of Brazil, and even in the Danish of Norway. Once a language spreads beyond the country of its origin and begins to be used by people born, in the German phrase, to a different /sprachgefühl/, the sense of loyalty to its vocabulary is lost, along with the instinctive feeling for its idiomatic habits. How far this destruction of its forms may go in the absence of strong contrary influences is exhibited by the rise of the Romance languages from the vulgar Latin of the Roman provinces, and, here at home, by the decay of foreign languages in competition with English. The Yiddish that the Jews from Russia bring in is German debased with Russian, Polish, and Hebrew. In America, it quickly absorbs hundreds of words and idioms from the speech of the streets. Various conflicting German dialects, among the so-called Pennsylvania Dutch and in the German areas of the Northwest, combine in a patois that, in its end forms, shows almost as much English as German. Classical examples of it are is gibt gar kein /u/. Ich kann es nicht /standen/ and Main Stallion hat Überdefense geschumt / undemnachbar sein /Wyatt /abschulich getamacht. The use of /gleich/ for to like, by false analogy from /gleich/ equals /like/, similar, is characteristic. In the same way, the Scandinavians in the Northwest corrupt their native Swedish and Dano-Norwegian. Thus, American Norwegian is heavy with such forms as /streetcar/ /radeve/ /necktoy/ and /statesbrusen/ for /streetcar/ right away, necktie and states prison, and admit such phrases as det /mecca/ in gen difference. The changes that Yiddish has undergone in America, though rather foreign to the present inquiry, are interesting enough to be noticed. First of all, it has admitted into its vocabulary a large number of everyday substantives, among them boy, chair, window, carpet /floor / dress, hat, watch, ceiling, consumption /property / trouble, bother, match, change, party /birthday / picture, paper only in the sense of newspaper, /gambler / show, hall, kitchen, store, bedroom, key /mantelpiece / closet, lounge, broom, tablecloth, paint, /landlord / fellow, tenant, shop, wages. Foreman, sleeve, /collar / cuff, button, cotton, thimble, needle, pocket /bargain / sale, remnant, sample, haircut, razor, waist /basket / school, scholar, teacher, baby, mustache /butcher / grocery, dinner, street and walk, and with them many characteristic Americanisms. For example, bluffer /faker / boodler, grafter, gangster, crook, guy, kike /piker / squealer, bum, cadet, boom, bunch, pants, vest /loafer /jumper. Stoop, saleslady, ice box, and raise, with their attendant verbs and adjectives. These words are used constantly. Many of them have quite crowded out the corresponding Yiddish words. For example, /angel/, meaning boy, it is a Slavic loanword in Yiddish, has been obliterated by the English word. A Jewish immigrant almost invariably refers to his son as his boy, though strangely enough he calls his daughter his maidel. Die boys mit die /maidlet/ haben a good time is excellent American Yiddish. In the same way /fenster/ has been completely displaced by window, though tor equals /door/ has been left intact. /tisch/ equals /table/ also remains, but chair is always used, probably because few of the Jews had chairs in the old country. There the /bankel/ a bench without a back, was in use. Chairs were only for the well-to-do. Floor has apparently prevailed because no invariable corresponding word was employed at home. In various parts of Russia and Poland, a floor is a /dill/, a /podlage/ or a /brick/. So, with ceiling, there were 6 different words for it. Yiddish inflections have been fastened upon most of these loanwords. Thus, Hat I am slash objefik slash is he cheated him. Slash zubump slash is the American gone to the bad. Slash fixin slash is to fix. Slash usin slash is to use, and so on. The feminine and diminutive suffix slash k slash is often added to nouns. Thus bluffer gives rise to slash bluffer k slash equals slash hypocrite slash, and one also notes slash dress k slash het k slash watch k slash, and oi isaya slash bluffer k slash is good American Yiddish for isn't she a hypocrite. The suffix nick, signifying agency, is also freely applied. Slash allrightnik slash means an upstart, an offensive boaster, one of whom his fellows would say, he is all right, with a sneer. Similarly, slash consumptionic slash means a victim of tuberculosis. Other suffixes are slash chick slash and ige, the first exemplified in slash boychick slash, a diminutive of boy, and the second in next door ige slash, meaning the woman next door, an important person in ghetto social life. Some of the loanwords, of course, undergo changes on Yiddish-speaking lips. Thus, slash landlord slash becomes slash lendler slash, lounge becomes lunch, slash tenant slash becomes tenor, and whiskers loses its final S, y Jeffalt Dyer Sane whisker. Equals how do you like his beard? Is good Yiddish, ironically intended. Fellow, of course, changes to the American feller, as in Rosie hat skana feller, equals Rosie has got a feller, i.e. a sweetheart. Show, in the sense of chance, is used constantly, as in get I am a show, equals give him a chance. Slash bad boy is adopted bodily, as in is a bad boy. To shut up slash is inflected as one word, as in hat knit jeweled, equals he wouldn't shut up. To catch is used in the sense of to obtain, as in slash catchen slash a gmileth hesed, equals to raise a loan. Here, by the way, slash gmileth hesed is excellent biblical Hebrew. To bluff, unchanged in form, takes on the new meaning of to lie. A bluffer is a liar. Scores of American phrases are in constant use, among them, slash all right slash, never mind, I bet you, no sir and I'll fix you. It is curious to note that sure Mike, borrowed by the American vulgate from Irish English, has gone over into American Yiddish. Finally, to make an end, here are two complete and characteristic American Yiddish sentences. Sei wet die rooms, dem floor, slash washin slash die windows, slash dressin slash dem boy und Jane in slash butcher store slash und in grocery. Dernach vet sei Mädchen dinner und Jane, in street for a walk. American itself, in the Philippines, and to a lesser extent in Puerto Rico and on the Isthmus, has undergone similar changes under the influence of Spanish and the native dialects. Morris P. Dunlap offers the following specimen of a conversation between two Americans long resident in Manila. Hola amigo. ¿Cómo está que? Pork were you habling with esa senorita? She wanted a job as lavendera. Cuanto. 10 cents canant apiece, so I told her no carry. Have you had chow? Well, spira till I sign this chit and I'll take a peso with you. Here we have an example of Philippine American that shows all the tendencies of American Yiddish. It retains the general forms of American, but in the short conversation, embracing but 41 different words, there are 8 loanwords from the Spanish hola, amigo, slash pork slash, ese, slash senorita slash lavendera slash cuento slash and paseo. 2 Spanish locutions in a debased form, slash spira slash for slash aspera slash and slash no carry slash for no quiro slash. 2 loanwords from the Tagalog, slash comasta slash and slash ko slash. 2 from Pidgin English chow and chit, 1 Philippine American localism, slash canant slash, and a Spanish verb with an English inflection, slash habling slash. The immigrant in the midst of a large native population, of course, exerts no such pressure upon the national language as that exerted upon an immigrant language by the native, but nevertheless, his linguistic habits and limitations have to be reckoned with in dealing with him, and the concessions thus made necessary have a very ponderable influence upon the general speech. In the usual sense, as we have seen, there are no dialects in American. 2 natives, however widely their birthplaces may be separated, never have any practical difficulty understanding each other. But there are at least quasi-dialects among the immigrants: the Irish, the German, the Scandinavian, the Italian, the Jewish, and so on, and these quasi-dialects undoubtedly leave occasional marks, not only upon the national vocabulary, but also upon the general speech habits of the country, as in the case, for example, of the pronunciation of yes, already mentioned, and in that of the substitution of the diphthong /oi/ for the sound in such words as world. Journal and /burn /a Yiddishism now almost universal among the lower classes of New York, and threatening to spread. More important, however, is the support given to a native tendency by the foreigner's incapacity for employing, or even comprehending, syntax of any complexity or words not of the simplest. This is the tendency toward succinctness and clarity at whatever sacrifice of grace. One English observer, Sidney Lowe, puts the chief blame for the general explosiveness of American upon the immigrant, who must be communicated with in the plainest words available, and is not socially worthy of the suavity of circumlocution anyhow. In his turn, the immigrant seizes upon these plainest words as upon a sort of convenient lingua, franca his quick adoption of damn as a universal adjective, is traditional and throws his influence upon the side of the underlying speech habit when he gets on in the vulgate. Many characteristic Americanisms of the sort to stagger lexicographers, for example, near silk have come from the Jews, whose progress in business is a good deal faster than their progress in English. Others, as we have seen, have come from the German immigrants of half a century ago, from the so-called Pennsylvania Dutch, who are notoriously ignorant and uncouth, and from the Irish, who brought with them a form of English already very corrupt. The same and similar elements greatly reinforce the congenital tendencies of the dialect toward the facile manufacture of compounds, toward a disregard of the distinctions between parts of speech, and, above all, toward the throwing off of all etymological restraints. Section 5. Processes of word formation. Some of these tendencies, it has been pointed out, go back to the period of the first growth of American and were inherited from the English of the time. They are the products of a movement which, reaching its height in the English of Elizabeth, was dammed up at home, so to speak, by the rise of linguistic self-consciousness toward the end of the reign of Anne, but continued almost unobstructed in the colonies. For example, there is what philologists call the habit of backformation, a sort of instinctive search, etymologically unsound, for short roots in long words. This habit, in Restoration days, precipitated a quasi-English word, /mobile/ from the Latin /mobile vulgus/, and in the days of William and Mary, it went a step further by precipitating mob from mobile. Mob is now sound English, but in the 18th century, it was violently attacked by the new sect of purists, and though it survived their onslaught, they undoubtedly greatly impeded the formation and adoption of other words of the same category. But in the colonies, the process went on unimpeded, save for the feeble protests of such stray pedants as Witherspoon and Boucher. Rattler for /rattlesnake/, pike for turnpike, draw for drawbridge, /coon/ for raccoon, possum for opossum, cuss for customer, /cute/ for acute, squash for /ascutasquash/. These American backformations are already antique. /Sabbaday/ for Sabbath day has actually reached the dignity of an archaism. To this day, they are formed in great numbers. Scarcely a new substantive of more than 2 syllables comes in without bringing one in its wake. We have thus witnessed, within the past 2 years, the genesis of scores now in wide use and fast taking on respectability. Phone for telephone /gas/ for gasoline, /co-ed/ for co-educational, pop for /populous/, frat for fraternity, gym for gymnasium, /movie/ for moving picture, prep school for preparatory school, /auto/ for automobile, arrow for aeroplane. Some linger on the edge of vulgarity. Pep for pepper, flu for influenza, /plute/ for /plutocrat/, pen for penitentiary, con for confidence, as in /conman/, con game and to convict and consumption /diffy/ for defiance, butte for beauty, rep for reputation /stenog/ for stenographer, /ambish/ for ambition, vag for /vagrant/, champ for champion, pard for partner, coke for /cocaine/, simp for simpleton. Diff for difference. Others are already in perfectly good usage. Smoker for smoking car, /diner/ for dining car, sleeper for sleeping car, oleo for /oleomargarine/, hypo for /hyposulfite of soda, yank for /yankee/, confab for confabulation, memo for memorandum, pop concert for popular, concert ad for advertisement, is struggling hard for recognition. Some of its compounds, e.g. ad writer, want ad, display ad, ad card, ad rate, slash columnad slash and adman are already accepted in technical terminology. Boob for booby promises to become sound American in a few years. Its synonyms are no more respectable than it is. At its heels is beau for hobo, an altogether fit successor to slash bum slash for bummer. A parallel movement shows itself in the great multiplication of common abbreviations. Americans, as a rule, says Farmer, employ abbreviations to an extent unknown in Europe. This trait of the American character is discernible in every department of the national life and thought. O, K, C, O, D, N, G, G. O, P, get out and push, and P. DQ are almost national hallmarks. The immigrant learns them immediately after damn and go to hell slash. Thornton traces N. G to 1840, C, O, D, and P. DQ are probably as old. As for O, K, it was in use so early as 1790, but it apparently did not acquire its present significance until the 20s. Originally, it seems to have meant ordered recorded. During the presidential campaign of 1828, Jackson's enemies, seeking to prove his illiteracy, alleged that he used it for all correct. Of late, the theory has been put forward that it is derived from an Indian word, /OK/, signifying so be it, and Dr. Woodrow Wilson is said to support this theory and to use OK in endorsing government papers. But I am unaware of the authority upon which the etymology is based. Bartlett says that the figurative use of a number one, as in a number one man slash, also originated in America, but this may not be true. There can be little doubt, however, about T. B for tuberculosis, G, B slash for grand bounce, 23 on the QT and D, drunk and disorderly slash. The language breeds such short forms of speech prodigiously. Every trade and profession has a host of them. They are innumerable in the slang of sport. What one sees under all this, account for it as one will, is a double habit, the which is, at bottom, sufficient explanation of the gap which begins to yawn between English and American, particularly on the spoken plane. On the one hand, it is a habit of verbal economy, a jealous disinclination to waste two words on what can be put into one, a natural taste for the brilliant and succinct, a disdain of all grammatical and lexicographical daintiness, born partly, perhaps, of ignorance, but also in part of a sound sense of their imbecility. And on the other hand, there is a high relish and talent for metaphor in Brander Matthews' phrase, a figurative vigor that the Elizabethans would have realized and understood. Just as the American rebels instinctively against such parliamentary circumlocutions as I am not prepared to say, and so much by way of being. Just as he would fret under the forms of English journalism, with its reporting empty of drama, its third-person smothering of speeches, and its complex and unintelligible jargon. Just so, in his daily speech and writing, he chooses terseness and vividness whenever there is any choice, and seeks to make one when it doesn't exist. There is more than mere humorous contrast between the famous placard in the washroom of the British Museum. These basins are for casual ablutions only, and the familiar sign at American railroad crossings. Stop, look, listen. Between the two lies an abyss separating two cultures, two habits of mind, two diverging tongues. It is almost unimaginable that Englishmen, journeying up and down in elevators, would ever have stricken the teens out of their speech, turning /16th/ into simple 6 and 24th into 4. The clipping is almost as far from their way of doing things as the climbing so high in the air. Nor have they the brilliant facility of Americans for making new words of grotesque but penetrating tropes, as in corn-fed, tight, wad, bonehead, bleachers, and juice for /electricity/. When they attempt such things, the result is often lugubrious. 200 years of schoolmastering has dried up their inspiration. Nor have they the fine American hand for devising new verbs. To Maffick/ and to Limehouse/ are their best specimens in 20 years, and both have an almost pathetic flatness. Their business with the language, indeed, is not in this department. They are not charged with its raids and scoutings, but with the organization of its conquests and the guarding of its accumulated stores. For the student interested in the biology of language, as opposed to its paleontology, there is endless material in the racy neologisms of American, and particularly in its new compounds and novel verbs. Nothing could exceed the brilliancy of such inventions as joyride, /high, brow, road, louse, sob sister, nature, faker, stand patter, loun, lizard, hash foundry, buzz wagon, has been slash end seat hog slash, shoot the shoots and grape juice diplomacy. They are bold. They are vivid. They have humor. They meet genuine needs. Slash joyride slash, I note, is already going over into English, and no wonder. There is absolutely no synonym for it. To convey its idea in orthodox English would take a whole sentence. And so, too, with certain single words of metaphorical origin. Barrel for large and illicit wealth, slash pork slash for unnecessary and dishonest appropriations of public money, slash joint slash for illegal liquor house, tenderloin for gay and dubious neighborhood. Most of these, and of the new compounds with them, belong to the vocabulary of disparagement. Here an essential character of the American shows itself. His tendency to combat the disagreeable with irony, to heap ridicule upon what he is suspicious of or doesn't understand. The rapidity with which new verbs are made in the United States is really quite amazing. 2 days after the first regulations of the Food Administration were announced, to Hooverize appeared spontaneously in scores of newspapers, and a week later it was employed without any visible sense of its novelty in the debates of Congress, and had taken on a respectability equal to that of to Bryanize slash, to Fletcherize slash, and to Oslerize slash. To electrocute appeared inevitably in the first public discussion of capital punishment by electricity. Slash to taxi slash came in with the first taxicabs. To commute no doubt accompanied the first commutation ticket. To insurge attended the birth of the progressive balderdash. Of late the old affix /eyes slash, once feckin' of such monsters as to funeralize slash, has come into favor again, and I note, among its other products, to Belgiumize slash, slash to vacationize slash, to picturize slash, and to scenarioize slash. In a newspaper headline, I even find to SOS, in the form of its gerund. Many characteristic American verbs are compounds of common verbs and prepositions or adverbs, with new meanings imposed. Compare, for example, to give and to give out, to go back and to go back on slash, to beat and to beat it, to light and to light out, slash to butt slash and to butt in, to turn and to turn down, to show and slash to show up, to put slash and to put over slash, to wind and to wind up slash. Sometimes, however, the addition seems to be merely rhetorical, as in slash to start off, to finish up. To open up and to hurry up slash to hurry up is so commonplace in America that everyone uses it and no one notices it, but it remains rare in England. Up seems to be essential to many of these latter-day verbs, e.g. to pony up, slash to doll up, to ball up. Without it, they are without significance. Nearly all of them are attended by derivative adjectives or nouns, slash cut up slash, show down, kick in, come down, hang out, slash start off, run in, balled up, dolled up, wind up, bang up, slash turn down, jump off. In many directions, the same prodigal fancy shows itself, for example, in the free interchange of parts of speech, in the bold inflection of words not inflected in sound English, and in the invention of wholly artificial words. The first phenomenon has already concerned us. Would an English literary critic of any pretensions employ such a locution as all by her lonesome? I have a doubt of it, and yet I find that phrase in a serious book by the critic of the New Republic slash. Would an English MP use? He has another think coming, in debate? Again, I doubt it, but even more anarchistic dedications of verbs and adjectives to substantival use are to be found in the slash Congressional Record slash every day. Jitney is an old American substantive lately revived. A month after its revival, it was also an adjective, and before long it may also be a verb and even an adverb. To lift up slash was turned tail first and made a substantive, and is now also an adjective and a verb. Joy, ride became a verb the day after it was born as a noun. And what of livest? An astounding inflection, indeed, but with quite sound American usage behind it. The slash Metropolitan magazine, of which Carl Roosevelt is an editor, announces on its letter paper that it is the livest magazine in America. And Poetry, the organ of the new poetry movement, prints at the head of its contents page the following encomium from the slash New York Tribune. The livest art in America today is poetry, and the slash livest slash expression of that art is in this little Chicago monthly. Now and then the spirit of American shows a transient faltering, and its inventiveness is displaced by a banal extension of meaning, so that a single noun comes to signify discrete things. Thus laundry, meaning originally a place where linen is washed, has come to mean also the linen itself. So again, gun has come to mean firearms of all sorts, and has entered into such compounds as gunman and gunplay /. And in the same way, party has been borrowed from the terminology of the law and made to do colloquial duty as a synonym for person. But such evidences of poverty are rare and abnormal. The whole movement of the language is toward the multiplication of substantives. A new object gets a new name, and that new name enters into the common vocabulary at once. Sunday and hokum are late examples. Their origin is dubious and disputed, but they met genuine needs, and so they seem to be secure. A great many more such substantives are deliberate inventions. For example, /codex / protectograph / conductorette / bevo / klaxon Vaseline /jap. Alack /resinol / autocar / postum / crisco / electrolier / addressograph / alabastine / orangeade pianola / victrola / dictograph / kitchenette / crispette / cellaret / anita / triscuit / and /peptiment /. Some of these indicate attempts at description. Oleomargarine, phonograph, and gasoline are older examples of that class. Others represent efforts to devise designations that will meet the conditions of advertising psychology and the trademarks law, to wit, that they be A. new, B. easily remembered, and C. not directly descriptive. Probably the most successful invention of this sort is /codex /, which was devised by George Eastman, inventor of the portable camera so-called. /codex / has so far won acceptance as a common noun that Eastman is often forced to assert his proprietary right to it. Vaseline is in the same position. The annual crop of such inventions in the United States is enormous. The majority die, but a hardy few always survive. Of analogous character are artificial words of the scalawag and /rambunctious class, the formation of which constantly goes on. Some of them are shortened compounds. /grandificent / from grand and /magnificent / sodalicious / from soda and delicious, and /warfin / age / from war and /orphan / age /. Others are made up of common roots and grotesque affixes. /swelldoodle / splendiferous / and picharino. Yet others are mere extravagant inventions. /scallywampus / supergubsloptious / and floozy. Most of these are devised by advertisement writers or college students and belong properly to slang, but there is a steady movement of selected specimens into the common vocabulary. The words in doodle hint at German influences, and those in eno owe something to Italian, or at least to popular burlesques of what is conceived to be Italian. Section 6. /pronunciation / language, said Sayce in 1879, does not consist of letters but of sounds, and until this fact has been brought home to us, our study of it will be little better than an exercise of memory. The theory, at that time, was somewhat strange to English grammarians and etymologists, despite the investigations of A.J. Ellis and the massive lesson of Grimm's Law. Their labors were largely wasted upon deductions from the written word. But since then, chiefly under the influence of continental philologists, and particularly of the Dane, J.O.H. Jespersen, they have turned from orthographical futilities to the actual sounds of the tongue, and the latest and best grammar of it, that of Sweet, is frankly based upon the spoken English of educated Englishmen, not, remember, of conscious purists, but of the general body of cultivated folk. Unluckily, this new method also has its disadvantages. The men of a given race and time usually write a good deal alike, or, at all events, attempt to write alike, but in their oral speech there are wide variations. No two persons, says a leading contemporary authority upon English phonetics, pronounce exactly alike. Moreover, even the best speaker commonly uses more than one style. The result is that it is extremely difficult to determine the prevailing pronunciation of a given combination of letters at any time and place. The persons whose speech is studied pronounce it with minute shades of difference, and admit other differences according as they are conversing naturally or endeavoring to exhibit their pronunciation. Worse, it is impossible to represent a great many of these shades in print. Sweet, trying to do it, found himself, in the end, with a preposterous alphabet of 125 letters, Prince LL. Bonaparte more than doubled this number, and Ellis brought it to 390. Other phonologists, English and Continental, have gone floundering into the same bog. The dictionary makers, forced to a far greater economy of means, are brought into obscurity. The difficulties of the enterprise, in fact, are probably unsurmountable. It is, as White says, almost impossible for one person to express to another by signs the sound of any word. Only the voice, he goes on, is capable of that. For the moment a sign is used, the question arises, what is the value of that sign? The sounds of words are the most delicate, fleeting, and inapprehensible things in nature. Moreover, the question arises as to the capability to apprehend and distinguish sounds on the part of the person whose evidence is given. Certain German orthoepists, despairing of the printed page, have turned to the phonograph, and there is a Deutsche Grammophongesellschaft in Berlin which offers records of specimen speeches in a great many languages and dialects, including English. The phonograph has also been put to successful use in language teaching by various American correspondence schools. In view of all this, it would be hopeless to attempt to exhibit in print the numerous small differences between English and American pronunciation, for many of them are extremely delicate and subtle, and only their aggregation makes them plain. According to a recent and very careful observer, the most important of them do not lie in pronunciation at all, properly so called, but in intonation. In this direction, he says, one must look for the true characters of the English accent. I incline to agree with White that the pitch of the English voice is somewhat higher than that of the American, and that it is thus more penetrating. The nasal twang which Englishmen observe in the vox americana / though it has high overtones, is itself not high-pitched, but rather low-pitched, as all constrained and muffled tones are apt to be. The causes of that twang have long engaged phonologists, and in the main they agree that there is a physical basis for it, that our generally dry climate and rapid changes of temperature produce an actual thickening of the membranes concerned in the production of sound. We are, in brief, a somewhat snuffling people, and much more given to catarrhs and choruses than the inhabitants of damp Britain. Perhaps this general impediment to free and easy utterance, subconsciously apprehended, is responsible for the American tendency to pronounce the separate syllables of a word with much more care than an Englishman bestows upon them. The American, in giving extraordinary 6 distinct syllables instead of the Englishman's grudging 4, may be seeking to make up for his natural disability. Marsh, in his Lectures on the English Language, sought 2 other explanations of the fact. On the one hand, he argued that the Americans of his day read a great deal more than the English, and were thus much more influenced by the spelling of words, and on the other hand he pointed out that our flora shows that the climate of even our northern states belongs to a more southern type than that of England, and that, in southern latitudes, articulation is generally much more distinct than in northern regions. In support of the latter proposition, he cited the pronunciation of Spanish, Italian, and Turkish, as compared with that of English, Danish, and German, rather unfortunate examples, for the pronunciation of German is at least as clear as that of Italian. Swedish would have supported his case far better. The Swedes debase their vowels and slide over their consonants even more markedly than the English. Marsh believed that there was a tendency among Southern peoples to throw the accent back, and that this helped to bring out all the syllables. One finds a certain support for this notion in various American peculiarities of stress. Advertisement offers an example. The prevailing American pronunciation, despite incessant pedagogical counterblasts, puts the accent on the penult, whereas the English pronunciation stresses the second syllable. Paresis illustrates the same tendency. The English accent the first syllable, but as Krapp says, American usage clings to the accent on the second syllable. There are, again, pianist primarily and telegrapher. The English accent the first syllable of each, we commonly accent the second. Intemporarily, they also accent the first, we accent the third. Various other examples might be cited. But when one had marshaled them, their significance would be at once set at naught by 4 very familiar words: mama, papa, inquiry, and /ally/. Americans almost invariably accent each on the first syllable, Englishmen stress the second. For months, during 1918, the publishers of the Standard Dictionary, advertising that work in the streetcars, explained that ally should be accented on the second syllable, and pointed out that owners of their dictionary were safeguarded against the vulgarism of accenting it on the first. Nevertheless, this free and highly public instruction did not suffice to exterminate ally. I made note of the pronunciations overheard, with the word constantly on all lips. But one man of my acquaintance regularly accented the second syllable, and he was an eminent scholar, professionally devoted to the study of language. Thus it is unsafe, here as elsewhere, to generalize too facilely, and particularly unsafe to exhibit causes with too much assurance. Man frage nicht warum, says Philip Carl Buttman. Der Sprachgebrauch last sich nur beobachten. But the greater distinctness of American utterance, whatever its genesis and machinery, is palpable enough in many familiar situations. The typical American accent, says Vide, is often harsh and unmusical, but it sounds all of the letters to be sounded and slurs but does not distort the rest. An American, for example, almost always sounds the first /l/ in fulfill. An Englishman makes the first syllable /fu/. An American sounds every syllable in extraordinary, literary/military/, secretary, and the other words of the RE group. An Englishman never pronounces the A of the penultimate syllable. /kindness/ with the D silent would attract notice in the United States. In England, according to Jones, the D is very commonly, if not usually, omitted. Often in America, commonly retains a full T. In England, it is actually and officially /offend/. Let an American and an Englishman pronounce program me. Though the Englishman retains the long form of the last syllable in writing, he reduces it in speaking to a thick triple consonant, /grm/. The American enunciates it clearly, rhyming it with damn or try the two with any word ending in G, say sporting or ripping, or with any word having R before a consonant, say card, harbor, lord, or preferred. The majority of Englishmen, says Mencken, certainly do not pronounce the R. Just as certainly the majority of educated Americans pronounce it distinctly. Henry James, visiting the United States after many years of residence in England, was much harassed by this persistent R sound, which seemed to him to resemble a sort of morose grinding of the back teeth. So sensitive to it did he become that he began to hear where it was actually non-existent, save as an occasional barbarism. For example, in /cubo/vanilla, R and California R he put the blame for it, and for various other departures from the strict canon of contemporary English, upon the American Common School, the American newspaper, and the American Dutchman and Dago. Unluckily for his case, the full voicing of the R came into American long before the appearance of any of these influences. The early colonists, in fact, brought it with them from England, and it still prevailed there in Dr. Johnson's day, for he protested publicly against the rough, snarling sound, and led the movement which finally resulted in its extinction. Today extinct, it is mourned by English purists, and the poet laureate denounces the clergy of the established church for saying the /sod/ of the laud instead of the sword of the Lord. But even in the matter of elided consonants, American is not always the conservator. We cling to the R, we preserve the final /g/. We give nephew a clear F sound instead of the clouded English /v/ sound, and we boldly nationalize trait and pronounce its final /t/. But we drop the second P from pumpkin and change the M to / and /. We change the /ph/ equals /f/ sound to plain P in diphtheria, /diphthong/ and naphtha. We relieve rind of its final D, and in the complete sentence. We slaughter consonants by assimilation. I have heard Englishmen say brand new, but on American lips it is almost invariably brand new, so nearly universal. Is this nasalization in the United States that certain American lexicographers have sought to found the term upon bran, and not upon brand here? The national speech is powerfully influenced by Southern dialectical variations, which in turn probably derive partly from French example and partly from the linguistic limitations of the Negro. The latter, even after 200 years, has great difficulties with our consonants and often drops them. A familiar anecdote well illustrates his speech habit. On a train stopping at a small station in Georgia, a darky threw up a window and yelled, "Wai?" The reply from a black on the platform was, "Wa'u?" A northerner aboard the train, puzzled by this inarticulate dialogue, sought light from a southern passenger, who promptly translated the first question as "Where is he?" and the second as "Where is who?" A recent viewer with alarm argues that this conspiracy against the consonants is spreading, and that English printed words no longer represent the actual sounds of the American language. Like the French, he says, we have a marked slash liaison slash the borrowing of a letter from the preceding word. We invite one another to see mere, equals come here. Who's at? Equals who is that? Has as good a slash liaison slash as the French slash voix aves slash. This critic believes that American tends to abandon T for D, as in slash Saturday slash equals Saturday and slash sit up slash equals sit up, and to get rid of H, as in where's he? Equals where is he? But here we invade the vulgar speech, which belongs to the next chapter. Among the vowels, the most salient difference between English and American pronunciation, of course, is marked off by the flat American slash a slash. This flat A, as we have seen, has been under attack at home for nearly a century. The New Englanders, very sensitive to English example, substitute a broad A that is even broader than the English, and an A of the same sort survives in the South in a few words e.g., master, tomato, and tassel, but everywhere else in the country the flat A prevails. Fashion and the example of the stage oppose it, and it is under the ban of an active wing of schoolmasters, but it will not down. To the average American, indeed, the broad A is a banner of affectation, and he associates it unpleasantly with spats, Harvard, male tea drinking, wristwatches, and all the other objects of his social suspicion. He gets the flat sound not only into such words as last, calf, dance, and pastor, but even into piano and drama. Drama is sometimes slash drama slash west of Connecticut, but almost never slash drama slash or drama. Tomato with the slash a slash of bat may sometimes borrow the A of plate, but slash tomato slash is confined to New England and the South. Hurrah, in American, has also borrowed the A of plate. One hears hooray much oftener than hurrah. Even amen frequently shows that A, though not when sung. Curiously enough, it is displaced in patent by the true flat slash a slash. The English rhyme the first syllable of the word with rate. In America, it always rhymes with rat. The broad A is not only almost extinct outside of New England, it begins to show signs of decay even there. At all events, it has gradually disappeared from many words and is measurably less sonorous in those in which it survives than it used to be. A century ago it appeared, not only in dance, ant, glass, past, etc., but also in Daniel, imagine, rational, and travel, and in 1857 Oliver Wendell Holmes reported it in matter, handsome, slash caterpillar slash. Apple and satisfaction it has been displaced in virtually all of these, even in the most remote reaches of the back country. By the National Flat A Grandient says that the broad A is now restricted in New England to the following situations. 1. When followed by S or slash and S slash, as in last in dance. 2. When followed by R preceding another consonant, as in cart. 3. When followed by slash LM slash, as in calm. 4. When followed by F, S or slash TH slash, as in laugh, pass, and path. The U sound also shows certain differences between English and American usage. The English reduce the last syllable of figure to slash ger slash. The educated American preserves the U sound, as in slash nature slash. The English make the first syllable of courteous rhyme with fort. The American standard rhymes it with hurt, the English given slash U slash sound to the U of brusque. In America, the word commonly rhymes with tusk. A U sound, as everyone knows, gets into the American pronunciation of clerk, by analogy with insert. The English cling to a broad A sound. By analogy with hearth, even the latter, in the United States, is often pronounced to rhyme with dearth. The American, in general, is much less careful than the Englishman to preserve the shadowy Y sound before U in words of the Duke class. He retains it in few, but surely not in new. Nor in Duke, blue, stew, do, duty, and true, nor even in slash Tuesday slash. Purists often attack the simple U sound. In 1912, for example, the Department of Education of New York City warned all the municipal high school teachers to combat it, but it is doubtful that one pupil in 100 was thereby induced to insert the Y in induced. Finally, there is lieutenant. The Englishman pronounces the first syllable left, the American invariably makes it lute. White says that the prevailing American pronunciation is relatively recent. I never heard it, he reports, in my boyhood. He was born in New York in 1821. The I sound presents several curious differences. The The English make it long in all words of the hostile class. In America, it is commonly short, even in plural. The English also lengthen it in sliver. In America, the word usually rhymes with liver. The short I in England is almost universally substituted for the E in pretty, and this pronunciation is also inculcated in most American schools. But I often hear an unmistakable E sound in the United States, making the first syllable rhyme with bet contrariwise. Most Americans put the short I into bin, making it rhyme with slash sin slash. In England, it shows a long E sound, as in seen a recent poem by an English poet makes the word rhyme with submarine, queen, and unseen. The O sound in American tends to convert itself into an aw sound. Cog still retains a pure O, but one seldom hears it in log or dog. Henry James denounces this flatly drawling group in The Question of Our Speech, and cites God, dog slash soft slash loft slash gone slash lost slash and slash frost slash as horrible examples, but the English themselves are not guiltless of the same fault. Many of the accusations that James levels at American, in truth, are echoed by Robert Bridges in a tract on the present state of English pronunciation. Both spend themselves upon opposing what, at bottom, are probably natural and inevitable movements. For example, the gradual decay of all the vowels to one of neutral color, represented by the E of danger, the U of suggest, the second O of slash common slash, and the A of prevalent. This decay shows itself in many languages. In both English and High German, during their middle periods, all the terminal vowels degenerated to E, now sunk to the aforesaid neutral vowel in many German words, and expunged from English altogether. The same sound is encountered in languages so widely differing otherwise as Arabic, French, and Swedish. Its existence, says Sayce, is a sign of age and decay. Meaning has become more important than outward form, and the educated intelligence no longer demands a clear pronunciation in order to understand what is said. All these differences between English and American pronunciation, separately considered, seem slight, but in the aggregate they are sufficient to place serious impediments between mutual comprehension. Let an Englishman and an American, not of New England, speak a quite ordinary sentence, "My aunt can't answer for my dancing the Lancers even passably," and at once the gap separating the two pronunciations will be manifest. Here only the A is involved. Add a dozen everyday words: military, schedule, trait, hostile, bin lieutenant, patent, nephew, secretary, advertisement, and so on, and the strangeness of one to the other is augmented. Every Englishman visiting the States for the first time, said an English dramatist some time ago, has a difficulty in making himself understood. He often has to repeat a remark or a request 2 or 3 times to make his meaning clear, especially on railroads, in hotels, and at bars. The American visiting England for the first time has the same trouble. Despite the fact that American actors imitate English pronunciation to the best of their skill, this visiting Englishman asserted that the average American audience is incapable of understanding a genuinely English company, at least when the speeches are rattled off in conversational style. When he presented one of his own plays with an English company, he said many American acquaintances, after witnessing the performance, asked him to lend them the manuscript, that they might visit it again with some understanding of the dialogue. Footnotes. In Passing English of the Victorian Era, London, N.D., p. 68. The Oxford Dictionary, following the late J. H. Trumbull, the well-known authority on Indian languages, derives the word from the Algonquin /cowcowasu/, one who advises. But most other authorities, following Pickering, derive it from Cocker's The First Caucuses, it would appear, were held in a Cocker's shop in Boston, and were called /Cockers. Meetings. The Reverend William Gordon, in his History of the Rise and Independence of the United States, including the late war published in London in 1788, said that more than 50 years ago Mr. Samuel Adams' father and 20 others, 1 or 2 from the north end of the town, where the ship business is carried on, used to meet, make a caucus, and lay their plans for introducing certain persons into places of trust and power. Americanisms Old and New, p. Roman 7. A. Cleveland Cox, Americanisms in England, Forum, Oct., 1886. Reprinted in part in the New York Sun, May 12, 1918. Volume Roman 14, pp. 507-512. In this connection, it is curious to note that, Though the raccoon is an animal quite unknown in England, there was, until lately, a destroyer called the Raccoon in the British Navy. This ship was lost with all hands off the Irish coast, Jan. 9, 1918. The unexpurgated case against woman suffrage. London, 1913, p. 9. To bluff has also gone into other languages, notably the Spanish. During the Cuban Revolution of March, 1917, the newspapers of Havana, objecting to the dispatches sent out by American correspondents, denounced the latter as los bluffistas. Meanwhile, to bluff has been shouldered out in the country of its origin, at least temporarily, by a verb borrowed from the French. To camouflage, this first appeared in the spring of 1917. Book 4, ch. Roman 3. The first of the 6 volumes was published in 1858 and the last in 1865. Words and Their Use, New ed. New York, 1876, p. 198. Boston, 1918, pp. 143. Green Book Magazine, Nov. 1913, p. 768. An interesting note on this characteristic is in College Words and Phrases by Eugene H. Babbitt, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 2, pt. I. p. 11. America's Coming of Age, p. 15. March 26, 1918, pp. 4376-7. Jan. 14, 1918, p. 903. Mr. Campbell of Kansas in the House, Jan. 1918, p. 1134. Mr. Hamlin of Missouri in the House, Jan. 1918, p. 1154. Mr. Kirby of Arkansas in the Senate, Jan. 24, 1918, p. 1291, Mr. Lewis of Illinois in the Senate, June 6, 1918, p. 8024. Mr. Weeks of Massachusetts in the Senate, Jan. 17, 1918, p. 988. Mr. Smith of South Carolina in the Senate, Jan. 17, 1918, p. 991. Mr. Borland of Missouri in the House, Jan. 29, 1918, p. 1501. May 4, 1917, p. 1853. Mr. Snyder of New York, Dec. 11, 1917. Balled up and its verb to ball up were originally somewhat improper, no doubt on account of the slang significance of ball, but of late they have made steady progress toward polite acceptance. After the passage of the first War Revenue Act, cigar boxes began to bear this inscription. The contents of this box have been taxed paid as cigars of Class B as indicated by the Internal Revenue stamp affixed. Even tax paid, which was later substituted, is obviously better than this clumsy double inflection. Mr. Bankhead of Alabama in the Senate, May 14, 1918, p. 6995. Bust seems to be driving out burst completely when used figuratively. Even in a literal sense, it creeps into more or less respectable usage. Thus I find a busted tire in a speech by Jen. Sherwood of Ohio in the House, Jan. 24, 1918. The familiar American derivative, buster, as in Buster Brown, is unknown to the English. pp. 130-154. L. Pearsall Smith in the English language, p. 29, says that the differentiation is so complicated that it can hardly be mastered by those born in parts of the British Islands in which it has not yet been established, e.g., all of Ireland and most of Scotland. Quoted by White in Words and Their Uses, pp. 264-5. White, however, dissented vigorously and devoted 10 pages to explaining the difference between the two auxiliaries. Most of the other authorities of the time were also against Marsh. For example, Richard Mead Bach, see his Vulgarisms and Other Errors of Speech, p. 92/@sec/. Sir Edmund Head, Governor-General of Canada from 1854 to 1861, wrote a whole book upon the subject. Shall and Will, or 2 chapters on Future Auxiliary Verbs. London, 1856. The probable influence of Irish immigration upon the American usage is not to be overlooked. Joyce says flatly English as we speak it in Ireland, p. 77, that, like many another Irish idiom, this is also found in American society, chiefly through the influence of the Irish. At all events, the Irish example must have reinforced it. In Ireland, will I light the fire, ma'am? Is colloquially sound. often with such amusing results as "Whom is your father?" and "Whom spoke to me?" The exposure of excesses of that sort always attracts the wits, especially Franklin P. Adams. "It is I" is quite as unsound historically. The correct form would be "It am I" or "I am it." Compare the German, "Ich bin es," not "Es ist ich." A common direction to motormen and locomotive engineers. The English form is "slow down." I note, however, that "drive slow / lie / is in the taxicab shed at the Pennsylvania station in New York. I quote from a speech made by Senator Sherman of Illinois in the United States Senate on June 20, 1918. Vide / congressional record / for that day, p. 8743. 2 days later, there is no question / but / that appeared in a letter by John Lee Coulter, A.M., Ph.D., Dean of West Virginia University. It was read into the record of June 22 by Mr. Ashwell, one of the Louisiana representatives. Even the pedantic Senator Henry Cabot Lodge, oozing Harvard from every pore, uses, but that vide the record for May 14, 1918, p. 6996. June 15, 1918, p. 62. The English language, p. 79. This phrase, of course, is a Briticism and seldom used in America. The American form is "to take a matter up." p. 30. A contribution towards etc. by Prof. H. Talichet, Volume 1, pt. Roman 4. Yale Review, April 1918, p. 545. I Speak United States, Saturday Review, Sep. 22, 1894. Our Dictionaries, pp. 84-86. Should Language Be Abolished? By Harold Goddard, /Atlantic Monthly / July 1918, p. 63. In Yiddish, ish ka bibel / the origin and meaning of the phrase have been variously explained. The prevailing notion seems to be that it is a Yiddish corruption of the German /nicht gefidelt / not fiddled / not flustered. But this seems to me to be fanciful. To the Jews, ish is obviously the first personal pronoun, and /ka / probably corruption of can /. As for /bibble / I suspect that it is the offspring of /bedibbert / embarrassed / intimidated. The phrase thus has an ironical meaning: I should be embarrassed, almost precisely equivalent to I should worry. All of which, of course, are coming into American, along with many other Yiddish words. These words tend to spread far beyond the areas actually settled by Jews. Thus I find Mazuma in a word list from Kansas, from the Collectania of Judge J. C. Ruppenthal, of Russell, Kansas, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4. pt. v. 1916, p. 322. Louise Pound, Domestication of the Suffix /fest / Dialect Notes / Volume Roman 4, pt. v. 1916. Dr. Pound, it should be mentioned, has also printed a brief note on and ski /. Her observation of American is peculiarly alert and accurate. For example, see the Congressional Record for April 3, 1918, p. 4928. Paprika is in the Standard Dictionary, but I have been unable to find it in any English dictionary. Another such word is kimono from the Japanese. /cf. /Vogue affixes in present-day word coinage by Louise Pound /Dialect Notes, Volume V, pt. I, 1918. Dr. Pound ascribes the vogue of super to German influences and is inclined to think that /dom/ may be helped by the German /thumb/. Vide Pennsylvania Dutch by S.S. Haldeman, Philadelphia, 1872. Also, the Pennsylvania German dialect by M.D. Learned, Baltimore, 1889. Also Die Zukunft deutscher Bildung in Amerika by O.E. Lessing, Monatschrift für Deutsch Sprach und Pädagogik / Deck, 1916. Also Where Do You Stand? By Herman Hagedorn, New York, 1918, pp. 106-7. Also On the German Dialect Spoken in the Valley of Virginia by H.M. Hayes, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 3, pt. Roman 4, 1908, pp. 263-78. Vide Notes on American Norwegian by Nils Flayton / Dialect Notes / Volume Roman 2, 1900. Also, for similar corruptions, the Jersey Dutch dialect by J. Dineley Prince / Ibid / Volume Roman 3, pt. Roman 6, 1910, pp. 461-84. Also, see under Hempel, Flom, Bibod, Buys, and A. M. Eliot in the bibliography. For all these examples of American Yiddish, I am indebted to the kindness of Abraham Cahan, editor of the Jewish Daily Forward. Mr. Cahan is not only editor of the chief Yiddish newspaper of the United States, but also an extraordinarily competent writer of English, as his novel, The Rise of David Levinsky, demonstrates. What Americans Talk in the Philippines, American Review of Reviews /OG, 1913. /CF, The English of the Lower Classes in New York City and Vicinity, Dialect Notes, Volume I, pt. Roman 9, 1896. It is curious to note that the same corruption occurs in the Spanish spoken in Santo Domingo. The Dominicans thus change /pork/ into poik. /CF, Santo Domingo by Otto Skonrich, New York, 1918, p. 172. See also High School Circular No. 17, Department of Education, City of New York, June 19, 1912, p. 6. The American People, 2 vols. New York, 1909-11, Volume Roman 2, pp. 449-50. For a discussion of this effect of contact with foreigners upon a language, see also Beachlamar, by William Churchill, Washington, 1911, p. 11/et sec. Vide Lounsbury, The Standard of Usage in English, pp. 65-7. For an exhaustive discussion of these formations /cf, clipped words by Elizabeth Whitman, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 4, pt. Roman 2, 1914. Americanisms Old and New, p1. /cf, semi-secret abbreviations by Percy W. Long, Dialect Notes Volume Roman 4, pt. Roman 3, 1915. The classical example is in a parliamentary announcement by Sir Robert Peel. When that question is made to me in a proper time, in a proper place, under proper qualifications, and with proper motives, I will hesitate long before I will refuse to take it into consideration. /cf, On the Art of Writing by Sir Arthur Quillercouch, p. 100 sec. This use of tenderloin is ascribed to Alexander alias Clubber Williams, a New York police captain. Vide the New York Sun July 11, 1913. Williams, in 1876, was transferred from an obscure precinct to West 30th Street. "I've been having chuck steak ever since I've been on the force," he said, "and now I'm going to have a bit of tenderloin." The name, says the Sun, has endured more than a generation, moving with the changed amusement geography of the city, and has been adopted in all parts of the country. New York Evening Mail, Feb. 2, 1918, p1. Horizons by Francis Hackett, New York, 1918, p. 53. It has even got into the continental languages. In October 1917, the Verben Deutscher Amateurfotografen Verein was moved to issue the following warning. Es gibt kein deutschen Kodex. Codex als Sammelname für photographisch Erzeugnis ist falsch und bezeichnet nur die Fabrikate der Eastman Codex Company. Wir von einem Codex spricht und nur allgemein ein photographisch Kamera meint. Bedenkt nicht, dass mit der Weiterverbreitung dieses Worts die Deutsche Industrie zugunsten der amerikanisch-englischen schädigt. /cf, Word Coinage and Modern Trade Names by Louise Pound Dialect Notes Volume Roman 4, pt. I 1913, pp. 2941. Most of these coinages produce derivatives e.g. /bevo officer to codex codaker. This conscious shortening, of course, is to be distinguished from the shortening that goes on in words by gradual decay, as in /Christmas from Christ's Mass and daisy from day's eye. The Science of Language, Volume Roman 2, p. 339. Daniel Jones, The Pronunciation of English, 2nd ed. Cambridge, 1914, p. 1. Jones is lecturer in phonetics at University College, London. Vide his Handbook of Phonetics, p. Roman 15, /et sec/. It is given in Ellis Early English Pronunciation, p. 1293/et sec/, and in Sayce's The Science of Language, Volume I, p. 353/et sec/. Everyday English, p. 29. Robert J. Menner, The Pronunciation of English in America / Atlantic Monthly, March, 1915, p. 366. Words and Their Uses, p. 58. The following passage from Kipling's American Notes, ch. I, will be recalled. Oliver Wendell Holmes says that the Yankee schoolmarm, the cider and the salt codfish of the eastern states are responsible for what he calls a nasal accent. I know better. They stole books from across the water without paying for 'em, and the snort of delight was fixed in their nostrils forever by a just providence. That is why they talk a foreign tongue today. Lecture XXX, The English Language in America. Modern English, p. 166. /cf/ / a desk book of 25,000 words frequently mispronounced by Frank H. Veisley, p. 652. Lexicologus, 2nd ed. Berlin, 1860, p. 239. An English translation was published in London in 1846. A desk book of 25,000 words frequently mispronounced, p. Roman 16. The Pronunciation of English, p. 17. The Pronunciation of English in America, op. cit. / p. 362. The Question of Our Speech, p. 29 / et sec. / cf. / The Cambridge History of English Literature, Volume Roman 14, p. 487. Robert Bridges, A Tract on the Present State of English Pronunciation, Oxford, 1913. An interesting discussion of this peculiarity is in Some Variant Pronunciations in the New South, by William A. Reed, Dialect Notes, Volume Roman 3, pt. Roman 7, 1911, p. 504 / et sec. / Hugh Mearns, Our Native Speech / McClure's Magazine Oct., 1916. The American actor imitates not only English pronunciation in all its details, but also English dress and bearing. His struggles with such words as extraordinary are often very amusing. /cf/ Duncan Mackintosh, Essai raisonné sur la grammaire et la prononciation anglaise, Boston, 1797. Fashion and the Broad A, Nation, Jan 7, 1915. High School Circular No. 17, June 19, 1912. Everyday English, p. 243. Open Boats by Alfred Noyes, New York, 1917, pp. 8991. p. 30. The Science of Language, Volume I, p. 259. B. MacDonald Hastings, New York Tribune, Jan. 19, 1913. Various minor differences between English and American pronunciation, not noted here, are discussed in British and American pronunciation, by Louise Pound, School Review, Volume Roman 23, No. 6, June, 1915. 6. The Common Speech. Section 1. Grammarians and Their Ways So Far. In the main, the language examined has been of a relatively pretentious and self-conscious variety of the speech, if not always of formal discourse, then at least of literate men. Most of the examples of its vocabulary and idiom, in fact, have been drawn from written documents or from written reports of more or less careful utterances, for example, the speeches of members of Congress and of other public men. The whole of Thornton's excellent material is of this character. In his dictionary, there is scarcely a locution that is not supported by printed examples. It must be obvious that such materials, however lavishly set forth, cannot exhibit the methods and tendencies of a living speech with anything approaching completeness, nor even with accuracy. What men put into writing, and what they say when they take sober thought, are very far from what they utter in everyday conversation. All of us, no matter how careful our speech habits, loosen the belt a bit, so to speak, when we speak familiarly to our fellows, and pay a good deal less heed to precedents and proprieties, perhaps, than we ought to. It was a sure instinct that made Ibsen put bad grammar into the mouth of Nora Helmer in A Doll's House. She is a general's daughter and the wife of a professor, but even professors' wives are not above occasional bogglings of the cases of pronouns and the conjugations of verbs. The professors themselves, in truth, must have the same habit, for sometimes they show plain signs of it in print. More than once, plowing through profound and interminable treatises of grammar and syntax in preparation for the present work, I have encountered the cheering spectacle of one grammarian exposing, with contagious joy, the grammatical lapses of some other grammarian. And 9 times out of 10, a few pages further on, I have found the enchanted purist erring himself. The most funereal of these sciences is saved from utter horror by such displays of human malice and fallibility. Speech itself, indeed, would become almost impossible if the grammarians could follow their own rules unfailingly and were always right. But here we are among the learned, and their sins, when detected and exposed, are at least punished by conscience. What are of more importance to those interested in language as a living thing are the offendings of the millions who are not conscious of any wrong. It is among these millions, ignorant of regulation and eager only to express their ideas clearly and forcefully, that language undergoes its great changes and constantly renews its vitality. These are the genuine makers of grammar marching miles ahead of the formal grammarians. Like the Emperor Sigismund, each man among them may well say, /ego sum, super grammaticum /. It is competent for any individual to offer his contribution, his new word, his better idiom, his novel figure of speech, his short cut in grammar or syntax, and it is by the general vote of the whole body, not by the verdict of a small school, that the fate of the innovation is decided. As Brander Matthews says, there is not even representative government in the matter. The posse comitatus / decides directly, and despite the sternest protest, finally. The ignorant, the rebellious, and the daring come forward with their brilliant barbarisms. The learned and conservative bring up their objections. And when both sides have been heard, there is a show of hands, and by this the irrevocable decision of the community itself is rendered. Thus it was that the Romance languages were fashioned out of the wreck of Latin, the vast influence of the literate minority to the contrary notwithstanding. Thus it was, too, that English lost its case inflections and many of its old conjugations, and that our yes came to be substituted for the /gc/ equals / so be it of an earlier day, and that we got rid of /whom / after man and the man I saw, and that our stark pronoun of the first person was precipitated from the German /ich/. And thus it is that, in our own day, the language faces forces in America which, not content with overhauling and greatly enriching its materials, now threaten to work changes in its very structure. Where these tendencies run strongest, of course, is on the plane of the vulgar spoken language. Among all classes, the everyday speech departs very far from orthodox English, and even very far from any recognizable spoken English. But among those lower classes, which make up the great body of the people, it gets so far from orthodox English that it gives promise, soon or late, of throwing off its old bonds altogether. Or, at any rate, all save the loosest of them. Behind it is the gigantic impulse that I have described in earlier chapters. The impulse of an egoistic and iconoclastic people, facing a new order of life in highly self-conscious freedom, to break a relatively stable language, long since emerged from its period of growth, to their novel and multitudinous needs, and, above all, to their experimental and impatient spirit. This impulse, it must be plain, would war fiercely upon any attempt at formal regulation, however prudent and elastic. It is often rebellious for the mere sake of rebellion. But what it comes into conflict with in America is nothing so politic, and hence nothing so likely to keep the brakes upon it. What it actually encounters here is a formalism that is artificial, illogical, and almost unintelligible, a formalism borrowed from English grammarians, and by them brought into English, against all fact and reason, from the Latin. In most of our grammars, perhaps in all of those issued earlier than the opening of the 20th century, says Matthews, we find linguistic laws laid down which are in blank contradiction with the genius of the language. In brief, the American schoolboy, hauled before a pedagogue to be instructed in the structure and organization of the tongue he speaks, is actually instructed in the structure and organization of a tongue that he never hears at all and seldom reads, and that, in more than one of the characters thus set before him, does not even exist. The effects of this are twofold. On the one hand, he conceives an antipathy to a subject so lacking in intelligibility and utility. As one teacher puts it, pupils tire of it. Often they see nothing in it because there is nothing in it. And on the other hand, the schoolboy goes entirely without sympathetic guidance in the living language that he actually speaks in and out of the classroom, and that he will probably speak all the rest of his life. All he hears in relation to it is a series of sneers and prohibitions, most of them grounded, not upon principles deduced from its own nature, but upon its divergences from the theoretical language that he is so unsuccessfully taught. The net result is that all the instruction he receives passes for naught. It is not sufficient to make him a master of orthodox English, and it is not sufficient to rid him of the speech habits of his home and daily life. Thus he is thrown back upon these speech habits without any helpful restraint or guidance, and they make him a willing ally of the radical and often extravagant tendencies which show themselves in the vulgar tongue. In other words, the very effort to teach him an excessively tight and formal English promotes his use of a loose and rebellious English. And so the grammarians, with the traditional fatuity of their order, labor for the destruction of the grammar they defend, and for the decay of all those refinements of speech that go with it. The folly of this system, of course, has not failed to attract the attention of the more intelligent teachers, nor have they failed to observe the causes of its failure. Much of the fruitlessness of the study of English grammar, says Wilcox, and many of the obstacles encountered in its study are due to the difficulties created by the grammarians. These difficulties arise chiefly from three sources: excessive classification, multiplication of terms for a single conception, and the attempt to treat the English language as if it were highly inflected. So long ago as the 60s, Richard Grant White began an onslaught upon all such punditic stupidities. He saw clearly that the attempt to treat English as if it were highly inflected was making its intelligent study almost impossible, and proposed boldly that all English grammar books be burned. Of late, his ideas have begun to gain a certain acceptance, and as the literature of denunciation has grown, the grammarians have been constrained to overhaul their texts. When I was a schoolboy, during the penultimate decade of the last century, the chief American grammar was A Practical Grammar of the English Language, by Thomas W. Harvey. This formidable work was almost purely synthetical. It began with a long series of definitions, wholly unintelligible to a child, and proceeded into a maddening maze of pedagogical distinctions, puzzling even to an adult. The latter-day grammars, at least those for the elementary schools, are far more analytical and logical. For example, there is Longman's Briefer Grammar, by George J. Smith, a text now in very wide use. This book starts off, not with page after page of abstractions, but with a well-devised examination of the complete sentence, and the characters and relations of the parts of speech are very simply and clearly developed. But before the end, the author begins to succumb to precedent, and on page 114 I find paragraph after paragraph of such dull, fly-blown pedantry as this. Some intransitive verbs are used to link the subject, and some adjective or noun. These verbs are called copulative verbs, and the adjective or noun is called the attribute. The attribute always describes or denotes the person or thing denoted by the subject. Verbals are words that are derived from verbs and express action or being without asserting it. Infinitives and participles are verbals. And so on. Smith, in his preface, says that his book is intended not so much to cover the subject of grammar as to teach it, and calls attention to the fact, somewhat proudly, that he has omitted the rather hard subject of gerunds, all mention of conjunctive adverbs, and even the conjugation of verbs. Nevertheless, he immerses himself in the mythical objective case of nouns on page 108 and does not emerge until the end. The New Webster Cooley course in English, another popular text, carries reform a step further. The subjective case is approached through the personal pronouns, where it retains its only surviving intelligibility, and the more lucid /object form / is used in place of objective case. Moreover, the pupil is plainly informed, later on, that a noun has in reality but two case forms, a possessive and a common case form. This is the best concession to the facts yet made by a textbook grammarian. But no one familiar with the habits of the pedagogical mind need be told that its interior pull is against even such mild and obvious reforms. Defenders of the old order are by no means silent. A fear seems to prevail that grammar, robbed of its imbecile classifications, may collapse entirely. Wilcox records how the Council of English Teachers of New Jersey, but a few years ago, spoke out boldly for the recognition of no less than 5 cases in English. Why 5? Asks Wilcox. Why not 8, or 10, or even 13? Undoubtedly because there are 5 cases in Latin. Most of the current efforts at improvement, in fact, tend toward a mere revision and multiplication of classifications. the pedant is eternally convinced that pigeonholing and relabeling are contributions to knowledge. A curious proof in point is offered by a pamphlet entitled Reorganization of English in Secondary Schools, compiled by James Fleming Hosack and issued by the National Bureau of Education. The aim of this pamphlet is to rid the teaching of English, including grammar, of its accumulated formalism and ineffectiveness to make it genuine instruction instead of a pedantic and meaningless routine. And how is this revolutionary aim set forth? By a meticulous and merciless splitting of hairs, a gigantic manufacture of classifications and subclassifications, a colossal display of professorial bombast and flatulence. I could cite many other examples. Perhaps, after all, the disease is incurable. What such laborious stupidity shows at bottom is simply this, that the sort of man who is willing to devote his life to teaching grammar to children or to training schoolmarms to do it is not often the sort of man who is intelligent enough to do it competently. In particular, he is not often intelligent enough to grapple with the fluent and ever-amazing permutations of a living and rebellious speech. The only way he can grapple with it at all is by first reducing it to a fixed and formal organization in brief, by first killing it and embalming it. The difference in the resultant proceedings is not unlike that between a gross dissection and a surgical operation. The difficulties of the former are quickly mastered by any student of normal sense, but even the most casual of laparotomies calls for a man of special skill and address. Thus, the elementary study of the national language, at least in America, is almost monopolized by dullards. Children are taught it by men and women who observe it inaccurately and expound it ignorantly. In most other fields, the pedagogue meets a certain corrective competition and criticism. The teacher of any branch of applied mathematics, for example, has practical engineers at his elbow, and they quickly expose and denounce his defects. The college teacher of chemistry, however limited his equipment, at least has the aid of textbooks written by actual chemists. But English, even in its most formal shapes, is chiefly taught by those who cannot write it decently and who get no aid from those who can. One wades through treatise after treatise on English style by pedagogues whose own style is atrocious. A Huxley or a Stevenson might have written one of high merit and utility, but Huxley and Stevenson had other fish to fry, and so the business was left to Prof. Balderdash. Consider the standard texts on prosody vast piles of meaningless words hollow babble about spondees, iambics, trochees, and so on idiotic borrowings from dead languages. Two poets, Poe and Lanier, blew blasts of fresh air through that fog, but they had no successors, and it has apparently closed in again. In the department of prose, it lies wholly unbroken. No first-rate writer of English prose has ever written a textbook upon the art of writing it. Section 2. Spoken American as it is, but here I wander afield. The art of prose has little to do with the stiff and pedantic English taught in grammar schools, and a great deal less to do with the loose and lively English spoken by the average American in his daily traffic. The thing of importance is that the two differ from each other even more than they differ from the English of a Huxley or a Stevenson. The schoolmarm, directed by grammarians, labors heroically, but all her effort goes for naught. The young American, like the youngster of any other race, inclines irresistibly toward the dialect that he hears at home. And that dialect, with its piquant neologisms, its high disdain of precedent, its complete lack of self-consciousness, is almost the antithesis of the hard and stiff speech that is expounded out of books. It derives its principles, not from the subtle logic of learned and stupid men, but from the rough and ready logic of every day. It has a vocabulary of its own, a syntax of its own, even a grammar of its own. Its verbs are conjugated in a way that defies all the injunctions of the grammar books. It has its contumacious rules of tense, number, and case. It has boldly re-established the double negative, once sound in English. It admits double comparatives, confusions in person, clipped infinitives. It lays hands on the vowels, changing them to fit its obscure but powerful spirit. It disdains all the finer distinctions between the parts of speech. This highly virile and defiant dialect, and not the fossilized English of the schoolmarm and her books, is the speech of the middle American of Joseph Jacobs' composite Picture the Mill Hand in a small city of Indiana, with his 5 years of common schooling behind him, his diligent reading of newspapers, and his proud membership in the Order of Foresters and the Knights of the Maccabees. Go into any part of the country, north, east, south, or west, and you will find multitudes of his brother's car conductors in Philadelphia, immigrants of the second generation in the east side of New York, iron workers in the Pittsburgh region, corner grocers in St. Louis, holders of petty political jobs in Atlanta and New Orleans, small farmers in Kansas or Kentucky, house carpenters in Ohio, tinners and plumbers in Chicago, genuine Americans all, hot for the home team, marchers in parades. Readers of the yellow newspapers, fathers of families, sheep on election day, undistinguished norms of the Homo Americanus / Such typical Americans, after a fashion, know English. They can read it all save the hard words, all save about 90% of the words of Greek and Latin origin. They can understand perhaps 2/3 of it as it comes from the lips of a political orator or clergyman. They have a feeling that it is, in some recondite sense, superior to the common speech of their kind. They recognize a fluent command of it as the salient mark of a smart and educated man, one with the gift of gab. But they themselves never speak it or try to speak it, nor do they look with approbation on efforts in that direction by their fellows. In no other way, indeed, is the failure of popular education made more vividly manifest. Despite a gigantic effort to enforce certain speech habits, universally in operation from end to end of the country, the masses of the people turn almost unanimously to very different speech habits, nowhere advocated and seldom so much as even accurately observed. The literary critic, Francis Hackett, somewhere speaks of the enormous gap between the literate and unliterate American. He is apparently the first to call attention to it. It is the national assumption that no such gap exists, that all Americans, at least if they be white, are so outfitted with sagacity in the public schools that they are competent to consider any public question intelligently and to follow its discussion with understanding. But the truth is, of course, that the public school accomplishes no such magic. The inferior man, in America as elsewhere, remains an inferior man despite the hard effort made to improve him, and his thoughts seldom, if ever, rise above the most elemental concerns. What lies above not only does not interest him, it actually excites his derision, and he has coined a unique word, high brow, to express his view of it. Especially in speech is he suspicious of superior pretension. The schoolboy of the lower orders would bring down ridicule upon himself, and perhaps criticism still more devastating, if he essayed to speak what his teachers conceive to be correct English, or even correct American, outside the schoolroom. On the one hand, his companions would laugh at him as a prig, and on the other hand, his parents would probably cane him as an impertinent critic of their own speech. Once he has made his farewell to the schoolmarm, all her diligence in this department goes for nothing. The boys with whom he plays baseball speak a tongue that is not the one taught in school, and so do the youths with whom he will begin learning a trade tomorrow, and the girl he will marry later on, and the saloon keepers, star pitchers, vaudeville comedians, business sharpers, and political mountebanks he will look up to and try to imitate all the rest of his life. So far as I can discover, there has been but one attempt by a competent authority to determine the special characters of this general tongue of the mobile vulgus / That authority is Dr. W. Charters, now head of the School of Education at the University of Illinois. In 1914, Dr. Charters was Dean of the Faculty of Education and Professor of the Theory of Teaching in the University of Missouri, and one of the problems he was engaged upon was that of the teaching of grammar. In the course of this study, he encountered the theory that such instruction should be confined to the rules habitually violated, that the one aim of teaching grammar was to correct the speech of the pupils, and that it was useless to harass them with principles which they already instinctively observed. Apparently inclining to this somewhat dubious notion, Dr. Charters applied to the School Board of Kansas City for permission to undertake an examination of the language actually used by the children in the elementary schools of that city, and this permission was granted. The materials thereupon gathered were of two classes. First, the teachers of grades Roman III to Roman VII inclusive in all the Kansas City public schools were instructed to turn over to Dr. Charters all the written work of their pupils, ordinarily done in the regular order of schoolwork during a period of 4 weeks. Secondly, the teachers of grades Roman II to Roman VII inclusive were instructed to make note of all oral errors in grammar made in the schoolroom and around the school building, during the 5 school days of 1 week, by children of any age, and to dispatch these notes to Dr. Charters also. The result was an accumulation of material so huge that it was unworkable with the means at hand, and so the investigator and his assistants reduced it. Of the oral reports, 2 studies were made, the first of those from grades Roman 3 and Roman 7, and the second of those from grades Roman 6 and Roman 7. Of the written reports, only those from grades Roman 6 and Roman 7 of 12 typical schools were examined. The ages thus covered ran from 9 or 10 to 14 or 15, and perhaps 5/6 of the material studied came from children above 12. Its examination threw a brilliant light upon the speech actually employed by children near the end of their schooling in a typical American city, and, per corollary, upon the speech employed by their parents and other older associates. If anything, the grammatical and syntactical habits revealed were a bit less loose than those of the authentic /Volksprache/. For practically all of the written evidence was gathered under conditions which naturally caused the writers to try to write what they conceived to be correct English, and even the oral evidence was conditioned by the admonitory presence of the teachers. Moreover, it must be obvious that a child of the lower classes, during the period of its actual study of grammar, probably speaks better English than at any time before or afterward, for it is only then that any positive pressure is exerted upon it to that end. But even so, the departures from standard usage that were unearthed were numerous and striking, and their tendency to accumulate in definite groups showed plainly the working of general laws. Thus, no less than 57% of the oral errors reported by the teachers of grades Roman 3 and Roman 7 involved the use of the verb, and nearly half of these, or 24%, of the total, involved a confusion of the past tense form and the perfect participle. Again, double negatives constituted 11% of the errors, and the misuse of adjectives or of adjectival forms for adverbs ran to 4%. Finally, the difficulties of the objective case among the pronouns, the last stronghold of that case in English, were responsible for 7%, thus demonstrating a clear tendency to get rid of it altogether. Now compare the errors of these children, half of whom, as I have just said, were in grade Roman 3, and hence wholly uninstructed in formal grammar, with the errors made by children of the second oral group, that is, children of grades Roman 6 and Roman 7, in both of which grammar is studied. Dr. Charters' tabulations show scarcely any difference in the character and relative rank of the errors discovered. Those in the use of the verb drop from 57% of the total to 52%, but the double negatives remain at 7%, and the errors in the case of pronouns at 11%. In the written work of grades Roman 6 and Roman 7, however, certain changes appear, no doubt because of the special pedagogical effort against the more salient oral errors. The child, pen in hand, has in mind the cautions oftenest heard, and so reveals something of that greater exactness which all of us show when we do any writing that must bear critical inspection. Thus, the relative frequency of confusions between the past tense forms of verbs and the perfect participles drops from 24% to 5%, and errors based on double negatives drop to 1%. But this improvement in one direction merely serves to unearth new barbarisms in other directions, concealed in the oral tables by the flood of errors now remedied. It is among the verbs that they are still most numerous. Altogether, the errors here amount to exactly 50% of the total. Such locutions as /had went and he seen diminish relatively and absolutely, but in all other situations, the verb is treated with the lavish freedom that is so characteristic of the American common speech. Confusions of the past and present tenses jump from 2% to 19%, thus eloquently demonstrating the tenacity of the error. And mistakes in the forms of nouns and pronouns increase from 2% to 16%, a shining proof of a shakiness which follows the slightest effort to augment the vocabulary of everyday. The materials collected by Dr. Charters and his associates are not, of course, presented in full, but his numerous specimens must strike familiar chords in every ear that is alert to the sounds and ways of the sermo vulgus /. What he gathered in Kansas City might have been gathered just as well in San Francisco, or New Orleans, or Chicago, or New York, or in Youngstown, O, or Little Rock, Ark, or Waterloo, Iowa. In each of these places, large or small, a few localisms might have been noted oi substituted for in New York, you all in the South. A few Germanisms in Pennsylvania and in the upper Mississippi Valley, a few Spanish locutions in the Southwest, certain peculiar vowel forms in New England, but in the main, the report would have been identical with the report he makes. That vast uniformity which marks the people of the United States, in political doctrine, in social habit, in general information, in reaction to ideas, in prejudices and enthusiasms, in the various details of domestic custom and dress, is nowhere more marked than in language. The incessant neologisms of the national speech sweep the whole country almost instantly, and the iconoclastic changes which its popular spoken form are undergoing show themselves from coast to coast. He hurt his self, cited by Dr. Charters, is surely anything but a Missouri localism. One hears it everywhere. And so, too, one hears she invited him and I, and it hurt terrible and I set there, and this here man, and no I never neither and he ain't here, and where is he at? And it seems like I remember, and if I was you, and us fellows, and he give her hell. And he taken and kissed her, and he loaned me $1, and the man was found $2, and the bee stang him, and I would a thought, and can I have one? And he got hissin and the boss left him off, and the baby at the soap, and them are the kind I like, and he don't care, and no one has their ticket, and how is the folks? And if you would have gotten in the car you could have rode down. Curiously enough, this widely dispersed and highly savory dialect already, as I shall show, come to a certain grammatical regularity has attracted the professional writers of the country almost as little as it has attracted the philologists. There are foreshadowings of it in Huckleberry Finn, in the Biglow Papers, and even in the rough humor of the period that began with J.C. Neal and Company and ended with Artemus Ward and Josh Billings. But in those early days, it had not yet come to full flower. It wanted the influence of the later immigrations to take on its present character. The enormous dialect literature of 20 years ago left it almost untouched. Localisms were explored diligently, but the general dialect went virtually unobserved. It is not in Chimmy Fadden. It is not in David Harum. It is not even in the prefable stories of George Ade, perhaps the most acute observer of average undistinguished American types, urban and rustic, that American literature has yet produced. The business of reducing it to print had to wait for Ring W. Lardner, a Chicago newspaper reporter. In his grotesque tales of baseball players, so immediately and so deservedly successful, and now so widely imitated, Lardner reports the common speech not only with humor, but also with the utmost accuracy. The observations of Charters and his associates are here reinforced by the sharp ear of one specially competent, and the result is a mine of authentic American. In a single story by Lardner, in truth, it is usually possible to discover examples of almost every logical and grammatical peculiarity of the emerging language, and he always resists very stoutly the temptation to overdo the thing. Here, for example, are a few typical sentences from The Busher's Honeymoon. I and Florrie was married the day before yesterday, just like I told you we was going to be. You was wise to get married in Bedford, where not nothing is nearly half so dear. The sum of what I have wrote down is $29.40. Allen told me I should ought to give the priest $5. I never seen him before. I didn't used to eat no lunch in the playing season, except when I knowed I was not going to work. I guess the meals has cost me altogether about $1.50, and I have eat very little myself. I was willing to tell her all about them two poor girls. They must not be no mistake about who is the boss in my house. Some men let their wife run all over them. Allen has went to a college football game. One of the reporters give him a pass. He called up and said he only the one pass, but he was not hurting my feelings none. The flat across the hall from this here one is for rent. If we should have boughten furniture it would cost us in the neighborhood of $100, even without no piano. I consider myself lucky to have found out about this before it was too late and somebody else had have gotten the tip. It will always be earn even when we move away. Maybe you could have did better if you had have went at it in a different way. Both and you is welcome at my house. I never seen so much wine / drank / in my life. Here are specimens to fit into most of Charter's categories: verbs confused as to tense, pronouns confused as to case, double and even triple negatives, nouns and verbs disagreeing in number, / have / softened to of, n marking the possessive instead of s, / like / used in place of as, and the personal pronoun substituted for the demonstrative adjective. A study of the whole story would probably unearth all the remaining errors noted in Kansas City. Lardner's baseball player, though he has pen in hand and is on his guard, and is thus very careful to write would not instead of wouldn't and even not instead of ain't, offers a comprehensive and highly instructive panorama of popular speech habits. To him, the forms of the subjunctive mood have no existence, and will and shall are identical, and adjectives and adverbs are indistinguishable, and the objective case is merely a variorum form of the nominative. His past tense is, more often than not, the orthodox present tense. All fine distinctions are obliterated in his speech. He uses invariably the word that is simplest, the grammatical form that is handiest. And so he moves toward the philological millennium dreamed of by George T. Lanigan, when the singular verb shall lie down with the plural noun, and a little conjugation shall lead them.